In our time, at 16. Just sitting down.
I get started now. That'd be on time.
We've all got to go.
It's not working. Oh, no, it is. Good morning.
No.
Can you hear me? Raise your hand. Okay, some people are listening, others are not. Hello, can you hear me? I tried being real soft. Didn't get anywhere. All right, people, I hope you can hear me, because I want to welcome you to the conference. It is wonderful to have you here. We've had fires and terrible weather and Dallas traffic. Thank you for coming. Here is what I'd like to tell you. First of all, the reason we're having coffee with either a bagel or a muffin or a Danish at $2 is we're having people, we tried last year and they all got scooped up in 15 minutes by 5 or 6 very big people. So we realized we had to charge something and maybe that will inspire them to you put $2 in there if you're, I see somebody over there right now at the counter, and so you put $2 in and you get yourself a cup of coffee and then you can add one button. If you're hungry, you can get 2 cups of coffee and 2 bagels and so on. All right, this here is what award we're going to be giving away. We're going to give away this award to the National Geographic for the Lost Bullet, Proven Hoax. Even after every experts wrote in and said they had everything wrong, they still continue to have the same ridiculous story about this lost bullet at Dealey Plaza and so on. And of course, Oswald did it, of course. So it's called Not Even Close. We'll be giving this award at the speaker's dinner. Now, for all of you who are not going to the speaker's dinner, we're going to be selling tickets for box dinners. It's going to be the same Pasta Primavera, but in a box, so that you can go and watch Gary Fannon's movie. Because we sold completely out. In fact, we had 130 seats, all sold out. And I said, please. So they managed to squeeze in 6 more seats. So for the people who are not able to get to the speaker's dinner, we've got a nice a wonderful movie for you, Gary Fenn. Some of you heard him yesterday. He's really super. So that's that. I'm going to go quickly through here. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it with all my heart. Now, first of all, we're going to, in a minute, we're going to go and celebrate, we stand here for the flag. If you want to kneel, go ahead. But anyway, all right? It's up to you. But this hotel, after I talked to the people here, they are going to fly the flag at half-mast on November 22. How about that? So if we can get this city to finally acknowledge that Kennedy died here, I mean, that'll be a start. For all of you who might still be around on the 22nd, we are going to be, even though it's Thanksgiving, we're holding the moment of silence for 55 seconds, 1 second for each year that we have lost President Kennedy. And we're going to ask you to donate money for flowers. We're going to put flowers on the grassy knoll, just like they did in the beginning. This is a tradition that's lasted a long time, and it's our privilege and honor to continue it. Our group is, that is JFK Conferences, so that we will have the ongoing tradition of acknowledging Kennedy's death when he was shot at 12:30 on the right day. There's another organization that's doing it on Sunday. Well, it's cheaper to do it on Sunday because everybody can go home, but we're staying 5 extra days. That's why I appreciate it if you can get flowers to us, so we can afford to put something on the grave of also Lee Oswald. So that's what we'll be doing. And there, I don't know, about 8 or 9 of us are going to be out there. I was shocked. I thought I was going to be standing there by myself. I bought a megaphone. Hey, because it's one person, you know, maybe I'll be the only one there. So, and thank you, God bless you all. Now, we're going to have a buffet lunch. Is everybody in here this is very early for some people. I saw how late they were up last night. so I'm going to wander in a little later. But a little later, we're going to ask, about an hour from now, we're going to ask for a head count. Because the buffet lunch, you can get in and get out real fast. Or you can sit there for a plated lunch that costs about the same. And it's going to be, you know, you may wait an hour for it because there'll be so many people. So we suggest that you get a buffet lunch. And we'll do a straight head count. When we do, we're just going to ask you to raise your hand. And then we're going to give that to the restaurant. We're going to do that tomorrow. It's going to be a big event in that I use the word. Let me use a different word. The big event is what they call the optic of Kennedy, if you didn't know. But we're going to have a nice luncheon for everybody tomorrow in Texas style, fajitas, and so on. Now, we've paid $25 a head for everybody that comes and all that. We're only charging you $15. We want you to eat at a price everybody can afford. So actually your ticket, you must help me pay for all that. So thank you very much for paying entry fee. Appreciate it. Now, we were also with this fabulous luncheon, you know, $15 at this nice restaurant. I think you're going to enjoy it. I want to thank, there's no way to thank this wonderful film crew we have. We've got Randy Benson, we've got Peter Hymas and Jim Ellis. Oh my gosh, the work they've gone through with the David Neal. They're going to be giving soon as I get out of here, they're going to give us a tribute to Martin Luther King and to Robert F. Kennedy. And I hope you will enjoy it. So we'll open it. We're also going to have, in a moment, we're going to have our flag. And is there any pastor among us here who can lead us in an opening prayer? Is there anybody here, a man or woman of the cloth? Please come forward if you are, so you can lead us in an opening prayer. So we don't have very many religious people here, right? Amen. Okay, can you come forward, please? Yes, come, that's wonderful. All right, this is Linda Sedlin, and I'm so glad you made it. And we'll be doing that in just a second. All right, so the final thing is we're having an auction coming up, and we'll tell you when that auction is going to be held. You can look at your program. Very important because Peter Hymas, who's one of our film directors back there, he knew, and he was working for Robert F. Kennedy, and he was in the same city, and I think shook his hand and everything, when the same day Kennedy was shot and killed. And he has bumper stickers from the campaign, the originals. He has original envelopes from Robert F. Kennedy's desk for the campaign. And we have Paul Schrade, who will be speaking later, who has signed this. Paul was hit and struck in the head by a bullet from Sirhan. They're going to you'll get photographs and all that, so these items will be auctioned off. They're extremely rare, and if you put them online and all that, you're talking about probably $200. So think about that, and if you want that for your memorabilia, for a collection, or if you just want it because you want to support the conference. Okay, we're going to have DVDs, also the 2016 variety again. Sorry about the 2017. The person we had there, we had much better crew this year. Randy Benson, for example, is a filmmaker. The person we had before just made commercials, and so some of the heads are cut off and sort of things. We're working on trying to get that to you. I'm finished now. I hope you have any questions out there. Any questions? Remember, we're getting the t-shirts that are coming. So if you ordered and you wanted a t-shirt, I have the record there, and we'll give you your t-shirt. Or if you got the Kennedy and Oswald book, because everybody who came in early, they said, well, you can get a free K&O. Or you can, if you want, you can go ahead and buy it for us, All right. So thank you for coming. I love you. Let's have live love. You've got a little button in your thing, open up. You'll see it says live love. Because if we do this with hate, we're just not going to be any better than they are we? Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Glenda, and I'm going to lead you in prayer. So, Lord God Almighty, we ask for a blessing upon this conference, upon the speakers, and upon everyone here. As we begin, let us bow our heads in prayer. Dear Lord God, we come before you as your servants. Cover us with your protective hand. Fill us with wisdom and knowledge and understanding. We are blessed to be able to come together. In the book of Matthew, it states, where two or more are gathered in my name, with courage and love. Help us to respect one another's differences with a loving spirit. There are many in this room that once lived their life in fear, but because of faith, they have the courage to come forth and present truth. Bless them because of their willingness to speak out and speak up in a world that has abandoned the truth of Scripture. The Bible says that perfect faith casts out all fear, and that you have not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of sound mind. Help us to go forth in your power. Each of us is given a voice and a place to speak up, to be your tool. We each have prayer that can move mountains. The kingdom of darkness cannot withstand the power of prayer and faith. Let us walk in the true light with faith. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, let's stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll get started. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under... Thank you. Good morning. It's good to see so many early birds. My name is Don Radcliffe. I'm on the board of directors for the JFK Assassination Conference. And I'd like to personally welcome you to Dallas, Texas, and the 6th annual JFK Assassination Conference. By show of hands, how many of you will this be your first JFK-related conference? Excellent. I love to see newbies. One of the things I'm going to tell you, if you haven't been here before, buckle up. I'm serious. We've got a load of speakers. We've got a lot of information. You're going to leave this conference this weekend, and you're going to have a different perspective. I don't care what your perspective is right now. It's going to be different. It's going to be fuller. You're going to come away with excellent. Obviously, there was something that made you want to. It's not just the same set of speakers each year, but even the ones that come back, they bring us new information. And it's an opportunity for us to share that information, learn the truth, and then go back home and share that truth. I have the honor and the pleasure this weekend to be your master of ceremonies, and so I'm going to go ahead and get started with my responsibilities. And let's see, one of the things that Jude wanted me to remind you was that we do have, again, coffee and bagels, muffins instead of $2 for a coffee and your choice of a bagel or a Danish or a muffin. One of the things that I wanted to do is go ahead and, first of all, thank our volunteers. We had a number of volunteers who came last night to help get this room set up, and we could not have done it without you. So if you were a volunteer and you were here last night, please raise your hand, please stand up, let us know who you were, because you are invaluable. And we have a number of volunteers that I wanted to acknowledge here quickly. We have an amazing setup here who have made this happen. The first person I wanted to call out is Randy Benson. Randy's over there to your right. And Randy is an accomplished filmmaker. He, for those of you who don't know, come on, give him a round of hand.
Yay, Randy!
We're going to have professional reporting this year of this conference. And one of the reasons that personally I'm involved and why I'm grateful to be involved in here is I want to make sure that what we have up here on this platform is captured for all time. Because our speakers, our researchers are getting older, and our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren need to know what they know. And this is the way we're going to do it. So Randy, thank you so much for volunteering your services and making sure that we're going to have this. Now, Randy is an Academy Award-winning film producer for his project, Man and Dog. He was given the Academy Award for the, let's see, what was it, Randy? It's down here. The Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences Student Academy Awards for his movie Man and Dog. So he is an accomplished filmmaker. In 2016, his movie The Searchers debuted at the Texas Theater. I had the pleasure of being at that debut. It was an amazing piece of work. He's got copies of his DVD here for sale. I would encourage you to get a copy of it. I'm definitely going to. Next person I want to mention, well, actually, there was a quote here that I want to read. Judith gave me. Put on my glasses. This is a quote from Randy. He says, "In my family, it was assumed the assassination was done by elements in this country. My father was a fighter in the Cold War stationed on the east-west German border. Anything happens, with 15 minutes he was in the air. Bay of Pigs, the attempts on Charles de Gaulle, any major movement in the Iron Curtain countries, he was in the air. He found out that Kennedy was assassinated at dinner in the Officers Club, and he was not scrambled." Just get that. All these other things, they were scrambled. And for this, the loss of our president, he was not scrambled. He said, "For my father, he was in World War II, Korea. When protocol at that level is not followed, there's a meaning to it." He said, "My father was a patriot of patriots." And he said, "Yeah, they killed that bastard," was his attitude. So he knew by what they didn't do that it was done by our own government. So thank you, Randy. Appreciate you being here. The next person I want to call out is Peter Hymans. Peter is our exquisite photographer and our latest member of the board of directors. I've had the pleasure of working with Peter for several years now. He is an amazing man. He brings great talents to this, and he is helping keeping us organized. One of the things I've had here, as I mentioned, is you get an idea of his fierce dedication to the truth by his former email address. Brass balls now. And as Judith already mentioned, he previously worked on Bobby Kennedy's campaign. So, Peter, thank you so much for all that you bring here today. And he's going to be speaking here a little bit later. Jim Ellis, are you here? Jim, right up here. Now, Jim, I just recently met, and I've had only a few occasions to work with him so far, but I love his passion, I love the energy, and I know he's going to be a great member of this team. So thank you for being here, Jim. All right. Jim Glover, David Neal, are you here? Yeah. Go ahead and stand, please, so we can see you. All right, Jim, David. I had the pleasure of meeting David. I had an opportunity to work with the past couple of years. David is a singer-songwriter and did the song Oswald Didn't Do It, which you can actually see on YouTube. It's actually quite clever. So check it out. Oswald Didn't Do It on YouTube. All right, now for Jim, Jim is a radical singer and a musician who made several albums and was once a good friend of the famous peacenik and musician Phil Oakes, and whose peace music and obsession with the JFK assassination probably got him killed. And there's going to be a handout about the CIA's Operation Chaos in your conference bag, so check that out. All right, and let's see, what else do I need to do? Well, I think it's time to bring up our first group of speakers. We've got Peter Hines, David Neal, Randy Benson, and they're going to be doing a tribute to Bobby Kennedy and Martin Luther King. Peter, where are you? There you are. Give us a round of hand, please, if you would, Peter Hines.
Confront the poverty, purpose, and dignity that affects us all. Too much, and for too long, we have surrendered personal excellence and community values over to the mere accumulation of material things. Our gross national product, now over $800 billion a year, measures air pollution and cigarette advertising, and ambulances to clear our highways of carnage. It counts the special locks for our doors, prisons and jails for people who break laws. The GNP measures the destruction of the redwoods, the loss of our natural wonder and chaotic sprawl. It counts napalm for the police to fight the riots in our cities, and the TV programs which glorify violence in order to sell war toys to our children. Yet,
Well, you can vote for more freedom. You vote for war. You can vote for more jobs and a chance for the poor. You can vote for fair trade, much higher pay. You can vote for more truth and happier days. But if you don't vote for yourself, then who the hell will? And if you're wondering, who am I to tell? I'm the old voting machine. And they blamed it all on me, like you saw on your TV. Well, they blamed it all. I told you. On me. Well, I elected them all. Threw a lot out. But I could always get a recount if there was any doubt. I didn't need software from them wanting the leaders they bought. I was manually operated, and what you punched was what you got. I'm an old voting machine, and they blamed it all on me, like you saw on your TV. I'm the old voting machine. Yeah, so just empty out my chat box and without any doubt. I'll keep voting, even when the power goes out. And the power will go out. So here I sit in this old warehouse, since I've been thrown away. Still hoping for the best to come on your next election day. So just never give up, like they gave up on me. It's gonna take a lot more votes to save democracy. I'm the old voting machine. And if freedom needs to win, you might need me again. You might need me again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Glover. Thank you, Jim. Sound like we got some old hippies here. Love it. Thank you, Jim. That was amazing. And I like what you were talking about in your last song about the truth. Isn't that what we're here for? Isn't that what we're all seeking? It's the truth about what really happened and what's really happening. I know it's important to me. Somebody I would like to announce or introduce right now real quickly is at the back table with all the books, Chris Milligan. Chris is Judith's publisher. He's the publisher of Prime Day books. He's an amazing supporter of the JFK Conference. He's a good friend of mine. And I encourage you to go back and find out what he's got on his table. I've probably got a complete set of everything that Chris has, except for one or two. And I'm going to have it by the end of this weekend. So definitely, show him your love. Take home some books. Share those books. They make great Christmas presents. And that's what we really need to do here, is not only come here for our own edification and what we can learn, but share it. And those books are a great way to share it with your family, your friends, people who need to know. One of the things I wanted to announce real quickly is one of the things we have to do here to make this conference possible is obviously we charge admission, but Judith wants to keep those prices down so everybody can afford it. So one of the things we do is we try to get creative and come up with new ways. And this year what we're going to do is we've created a limited edition autographed numbered set of the 2016 JFK Conference with a bonus DVD of 8,000 plus images JFK related that Judith personally put together. So she's going to have it autographed. Now what we're going to do is it's a limited edition set 1 through 100. So we're going to hold back 1 and 2 and auction them, I believe, probably Saturday afternoon. But we're going to begin the sale of 3 through 100 here shortly. So we've only got about 20 sets here, physical sets with us. We'll go ahead and make those available to those who step up. The way it'll work is I'm going to create a list, bring your money. I haven't figured out how much exactly it'll be. And the first person who comes up gets number 3. Second person comes up, pay number 4. Anybody who knows about limited edition numbered sets, the lower the number, the more valuable it is. So you'll definitely want to take home this memorabilia. It's a great collector's item, and it'll help us keep these conferences coming to you. Just a reminder, if you would, everybody please turn off your phones. I've heard phones go off, ringers go off, and it can be a disruption for our speakers. Okay, let's see, what else do we have on here? I think that's about it. It is now my honor to bring up our next speaker. Our next speaker is Richard Bartholomew. And Richard is a man of many, many talents. He's an author and researcher. He's the co-founder and director of the Center for Deep Political Research. He's an editorial cartoonist, and he's going to come up today and he's going to speak about his new book, The Deep State in the Heart of Texas. Richard Bartholomew. There he comes. Oh. Judith said, let's go ahead and give you guys a 5-minute break. Is that okay? Are you ready for a 5-minute break and then come back? And then we'll bring up Richard. Sorry for the misstep there. We'll go ahead and take 5 minutes, take a restroom break, come back, and we'll bring up Richard Bartholomew.
lot about this, right? Computers and all this stuff. There's someone there doing something with his app. You got a cell phone? Yeah. Just go over and just he unmute so I don't
Okay, I'll do, yeah, I'll, yeah.
You know what I mean? You look like you're the smartest guy you
and gentlemen, we're going to begin again in 5 minutes, so go ahead and buy all your books, use the restroom, and be in your seats if you would in 5 minutes. We need to stay on time, 5-minute warning. While we're waiting, ladies and gentlemen, I have information about that DV set that I announced earlier. I'll actually start taking payment for those of you who want to. What we're going to do is we're holding back 1 and 2. We're starting to sell 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. First come, first serve. The sooner you get to it, the lower the number you get. The set price for the first 10 sets, so number 3, 4 through 12, will be $100 per set. Limited edition, autographed, numbered set. We'll start selling number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if you're interested, come see me as soon as possible. $100 in your hand, cash only, please.
Yeah, right now I have the box sets, but after the conference, if you grab one of my cards back there, it has my website with the...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. I'm going to bring out Richard Bartholomew.
My website. But I have the box
Please take your seats.
and they're half off. Do it for the conference.
Trying to get on the screen.
speaker is Richard Bartholomew. He's going to be talking about his book, new book, The Deep State in the Heart of Texas. Please help me welcome Richard Bartholomew.
I'm Richard Bartholomew. I want to thank Judith and the board for inviting me back. And this time I get to talk about my research instead of research of others that I happen to be the last witness to, which was the Mac Wallace fingerprint investigation by the so-called Texas group. I'm going to keep this simple, and because we don't have a lot of time anyway. But I want to start off by, I brought a surprise. So let me just give you a little introduction about who I am and what I've got in my book. Back in 1988, I started my intensive serious reading. I became a serious student. And it was because I realized that George H.W. Bush was about to become the sixth successor to JFK. And this was right on the heels of Joseph McBride's discovery of the Hoover memo, in which Mr. George Bush of the CIA was informed of, by J. Edgar Hoover. The memo was about Mr. George Bush of the CIA consulting with Cuban exiles about their reaction to the assassination. It was in the immediate aftermath to the assassination. And McBride investigated it, others investigated it, I helped some of them investigate it. It turns out, yeah, that was the future president. And he was CIA deep undercover, using his oil business as a pot of oil to do covert operations and help the CIA do covert operations, which wasn't really a surprise once you start looking at his dad's relationship with CIA Director Allen Dulles, and he goes on and on. But anyway, so that gave me my kick. That was my awakening moment to get serious. I grew up in Dallas. I was born in South Oak Cliff, just blocks from the Harlandale safe house, as a matter of fact, where Operation 40 Assassins were staying the week before the assassination. That's a story if you haven't heard it, look that up. And I was only like 5 blocks north of there, and as an infant in South Oak Cliff. And you know, 1026 North Beckley, where Oswald ended up years later, was just like a mile and a half away from me. By 1960, we moved to Mesquite, and I was in elementary school when the assassination happened, 2nd grade. And it's only 13 miles from Dealey Plaza. Long story short, Kennedy was the first president that I was aware of. I was born under Eisenhower, but too young to remember him anyway. Kennedy was the first president that had any impact on me. As a little kid, I saw him as a father figure. And of course, he was a superstar. And as a little kid, I didn't know what a superstar was, but as I've grown up, I've realized that, you know, he was a mega, he and Jackie and the whole family were mega superstars. And still, there are reverberations of that still today. And so I had a personal connection. That's my personal connection. And I grew up in the aftermath of the assassination in the Dallas area. Till I was 20, then I moved to Austin and went to the University of Texas, where, you know, and with an awareness of the assassination, the HSCA was getting started while I was in college, and Richard Sprague and Henry B. Gonzalez, the congressman, who were involved in that heavily, and they were on a college tour showing Rush to Judgment and the Zapruder film, which had just been shown publicly for the first time in 1975 while I was in college. So this was spring of '77, they were doing a college tour, and I went to that, and interest slowly built, but you know, and I also had Sylvia Moore's Successors After the Fact by this time. And So I was familiar with the evidence in the case, but I wouldn't take it seriously. Of course, I was a student and I had to graduate after all, so I was doing other things. But by 88, I was married, I was settled down, I was in a regular job, and these weird politics were happening, and I said, okay, now I get it. First, overtly CIA president, about to be the successor to JFK. They won, they took over. And I got serious, and I started going to the bookstore and building my library. I'll give you one little anecdote about that. If you want to hear all my basic stories, if you want to hear what it's like to spend 5-6 hours with me at a bar, listen to S.T. Patrick's podcast. He did a 3-part series with me in the month preceding the release of my book, Deep State in the Heart of Texas. And it came out, it was due to come out July 4th, but Amazon suppressed it. Their word, they suppressed it for 2 days. For no reason. They gave us some lousy reasons, but they couldn't hold on to those lousy excuses except for 48 hours, and then they released it. But they were just messing with us. And so it came out July 6th, and the podcasts are available for free. Midnight Writer News, and so listen to those. And I tell this story about the bookstore. I'll just give the brief one. The bookstore that I went to start building my collection. You can see it. You can see the actual aisle, the actual shelf, where I went at least weekly and looked for the latest books, old books and new books that I could find at half-price books, if you know Boston. And there's one in Dallas now, or several in Dallas. But the movie Slacker, if you know Richard Linklater's work, his first movie that was his debut as a director. He did the movie Slacker. It's a cult classic. It's about old Austin and the characters around there. And he had a JFK assassination conspiracy buff character, played by a guy I later met named John Slade. And that whole scene where he's bugging a lady who's at the same shelf and expounding on the assassination as a conspiracy nerd. It's a comedy, by the way, Slacker is. That's the spot, recording for history, and Richard Linklater's The Slacker. So, built my library, started seriously researching, and by 1989, I had found what I eventually came to see as new evidence, startling physical evidence in the case. At the University of Texas, after I graduated, I went to work there, and I worked there for 10 years after I graduated, so I was there until 1991. 1989, I'm walking across campus, and there's this old Rambler station wagon. And by this time, I was thoroughly familiar with Roger Craig's story. Deputy Sheriff Roger Craig, who was there that day, and he immediately jumped into the investigation. He heard the shots, he ran over, and as he was helping them investigate bullet fragments and things and markings in the ground, he witnessed a getaway car, basically. He saw someone identical to Oswald. He later told Will Fritz at the interrogation, yeah, that's the guy I saw. So the guy he saw come down from the depository area, down the grass, to the curb where the Rambler station wagon parked, heading west. He heard a shrill whistle. The Oswald lookalike came down and got into the car, and they drove off west, which is the direction you go if you're going to South of Cliff. And he gave good descriptions of everything, including the driver of the car. And he later went up and, of course, the Warren Commission changed his testimony, like they did with a lot of people. And he later wrote a manuscript where he corrected the record in his Warren Commission testimony. Warren Commission tried to erase everything he said, but they let him testify. You can read his testimony. but read his manuscript as well. And you know, the theme of this conference is RFK, MLK, JFK, why they had to die. But there's a sub-theme here, and that is Roger Craig, because we have Roger Craig Jr., who's going to talk about his dad. And Roger Craig, if there's any one person that's pervasive in my book, even though I'm not talking about him page by page, it's Roger Craig, because my research involved that Rambler station wagon. I tried, of course, when you find something like that, you see a car that looks like a famous getaway car that's been described, and you say, well, that's not the car, it's just when it looks like it. That's cool, just trying to see a car that looks like what they described. By 1989, there were no Rambler station wagons on the road, but this one was being driven by a professor at the University of Texas every day to class. And I had probably seen it before, but it had no relevance to me. And then by 89, I knew the story well of the getaway car. And I was walking across the campus to a lunch spot, and there it was, and I go, oh my God, a Rambler station wagon with a luggage rack on top. And it's light gray. And so, you know, I think about it, and a lot of time goes by. It's months that go by, but I'm still walking by it every now and then, and I'm looking at it, and I see more details every time I walk by it. And it just was weird. But I want to stop now. Can we play the video? I have a surprise video for you. This video didn't mean anything to me because I'm in it, I made it. My friend Stephen Bright is the photographer. But I later met up with Jay Harrison. How many here know the name Jay Harrison? Okay, not many. Jay Harrison, former reserve police officer. We're just going to play this in the background. I have not even seen it. I didn't have time to watch it after I picked up these copies of it on the way up here. So yeah, go anytime. And replay it. It's only 21 minutes long, so we have time. We'll just keep playing it in the background without the audio. I brought copies. If somebody wants an advanced copy this weekend, I had 9 DVDs made of it, and but I have it digital. It's going to go up on YouTube and Vimeo and whatever we can get it up on soon, and it's free for the taking because I want everybody to see this. Look, it's going to be hard for me to not look at this because I haven't seen it in over 20 years. It's 24 years old this week. That's me. That's the Rambler. That is Jay Harrison. So I met Jay Harrison. John Slate, the guy was in Slacker. He was a librarian at the Barker Texas History Center, where Jay Harrison went every day to study the Warren Commission volumes. And I went there, and John Slate knew both of us, but I didn't know Jay didn't know me. I would go there and do my JFK research as well, because I was digging into various Texans involved and high-power Texans. And there's a lot of great stuff at what is now called the American History Center, the Barker Texas History Collection at the American History Center. The Dolph Briscoe American History Center, if you know the name Dolph Briscoe, the former governor of Texas, who ended up having an executive secretary named Mary Farrell. And so, in with the Dolph Briscoe records at the Barker Texas History Collection are all the documents that Mary Farrell generated when she was executive assistant for Dolph Briscoe. It's just a treasure trove of Texas deep politics. So that's why I was there. And Jay went to study the Warren Commission volumes. Jay prided himself on never having bought or read a JFK conspiracy book, or really knowing any researchers. I may have been the first researcher he ever, well, no, he knew other researchers, but they were all low-key background people, like Joe West and people like that, that other people didn't hear about for years. He interacted with them. He's the guy who, his genius moment was when he realized he had been researching people like Mac Wallace, you know, and various people were researching Mac Wallace. Oh, now I have to explain who Mac Wallace is. Okay, Mac Wallace was a close, short version, close A to LBJ. I have to explain who Mac Wallace is. Okay, Mac Wallace was a close, short version, close A to LBJ. Protege to him. He had a good start politically, graduated from the University of Texas, was student body president. He was on his way. I mean, he was a big deal in Austin. Got connected with LBJ politically and was on his rise there as well. And then he shot and killed a guy at a putt-putt golf course. Cold-blooded, broad daylight, witnesses. And long story short there, I talk about that a little bit in my book, but you can hear an extensive interview with Mr. Phil Nelson on Midnight Rider News that'll explain that whole thing. But, so, listen to Phil Nelson talk about Mac Wallace, and you'll hear that story. All right, so he shoots a guy, cold blood, broad daylight, witnesses, and because he knows LBJ, he gets LBJ's lawyer to defend him, and he gets off. Basically, he gets off scot-free. Suspended sentence, and then his record's expunged at the end of 5 years. And then he goes to work for a defense contractor. All right, I'm going to stop there. You can read the rest. There's extensive stuff out there about him. But anyway, Jay Harrison got the idea. Okay, we have in the Warren Commission records at the National Archives those bothersome, unidentified latent fingerprints that were lifted from boxes from the 6th floor sniper's nest, alleged sniper's nest. And Jay said, after you've been researching Mac Wallace for a while, what the heck, what have I got to lose? Why don't we just get a fingerprint examiner and compare his fingerprint card with the latent prints? And so he did. He got the National Archives stuff, and he hired a latent print examiner, a local guy, and just did a standard. He told him, Jay was a genealogist. Looks like Steve was going around and showing you every detail of the car. So the car is gone now, and I tell the story about what, for the first time, we had to keep this location secret. Everything, the place you're seeing here, the people involved, we kept it as secret as possible because we didn't want the car to disappear from us. So I finally tell the whole story, what happened to the car. I was giving little updates at the time, but I was not giving the location. I gave all the addresses where we stored the car, when we moved it, and odd things that would happen, people that would show up anyway. And I tell all those stories. I tell the final story about where the car ended up. And supposedly it was put in a junkyard and junk for scrap metal around 2009. So, you know, it finally dawned on me the value that this video has, because it's not only the Rambler, it's Jay Harrison in his prime, right after I met him, September 1st, 1994. And he was homeless. He had been in big-time real estate in Austin. He worked in various jobs. He was a computer expert early on, in the early days of computers. He built his own computer. He programmed it in DOS. But he got into real estate, made some money there in Austin during the booms. Then there was the bust. He lost his shirt, and he moved into a step van. And without seeing, there he is, boy. That's the way I knew it right there. There might be a shot of his van. He pulled it forward in the driveway when we were shooting this. You know, still, he's a very secretive guy. He would always be camera shy. There are not a lot of pictures that exist of him. And that's the other thing that hit me. I got a full video of the guy in his prime. So, and a lot of people know Jay Harrison, know who he is, but they've never really seen him in this way so that you can know what he was like. So I thought, I'm going to debut this thing, and I'm going to make it available to everybody so everybody sees who he was, where he was, what he was doing in his prime. And this is the way we knew him, who knew him personally. And so his van is there. I hope we get a shot of it, or I had a shot of it. And when I met him, he was living on another vacant lot from a friend who was allowing him to park his van there. But the friend had some other uses he wanted to use the lot for. And so right at the time I met him, he started asking me, do you know anybody that, any place I could park my van? And I said, well, let me check with my friend Steve. Steve was single at the time. He was living in this duplex that he owned. And it's an old part of Boston. It's on Robinson Drive, around 35th Street on the east side of Interstate 35. I give you the actual address. You can Google map it now, so I don't have to give those details. And the house is still there, the neighborhood is still there, and you can actually, if you go back far enough, if you were to get aerial photos from the late 90s, you'd see the car in that driveway, and you see Jay's van. But he had his computer set up in his van. He had a cot, he had like a built-in bedding, he had some shelving, and he has a computer. Not a lot of room for records. I later learned that he had 5 file cabinets stored away in the storage unit, because I helped him move the stuff out of the storage unit when he finally got a mobile home. After 5, he lived in this he lived in this driveway for 5 years with that record. And so I helped him move that stuff, and so I saw him interacting and building his files and doing his investigations. And every time I'd visit him at least once a week, he'd call me up and say, "I got something ready to see. Can you get down here?" That's the way it was. And I always went because we talked extensively. We compared notes about research, and early on we tested each other. I'll give you another little tidbit here that's not in the book. And I don't think I mentioned it on the podcast either, but right after I met Jay, or no, right before I met Jay, before Larry Howard died, and you probably don't even know who Larry Howard is. Man, I gotta explain that. Yeah, right. Larry Howard, the old Assassination Information Bureau in the West End of Dallas, partnered with Gary Shaw and Robert Johnson. They had this like little exhibit in the West End. It was the first of its kind in Dallas, near Dealey Plaza, and people walking off the street and saw it was perfectly done. And later on, he was involved with the Ricky White story, which is, to this day, is still, to those of us who are very serious experts on this, you'll hear a lot of people denigrate the Ricky White story. Ricky White was a guy like, around this time actually, about 88, 89, the story broke in the Austin American Statesman. Earl Golds, who was a reporter on the ground in Dallas for the assassination, and spent his lifetime writing stories and updates about the assassination and the conspiracy in newspapers. He was a working newspaper reporter. By this time he was at the Statesman, and he broke the Ricky White revelations, which is basically about a sniper. His dad, he found a treasure trove of what you could only call souvenirs of the assassination that documented that he was a sniper in Dealey Plaza. And of course, people tried to debunk it right away, and so you'll hear people talking about the problems with the story, but they didn't completely debunk it, let me tell you. And there's a couple of ladies in West Texas who really know some new stuff about it. And they have a new book out, and you'll see their flyer floating around here. Katrina, Katana, yeah, give me the names of them. Katana Zachary, and Sarah Peterson. They just published their book, and I've seen presentations from them at these conferences in the past. And so, yeah, the Ricky White story is still alive, and they're on top of aspects of it in West Texas. So I knew that I would eat up a lot of time just introducing stuff. My topic, let me see if I can get to my printed topic here, which is the deep state in Texas. And I realized that in my investigations of the Rambler, I published as a manuscript, a self-published manuscript, and in 1994, I presented it as a scholarly paper at Jerry Rose's Third Decade Conference in Providence, Rhode Island in June of 1993. And that was its debut. It was peer-reviewed. I came out pretty good with that. Very little criticism of it. And then everybody wanted to read it. Jerry Rose published it in the proceedings of that conference. And then I expanded it into a manuscript and started printing those and sold them through Andy Whitney Arzik at Last Robin Shop, Peter Formey at Prevailing Winds on the West Coast, and through what became Lancer here in the Dallas area. And so that made the rounds, and people still tell me today they still have that original manuscript. And I saw a copy of it online for $500 I was selling them for 11. I could probably still get you one for 20 with inflation. But so that sort of came. But the whole thing is here. It's in the book. The whole what was referred to back in that time as the Rambler manuscript is my Rambler essay, verbatim in here, with the 1994 update and the 1996 update that I did for John Kellen when I put it online. And in that 1994 update, I talked about the deep state years and years before the term surfaced, because the deep state's been around forever, basically. It's Niccolo Machiavelli. It's Machiavellianism. And this hit me when I started, there's a lot of debate going on right now about the definition of the deep state and this new term. I like the term because it's catchy. It's better than military-industrial complex. It's better than the invisible government. It's better than the parallel government. It's better than the para-government. And all the words that we've used since the 50s on to describe this kind of politics. So I started breaking it down. Deep state. All right, deep is something we can understand because it's more than just the surface. The ocean, when you think of the ocean, you think of the surface of the ocean. That's not the ocean. The surface of the ocean responds to the depths, and the depths, I mean, that analogy goes far beyond the iceberg analogy, where the 99% of an iceberg is below the surface. Well, think of the ocean, what's below the surface of the ocean, and we don't even know about all of that. It's hidden in secret, but the surface that we see responds to the depths, so we know deep in that sense. State, so that was my big revelation. In political science, today's political science, the modern definition of the modern state goes back to Machiavelli. He defined it. And now we all learned in school about Machiavelli in a book that he published called The Prince, which is about the most devious, murderous, dark politics you can imagine to keep your power. He recommended all this as a way to keep power. That's just one small volume that we learned about in high school or college. He wrote a 9-volume set, probably more than 9 volumes, called The Discourses. It's got a longer title, but it's known as The Discourses. And I started reading up on that because I never learned about that in school. And in The Discourses, he talks about the state in general, how the state is put together, how you obtain power, how you keep power, how you control, a mass of citizens in an organized government. And you'll recognize, and political science accepts this as the way our modern day states are set up, or government states. But scattered throughout the discourses is the dark side. When Machiavelli said it was that things come up that you have to depart from ethics, you have to depart from morality on occasion in order to keep power, to keep control of the masses. But that's a very small part, because we're talking 9 volumes about the state, and then he condensed the dark side into the 1-volume book, The Prince. And so, in the discourses, Machiavelli defined the state, and in the definition of the state is built in the deep state. So, that's what I've come to. But back then, before I even knew any of this, and this became more important because I reread this. So let me just read what I highlighted here. I talked about a guy named James Burnham. I gave, the whole Rambler thing is complicated, it's name intensive. That's my style, and especially early on, it's not my style now. But, by the time John Kellen wanted me to publish it online, that's when I did the updates. I wrote an abstract. He said, we need an introduction, we need an abstract. And in like 3 pages, I summarized what I believe the evidence says. And I talked about a guy named James Burnham, who was a Yale professor, happened to be an expert on covert operations before the CIA. He's the guy, had William F. Buckley Jr. in his class, And he introduced William F. Buckley Jr. to E. Howard Hunt. And that's when Buckley was recruited into the CIA. And guess what their assignment was? Hunt was very close to Allen Dulles, the CIA director at the time. This is the 40s. And their assignment was to go to Mexico City and set up a CIA station in Mexico City. William F. Buckley Jr. and E. Howard Hunt set up the Mexico City. And Buckley was the advance man. He went down there first and started making contacts with students. Guess who else was a student in Mexico City at the same time? I said 40, but we're talking about like 1950, early 50s now here. CIA is up and running. And George Gordon Wing is a student at Mexico City College. At the very time they're setting up the CIA station, George Gordon Wing is the professor at the University of Texas who owned the car in 1963. So it goes on and on like that. So let me read this. So that's Burnham. Burnham, one little tiny introduction that's just mind-blowing. Burnham, before CIA, the FBI was going after communists and doing all the dirty stuff that CIA eventually did, but the FBI was doing it, especially domestically. The Trotskyist movement was the largest communist movement in the world and in the US at the time. And so the FBI was going after them big time. They recruited a couple of covert operatives to infiltrate the Trotskyist movement and destroy it from within, divide and conquer. And they picked James Burnham to do that. They joined the group covertly as communists. The guy he partnered with to do this was a guy named George Lyman Payne, Michael Payne's father. And they succeeded. They destroyed the Trotskyist movement, and it was falling apart around the time Trotsky was assassinated. And let me tell you, all right, so I got 3 minutes. We can talk. We'll have the rest of the weekend to talk about this. All right, so let me just read this and sum up. As we see the Rambler, we'll sum up with this definition of the deep state that I was writing about in 1994. After leaving Trotskyism, Burnham wrote 2 books on his political views: The Managerial Revolution, 1940, and The Machiavellians, 1942. In 1946, 2 years before publishing his prophetic masterpiece, 1984, George Orwell was giving a lot of thought to and wrote his essay about these 2 books called Second Thoughts on James Burnham. You can find that in a book, you can find it online. Quote, capitalism is disappearing, but this is Orwell talking. Capitalism is disappearing, but socialism is not replacing it. What is now arising is a new kind of planned, centralized society, which will be neither capitalist nor, in any accepted sense of the word, democratic. The rulers of this new society will be the people who effectively control the means of production. That is, business executives, technicians, bureaucrats, and soldiers lumped together by Burnham under the name of managers. The people who eliminate the old capitalistic class crush the working class, and so organize society that all power and economic privilege remain in their own hands. Private property rights will be abolished, but common ownership will not be established. The new managerial societies will not consist of a patchwork of small independent states, but of great superstates grouped round the main industrial centers in Europe, Asia, and America. These superstates will fight among themselves for possession of the remaining uncaptured portions of the earth, but will probably be unable to conquer one another completely. And I go on talking about those revelations in the Machiavellians. So I'm going to end it there. But have you ever heard of a better definition? And this was before. Before all the books started coming out in the early 60s about the parallel government, the invisible government, and what evolved into what we call the deep state today. I'm telling you, go back to Machiavelli, go back to Burnham. Burnham went on to the CIA, as a matter of fact. I'm wrapping this up. because I'm within the last minute. But Berlin went on to become a covert action consultant to the CIA, and his expertise was in such things as assassinations of world leaders. And he trained the CIA in its darkest covert operations, James Berlin did. And he plays a big role throughout my investigations of this round. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Bartholomew. Is that amazing or what? Richard, I want to share a little story with you and the audience real quickly. Back when I was 16 years old, my dad owned a service station. And one day, a friend of mine drove in with I think it was a 63 white Ford Fairlane. And I told him, I said, you know, my grandmother used to own a car that looked exactly like that. He says, well, the registration's still in the glove compartment. He opens up the glove compartment, pulls out the registration, and it was my grandmother's car that she had owned many years before. So, thank you for sharing that story.
Funny you should mention glove compartment. My friends and I bought the car. George Wing died in 1991, the day that the movie JFK premiered in LA and New York. The pre-release of it, December 19th, 1991. That's the day George Wing died. He had a lot of physical problems. He was an alcoholic, had problems with that. And he died, and then 3 months later, you know, we were going, well, you know, he's dead, there's nothing more we can do with this Rambler. So we'll just, you know, publish what we got. And we were at a panel discussion at the University of Texas about the assassination that involved Earl Goals on the panel. And there was reception afterward. We were talking about Earl Goals, my friends and I, who had been investigating the Rambler. And he asked us about the Rambler, what's going on with it? Because I was previewing all this with him at the Statesman. He was a reporter working at the Statesman. And we said, oh, he died, and you know, the Rambler's probably gone. And he said, not so fast. His reporter instincts kicked in. He said, why don't you drive by his house and just see if it's still there? So we left that reception right then and piled into a car, all of us together. Earl Goals didn't come with us, but my buddies and I did. And we went by the house, and sure enough, it was parallel parked on the front, in front of the house. I called the widow the next day. You asked, you know, I'm interested in old cars, and I like that car in front of your house, and would you be interested in selling? She says, yes, I would. I am interested in selling it. Can you come by and look at it? So my buddy, Juan Garcia, and I went the next day, and we're test driving it. We're driving around the block. While we're driving it, without her seeing, I opened the glove compartment, and it's just packed. If it had been any more packed, it would have exploded out of me. The guy kept every receipt, every document he ever collected on this car. I had tire replacement receipts. I had car repair receipts at the local gas station, Terrytown, Texaco, and the mileage is on all these. So I have mileage connected to place at various points in the car's history. I had the original warranty card signed by the salesman from the car lot. The car lot plays a big role in all this. The guy who owned the car lot was a personal close friend of Lyndon Johnson. It goes on, and you can read the whole story in this.
Thank you. Give her another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
And Ed Tatro plays a huge role in this book. He wrote the foreword, and Ed, for the first time, has DVDs here of his on-stage presentations. And if you know Ed, you know that he hasn't published his 1,500 page manuscript that he's been researching his whole life. And he doesn't do podcasts, he doesn't do radio interviews, he does stage presentations, and now you can get them on DVD.
Thank you, Richard. Two quick things, and I'll be 30 seconds on it. First of all, I've known Richard for decades, and his essays, the book doesn't even do justice in the sense that some of the essays that he wrote were years and years ago, way before when I didn't know anything. He was a precursor to even me. He doesn't get the respect that he deserves for that. Now, he made reference to Jay Harrison. Jay Harrison was a former Dallas cop, very difficult guy to get along with. He burned bridges faster than an ass, and He would excoriate me left and right, and it's almost like he was going to disown me. And then I would say, I'd bite my lip and I'd swallow it because I was learning so much from him. And I'm going to have to use an F-bomb here, in fact 2 F-bombs, but that's worth it. And don't kill the messenger if you're one of those politically correct crazy people. I'm just quoting the guy. And when I met him years and years ago, Jay Harrison, we met at the Adolphus, and he had his car up, he had his like a hatchback, and it was open, and he had a computer. I didn't even know what a computer was, and he was already a master at it. And he pulled me over, and he said, "Come here, kid." And he said, "I'm gonna ask you a question." And I knew instinctively, if I knew the answer, he was gonna take me under his wing, and I was gonna learn millions and millions of things. And he looked at me and he said, I don't even know how I knew the answer. I still don't remember. He said to me, and the answers are kind of freaky. He says to me, he said, "What's the maiden name of Woody Harrelson's mother?" Now I corresponded with Charles Harrelson and his cellmate and his last wife. And I looked at Jay and I said, "Diane Oswald." And he looked at me and said, "Fucking A!" And he said, "And how many of these," we were on the Adolphus, and he said, "How many of these so-called researchers in this building know that?" "Just you and me, sir." "Fucking A!" He said, "Come here, kid." And he took me under his wing. And if I didn't know that, he'd have said, "Go away, boy, you're bothering me." It was amazing. Okay, thank you very much.
For those of you who may not know, that's Edgar Tatro. He's featured in The Men Who Killed Kennedy. He's just an amazing person. Every conference I've been to, he's been there. So you can count on Edgar Tatro. It is now, well, let me ask you a question. How many are enjoying the conference so far? Amazing or what? Well, it is my great pleasure to bring up our next speaker, who's David Denton. Now, David Denton is an instructor at Olney Central College. He's the president of the JFK Historical Group. He's authored many articles on JFK, and today he's going to be speaking about new revelations and information in the JFK murder. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome David Denton.
How's that PowerPoint going, man? We good? Well, I'll tell a little story. I was trying to get my PowerPoint up. We were talking about democracy earlier. In fact, the songs were about that. And I'd like to brag a little bit. In all my classes, I encourage my students to vote in the midterm election, and 75% of them voted. That's a big deal for me. You know, the 18 to 29-year-olds, what do they usually do? Not vote. But I did give them extra credit for it, so. But I was proud of that. Okay, then you see the dark screen here. I just said new revelations. Let me see if I can work this out for you. Can you hear me? Are we good? Okay, Judith asked me to kind of give a recap of what's happened the last couple of years, and stuff that you may or may not be aware of, stuff that I may feel like is important, maybe you don't. And so if some of this is repetitive, I apologize, but I thought it's important, you know, the revelations of the new documents coming out in the last year and such. I'd also like to bring some perspective and synthesis to all of it as well. Okay? Okay, if you want to go to the next slide, we'll try to keep the slide going. Okay. Well, 55 years later, you know, where are we? You know, are we ever going to obtain justice? Not likely. But, you know, I'm a history guy, and I think correcting our history, correcting what's said in the textbooks, what our students read when they pull out a history book, do they still read Lee H.O. acted alone? Yeah, they do. They still do. Can we change that? Maybe we can. I think everyone in here, there's a general consensus about the JFK assassination. I think we can come to. My opinion is where we are at is that it's it's unresolved but not unsolved. Okay? I think we have a good idea of what happened in Dallas, most of us. Most of us were coming to the agreement that Oswald was a patsy, that powerful forces in and outside the government were involved, that the Johnson administration participated in the cover-up. I think everybody in this room would probably agree with that. And you know what? I think the public would do the same. Although they're not probably as informed as you and I are. They're generally in agreement on that. And I think that position is not based upon speculation or paranoia, but maybe just the facts of history, the stuff that's been put in front of us. I think that's more. What we lack is institutional validation. In other words, our institutions haven't caught up with the American people on this story. I think that's the way we can pose it. Is it possible? Yeah, I think so. I always make the example of what's happened with the story of the Vietnam War and JFK, with the documents that came out in the 1990s. Our institutions have moved away from that idea that JFK would have just continued the Vietnam War. There's a general consensus that no, Johnson changed the Vietnam policy. It's possible to change history, or at least a consensus. I think the problem we had when we, if you go to the next slide, okay, let's go back to the, we're already this, 3 down. Okay, let's look at this for a minute. There's a national paranoia on this whole situation. I don't think so. I think the facts that come to light in this case simply can't be dismissed or done away with. All right, let's go on to the next slide, please. All right, October 26, I believe, 2017. You guys all remember that? And it appeared for a while like, maybe something's going to happen. President Trump sounded like he wanted to get everything out, you probably know the story. And then folks got to him. I mean, Henry Kissinger, whoever represented the national security state, all of a sudden, it's these things, according to Trump, if we got them all out, would do irreversible harm to our security. So there's just these partial releases that you're familiar with. And then more things, still not out, redactions. Moving it back to 2021. I mean, you know the story, okay? But still, I think there's some things that came out that are still significant that we need to look at. So, okay, let's go ahead. Turn that slide, please. For instance, I want to point out that you might be aware of Bill Sembich, who's a good researcher. I saw an article he did about this, similar to what I'm trying to talk about here. And I just thought this is kind of where we're at sometimes. The article, it was on the who, what, why thing, Russ Baker's thing. It's like it was so nuanced. I'm not being terribly critical of Bill about connections between Lucian Conine and Cuban exiles, cryptonyms. It almost seems like in some of the cases with those documents that came out that we were so far in the weeds, you can't see what's right in front of us. Because I think if one bothers to look, and you can see some things that are significant. And again, I think our problem lies in trying to make those institutions stubbornly cling to untenable and indefensible positions with undeniable facts. Then we can get a change in position, I think. So let's look at some of the things that did come out. You're too far ahead of me again. Sorry about this. I intended to have it. This is right in front of me. So, okay. Now, some of these things are going to look like statements of the obvious, all right, that you already know. But what point it's back to that point that I just made, that these things might be obvious to you or me, but our institutions still, as I said, stubbornly cling to those positions that Oswald acted alone. Can we give definitive proof that they can't stand by that anymore? That's the idea. Well, I think one thing we can safely say that came out of the documents, verify once and for all that Lee Harvey Oswald was involved in intelligence activities leading up to the assassination. There was a document released that talked about, in fact, I have it here, the Ray Rocca document you might be familiar with. Rocca didn't want his boss Angleton to be involved or to have any blame on the assassination. We talked to David Bellamy, the Warren Commission lawyer, and he basically said, look, Oswald was in Mexico City, and he was involved with a cover story. He admitted that he was involved with intelligence activities associated with going after Fidel Castro in that document. That's one thing, okay? And then another one, this is the second thing here. Oswald was definitely an FBI informant, and the agency tried to cover it up. There's no question about it. The story of Orange Pena, the FBI informant in New Orleans, who was dealing with Warren DeBreeze, a FBI agent. He said that he interacted, DeBreeze, with Oswald in New Orleans before the assassination. And not only that, I'll see the next slide here. Okay, let's hold on that. Not only that, after the assassination, DeBreeze tried to intimidate Pena to stay shut up. In fact, there's even a quote in the documents DeBreeze telling Pena, if you don't keep quiet, we're going to get rid of your ass. A great quote, one of the quotes that came out of the documents I thought was interesting. Okay. All right, now we've got Hunt here. Obviously, I took a look at the documents, the personnel file of E. Howard Hunt. I wouldn't say there's a whole lot of stuff there that's revelatory, but I still think he's an interesting character, some things that come to light on this. First of all, I wrote the confession up there, because you're familiar with the fact that Hunt. First of all, I think it's not entirely correct to say a deathbed confession, not exactly right. Hunt talked quite a bit about this whole thing for quite some time, before his death. And obviously to his son, who's spoken here, right? S.T. Patrick is back there. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Like, why are some people unwilling to accept Hunt's confession at face value? Well, I think there's a reason why he couldn't. Because an intelligence guy, oftentimes intelligence guys lie, right? That's what they do in some cases. But still, if you go back to that 15-minute video that I think Jim Mars was on from 2005, it's on YouTube. I mean, Hunt is very clear about what he said was involved with the assassination, who was involved. Obviously, he talked about top CIA people, Ford Meyer, Phillips, Morales, Harvey, which I'll talk about in a minute, and he talked about LBJ at the top of the hierarchy. Now, I bring that up, I think I've talked about this before, that The Devil in a Chessboard by David Talbot is a great book. But Talbot actually tried to say it was actually Allen Dulles that Hunt was substituting Johnson for. So I don't see where that has any basis in fact. So with the Hunt story, what's significant, I think, is that, well, what's come out recently, let's go to the next slide here. Let's wait on that. What's come out in recent times is that you've probably seen on Facebook. Let's see here. Let's save that for a minute. Let's go on here. The personnel files that came out. Again, many of them were redacted. Dave Morales' file was 95% empty. In fact, there's a quote there about that part of it was sanitized in 1976. There's still some interesting stuff, no question about it. Okay, now let's go on to Harvey here, because I want to talk about him. I've said this before, and this is a quote from an article, that Harvey Ruff was timid, and he had people absolutely loyal to him. So what they're saying is this guy's going to get out in front of the skis. He's going to be on his own, he's going to be rogue, and even his file indicates that. And he had people absolutely loyal to him. I think those are all important things to consider. Okay, next slide. Let's look over here. Keep trying to. One of the most interesting documents that I found that came out is I was looking at a document from John Roselli's file. The CIA prepared a whole history of John Roselli and his connections to the agency. Some of us pretty curious, to say the least. But what I found interesting going through that document, very detailed, but when it got to the time that William Harvey took over Roselli as far as running, being the connection with Roselli. Once that relationship began, basically the statement was, after May 1962, Harvey took over as case officer. It is not known by this office whether Roselli was used operationally from that point on. In other words, they're saying, we don't know what happened between Harvey and Roselli, or we're not telling you, or we're not going to put it there. And of course, the timing, May of 62, I thought that was interesting. Okay, on to the next slide. There's stuff in the files about, again, some of these things may have came out at different times. Some of this is confusing about when documents were released. You might say, hey, this is a new document. Well, it may have been out for a while, This whole rolling release thing that went on with the National Archives. But this is interesting about Harvey's relationship with Q.J. Wynn. Of course, this supposedly recruited foreign assassin. You're probably sure you're familiar with that. And Harvey went through a House Select Committee interview in 1976, shortly before he died. And he's very evasive about this whole situation, or not telling the truth, however you want to characterize. He suggests that KJ Wynn was never involved in any kind of Castro operation, or example, ever in the United States. But there were documents. I mean, he was called out by the interview and said, look, we got documents that Q.J. Wynn flew in the United States, and you're signed off on it, on the receipt. Well, then he said, well, I guess that Q.J. Wynn was really substituted John Roselli for that. So he's very evasive in sort of things like that. And then he also, though, he makes this bold statement here that really caught my eye, one at the bottom. When the interviewers pushed him on the idea of whether they would actually recruit assassins, I think he's talking about Lumumba and the Congo thing when he was asking that. Finally, Harvey just kind of blurts out and says, the only sure way to do it, to assassinate, was simply appoint a single officer, do everything, run the operation, kill the person, bury the body, and tell no one. I mean, it's like, gives you an insight about what Harvey was like, I think. Okay, let's go on. Tosh Plumlee. Hey, I've had a chance to talk with Tosh several times on the phone. Some of you are probably familiar with him. He's another, what I would call, believe, disbelieve guy. It's the best way I can put it. Do you believe Tosh Plumlee's story? I mean, can we validate it? You're familiar with it or not? I mean, he suggested that he flew an abort team into Dallas the day of the assassination. They had gotten wind of a plot based upon the Private Dinkins story. You're probably familiar with that. And on that basis, that group was flown in by Plumlee. They thought it was just another false alarm. It wasn't. So Plumlee says he found himself on Dealey Plaza. And of course, he saw some things. But in my interviews, this was about 4 or 5 years ago. One of the I took some notes when I talked to Plumlee that he talked about the potential for that abort team being infiltrated. And then he told me, he said, I cannot guarantee that someone on that plane might have not been involved. Now, he told me that 5 years ago. And then, if you're on Facebook, social networks, Tosh Plumlee's a funny guy because about every 3 or 4 months he says, I'm not talking to JFK people anymore. I'm done with all you people. And then he'll be back. I think he likes the attention. But he did make an announcement on Facebook that, in fact, E. Howard Hunt flew in on that plane with the net abort team. Again, was that the guy that, if I'm just curious, 5 years ago, was he telling me that someone on the plane that could have been involved, is that who he was talking about? I kind of think yes. Okay, let's go on. All right, I'm going to throw this. Now we get into the Lyndon Johnson critique time again. I always get there. This is a very serious, well-researched ranking of presidents of the United States. I am a history guy, okay? And so I talked about this in my class. Over 200 historians weighed in on who the top ranked presidents are. We can debate on this all day. But you see John Kennedy 8th. I think that's legitimate. But Lyndon Johnson 10th, okay? I don't see that as legitimate in light of the things that you and we know about Johnson. So, okay, let's go on. So other documents that have came out in recent times. Well, one of them caught the news was the fact a FBI source said that the KGB actually believed an ultra-right-wing conspiracy involving Lyndon Johnson in that situation. It's what the KGB believed what happened in Dallas. Now, we know the KGB is going to be a propaganda operation and can't be trusted or couldn't be trusted. Yet it should be noted that this is not something that the Soviet government was making public and promoting. This is what they believed on the inside that happened, okay? I think that is important. Okay, let's go on. So, and you got a big blank there, okay. What that slide says, I think, is that, okay, that we know the Johnson administration was involved with a cover-up 48 hours. Just go on to the next one here. Okay. One of the things that came out was a statement that was made public last fall that Hoover was saying, we must convince the public that Oswald acted alone. There's nothing further Oswald case except that he is dead. That came out, that was a statement from Hoover shortly after the assassination. Of course, we know the Katzenbach story has been out for years, right? Because Katzenbach basically verbatim almost said the same thing, right? The Assistant Deputy Attorney General. And my friend Ed Tatro back there, Ed's talked about how the fact that Bill Moyers was saying the same thing, like Johnson's assistant. So what does that mean? To me, I teach sociology as well. We talk about the term group speak, where everybody's supposed to get in line and merge with the story. Now that's group speak. Or, if you will, circulating a narrative. It's obvious that the Johnson administration, and we have it documented here, was circulating a narrative, that Oswald acted alone. That's the end of the story. Well, okay. But I want to compare that, though. Let's see what the next slide is. Okay. We go back 25 years. Maybe as important as documents ever been released from the LBJ library. And it's a tape audio conversation of Hoover talking to Johnson shortly after the assassination, where Johnson's obviously being told by Hoover, it says, look, somebody's impersonating Oswald, or was, in Mexico City. The guy we have in jail is not the person that's on that audio tape. And so, or videotape. So, if we merge these things that we've talked about, I mean, right here we have at the very same time that Hoover and Johnson are promoting an Oswald acting alone. They know that something was going on in Mexico City, that this guy just wasn't a lone nut, that this guy was involved in intelligence activity. So, from the get-go, there's an obvious documentation of some sort of cover-up. I think if you merge those documents. Okay? All right, so let's go. Okay? And here, this is basically what I just said. So let's go on to the next slide, please. Well, let's talk about John Connolly, because some things that came out on him, as you probably know as well, and that are pretty interesting. First of all, and again, my friend Ed can speak a lot about this, about John. We have to know that John Connolly was central to luring Kennedy to Dallas. That the whole thing about the trip, he's the guy that really, it was arm twisting JFK to come to Dallas in the spring. And basically, there was a big argument that ensued about where the meeting, of course it's going to be the Dallas trade mark, and Kennedy never got there. Jerry Bruno, the advancement, did not want that. And Connolly basically just did everything to make sure that meeting would be held at the Dallas Trade Mart, which of course would take him through Dealey Plaza, which has to be considered. In fact, I mean, Ed actually described it that Conley bamboozled, is the word Ed used, I think, to Jerry Bruno to make sure that JFK went to the Dallas trademark. I think that's significant. Well, other things. A couple of years ago, a guy named Gordon Ferries appeared, and I wrote an article about him. You guys have seen him here the last couple of years. He's talked about Elliott Janeway, a T. Johnson advisor, that Janeway advised him or admitted some things before his death to him about what happened, including he suggested there was a meeting in the Hotel Texas the night before the assassination between Conley, Janeway, the wives of Conley and LBJ, when supposedly Johnson gave the word, the green light, so to speak. That's hearsay. I understand that. That's hearsay. But you get an accumulation of this stuff. I mean, then we had this other thing that just came out. I think Gary Shaw did some research with this. Brian Edwards has talked about it in a couple of our conferences about this gentleman named James Whitey Odell Estes, who walked into an FBI office and gave a 13-page affidavit shortly before his death. Apparently Estes worked in Jack Ruby's Carousel Club preceding the assassination. And he said he saw people, he saw things. He saw Oswald there. He saw Oswald, Ruby, and at one point John Conley showing up there. He very clearly made these statements. Now, maybe he could just be making all that up. But this is some of the convergence of some of the stuff going on in Texas. And obviously Conley was a big ally of Johnson. Okay? All right. Well, a couple of things I'd like to talk about in terms of 201 files that we have. I think, first of all, let's go one more slide, see what I've got here. Yeah, this came out, another slide from Who, What, Why, Russ Baker's site. And this was made public that Earl Cabell, the mayor of Dallas, had a 201 file, which means he had a contractual relationship with the CIA. And of course, he's a central figure. You can talk to Phil Nelson about that. I discussed this with him live. Texas insider, mayor of Dallas. His brother obviously was in the CIA, so we already knew the relationship. But this, if you have a 201 file, it identifies that you have a contractual relationship with the CIA. Okay? So we've got, if you're looking for connections between intelligence and Texas, I think here's a clear one. Okay? Somebody has connections both. But go back one slide, because we also, this is something I just came across here a few weeks ago. It is Gordon McClendon, obviously another Texas insider who, and I'm going to add a couple slides for it. I think I've got this 201 file here. Just go, yeah, next slide, yeah, okay. Gordon McClendon had a 201 file too. That the CIA approached him in the early 1950s. They initially rejected bringing him on board as a contract agent because they didn't like his finances. But in 1965, he was contracted as a CIA contract agent, 201 files right there. Of course, we know he was very well connected with David Adley Phillips. He ran the Retired Agents Association. A lot of connections there with Gordon McClendon. Another true Texas insider. He knew Jack Ruby very well. So there you go. Ruby, CIA, in Texas, these interlinks. And of course, one of the significant documents that came out was, I'm sure you saw it, that Ruby made a statement to an FBI informant. I'm going to go watch the fireworks today, right? Remember that? I mean, that was about as explosive things that came out on those documents. But he wasn't the only one. So I'm going to ask Ed back there to talk. He's going to give you a little more detail on Gordon McClendon and what he talked about the morning of the assassination. I figured you just wing it from back there, man. How's our time? I guess I got all day. I'm about close. Oh, we're great. So Ed's going to talk a little bit about McClendon, okay? Morning, class.
He mentioned the fireworks comment that Ruby made. It's important to know where he made it. He felt very, very comfortable. It was a man named Vanderslice, who was obviously not party to the evils of these people. Ruby made the comment about, why don't you come down with me to Dealey Plaza and let's watch the fireworks. Of course, they had to hide that for 55 years. And he was in the office of R.D. Matthews, one of the highest ranking mobsters in Dallas, and it was his loan office, which means loan shark office. So Ruby felt very comfortable saying it because he never thought it would ever get anywhere. But the Vanderslice was the ingredient that he didn't realize. But the FBI did it for 55 years. Okay, off to Gordon McClendon. Before we talk about Gordon McClendon, I got to do this quick because he doesn't want me to use up his time. You have to understand Jerry Patrick Hemming. Jerry Patrick Hemming had connection. He was a soldier of fortune. He was a wild character. And if he liked you, he'd tell you the truth. And if he didn't like you, he'd fill you full of bullshit. And when I talked to him on the phone, it was like talking to a Gatling gun with a voice. He'd jump from subject to subject and fly around, and good luck trying to hold on to whatever it was he was saying. He's got connections to Oswald, to Ruby, to CIA agents, Cuban operatives, freelance mercenaries, mob enforcers, and Texas power brokers. Okay? Anyway, he told, there's a Garrison file, so he told an investigator for Garrison that there was a meeting on July 5th, 1963 at the Petroleum Club in Dallas, and they talked about killing Castro, and then it changed to, the hell with Castro, let's kill Kennedy. And he took, in the Garrison file, it said that the three of the names of the men who were there were H.L. Hunt, Gordon McClendon, and Clint Murchison. Okay? And then in the HSCA interview in the 70s, he said that George de Mohrenschildt was at a gathering, and Guy Bannister of the Garrison case was there. Okay? And then to Noel Twyman, who wrote a big book about the case, he kind of hedged on whether Murchison and McClendon were there, but he definitely said de Mohrenschildt was there. And then to me on the phone in 1999, he said, well, I only had first names, and he was backing off. Now, the guy had a photographic memory, so he obviously didn't want to tell me who was who and what was what, so who the hell knows? Okay? But it's interesting that he mentions McClendon at this. McClendon was a former naval officer. He was a close friend of Bedford Wynne. Bedford Wynne was the lobbyist for Clint Murchison, and he was in an article the day of the assassination came out ahead on the Bobby Baker scandal. Bedford Wynne, if John Kennedy had not been killed, was going to jail, along with Lyndon, okay, and perhaps even Murchison. When Bobby Baker got out of jail, in 1972, he stayed at McClendon's ranch. So now you've got him tied into the Baker thing. He was a close friend of Lyndon Baines Johnson, McClendon, okay? Ruby called him one of his 6 closest friends. Now think about that. He's a close friend of Lyndon Johnson, and he's one of Jack Ruby's closest friends. Just coincidence, right? Okay. He ran KLIF radio. He owned it. And Ruby pretended to be part of that radio station, and that allowed him to interview District Attorney Henry Wade about the case at that time. He gained access to the Dallas Police Department, saying he was working for the radio station. So McClendon gave him a green light to get in there and watch the festivities of what was going on with Oswald. He was the former owner of Liberty Broadcasting Network, was a top 40 radio station, which is where he made his millions, and it was a CIA front. So it ties right in with your 201 file stuff. He's a former co-owner with Clint Murchison Jr. of the Dallas Cowboys. Of course, he mentioned David Atlee Phillips, the chief of the Western Hemisphere Division, and Phillips is the guy that Antonio Vesciana kind of said was Maurice Bishop, and they met Oswald, and so you've got all that going on. He mentioned the association of former intelligence officers that McClendon and Atlee Phillips created together, and Judith, and one of her, the thing that drew me to Judith, and you know, to me it's the most important thing she ever said as far as my world is concerned, and she said that Lee Harvey Oswald, a day and a half before the assassination, said, whatever happens to me, never forget 3 names, Bobby Baker, Billy Celestes, and David Atlee Phillips, okay? And I knew Estes. I was friendly with Estes. I spent time in his home. By the way, if you don't know this, he had a little dog, a little chihuahua. And I said, what's the dog's name? He said, Ladybird. Okay. In 1988, on his deathbed, he had a falling out with his brother. I think his name was James. And James called him up and said, were you in Dallas that day? And Philip said, yes. So you've got the links between McClendon and that. Now, we get to the thing that David really wanted me to do. And that is, by the way, his father, Bart, Bart wasn't very impressed with his son. He sent him off to run a radio station in Finland. And then he sent another guy to make sure they didn't screw that up. And it turns out that that radio station was a CIA front. Okay? So McClendon, I should quote Billy Celestes, who said to me, oh, we didn't find it here. He said, just give me 2 seconds. I should have written that one down. Must be on the next page. Let's see. Murphy's Law, right? Well, what he said was, he said to me, I said, what about Gordon McClendon? And Billy said, he was a bumblebee stinging here and there, you know? And that's a pretty good description of him. So now we get to the big thing here. I'm going to leave some names out to protect them because they're both alive. One is a Texas insider who hides in the bushes down here, and I learned a great deal about things that go on. And he still is a member of the community, and it wouldn't surprise me if he got himself picked off if I were to run around always quoting his name. So I won't do that. But at any rate, he learned quite a bit about Gordon McClendon's involvement with CIA business, and then he wrote to me, and I'm quoting, which is the best way to say it. Gordon McClendon supposed to have attended the lunch in JFK's honor on 11/22. In other words, McClendon had been invited to go to the trademark. All right? Notoriously late for events, a couple of his staff reminded him to get ready. Later, they reminded him again and said he was going to be late if he didn't leave right away. And he replied, yeah, let's go now and see the SOB get his brains blown out. So he had obviously been told he was going to be murdered, and he was told that it was going to be a trademark. Well, he had the wrong location, I guess, but he had the right information. Now, in New York, another researcher, okay, who was pivotal in the Garrison investigation, he and I were on the phone, and I asked him about McClendon. He told me these two men did not know each other. One from Texas, one from New York. Two completely different sources. And he told me the exact story. And I asked him, where did you get that? He said, I talked to McClendon's staff. So you have two men, and they said the exact same quote. He's going to get his head blown up. And then I want to read one quick paragraph, and then it's all yours. How am I doing? All right? A little too much? I can see his face. Very patient man. You have to be a teacher. This is from my manuscript, and it's the only way to do this. McClendon, listen very carefully. McClendon was even involved with efforts to free Jimmy Hoffa in tandem with Carlos Marcello's son-in-law, Dalton Smith, brother-in-law of Nofio Pecora, whose associate, Emil Bruno, had bailed Oswald out of jail after his August 1963 New Orleans street scuffle. Bruno was also connected to Dutch Murray, Oswald's mob-linked uncle. Pecora had received a phone call from Jack Ruby on October 30th, 1963, according to the HSCA investigators. It has been established that Dalton Smith was a close friend of mob attorney Murray Chotiner, who had successfully managed Earl Warren's California gubernatorial campaign and was instrumental in procuring finances for mobsters like Mickey Cohen for Richard Nixon's political endeavors. McClendon's bumblebee activities led to a complex hive of political corruption virtually unsurpassed in American history. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. And finally, he ran against Yarborough for the Senate in the preliminary in 1964, and Yarborough won, even though Yarborough was in Billy Celestes' pocket, all kinds of bribes. And then Yarborough beat George H.W. Bush in the primary, so he became the senator again from Texas. Since it is highly apparent and suspicious that it looks like Lyndon Johnson tried to get Yarborough and Conley to switch seats in the motorcade so that maybe Yarborough would get killed too, because he hated him. And so the fact that Yarborough won the Senate and might also piss off Mr. George H.W. Bush and Gordon McClendon a little bit. Maybe they would like to cooperate in the murder of President Kennedy because of that issue. Anyway, that gives you at least some idea of one of the obscure remains in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just do a couple things to add. You talked about Jerry Patrick Kennedy. I can recall maybe 20 years ago seeing Jerry Patrick Kennedy talk at a conference like this. And typical of intelligence people, he talked for an hour and he said nothing. I mean, it was all just double speak, double talk. Yet, as Ed says, these people sometimes can allow things to leak to the surface, or they, you know, or at the end of their life, they want to, you know, intelligence people are, you know, stating the obvious here, are trained a lot. Another quick story that I went through, I told this one before, but maybe 8 or 9 years ago, I was giving a talk in Indiana, nearby, a small group of people, and a guy was in the audience that was constantly harassing me and questioning everything I said. And about halfway through, I said, you know, you're probably intelligence, aren't you? He goes, yeah. He was a retired CIA agent who came an hour to hear me speak. But the crazy thing was at the end, when I was done, he came up and he flashed an Operation Phoenix card, which, if you know your history, the Operation Phoenix was one of the most dastardly things the CIA ever did in Vietnam, a program of assassination of suspected Viet Cong. And he was a part of this. I think he was trying to intimidate me a little bit, and I said, oh, great, looks good. But the last thing he said to me was, after he had denied everything, the last thing he said was, we did what we had to do in Dallas, and he walked away from it. So, you know, if that gives you some insight, I want to make sure I told that story. I told it before, but you know, about what we get, hearsay versus documentation. What do we get out of intelligence people? What are we supposed to believe? I think it's back to that believe, disbelieve thing, what you choose to, I guess. Okay, so I'll try to, we have, what, maybe 10 minutes left? I'll try to wrap this thing up.
13 minutes.
Good. Okay. All right. So, all right. Try to get caught up here. All right, let's go to the next slide. Okay, this is an important book that we all should be aware of. I know Chris Milligan back there is excited about it. He's published this book. It's just come out and, about a new character that I think really bears some scrutiny. Both Ed and I feel like, I mean, neither of us have had a chance to get through the entire book yet. I've interviewed the guy, his name is Chris Fulton, twice on the phone for 45 minutes each. Thought he was very engaging about a lot of things. It's a new story. It's about a guy who, in the 1990s, and Chris can clean up if I don't get into the details, I'm not going to try to sit here and tell you about the whole book. I just think it's worthy of your attention to look at. And basically, this guy named Chris Fulton was basically your average private citizen. I think he was a contractor who was friends with another guy who actually had befriended Evelyn Lincoln and got close to Evelyn Lincoln at the end of her life. And apparently Lincoln entrusted him so much that she, by will, passed on the other guy. I think his name was White, right, Chris? Yeah, his name was White. Right. Yeah, White, okay. And all of a sudden, this guy who wants to start a museum, which Chris Fulton was friends with, had all these materials. Well, as it turns out, according to the story, a lot of those materials had been passed on to Evelyn Lincoln by RFK, who apparently knew far more about this, had done some investigation, some key information, documents, including a watch that apparently JFK wore in Dallas. And supposedly, when that watch was tested, it had mercury on it, which was a sign of a frangible bullet. So I'm just getting things here about what this all might lead to. Fulton also was able to make contacts with a Secret Service agent named Bach, who apparently had a lot of was involved in this whole exchange of materials, and he told him quite a bit too. I just think the book is worthy of your, looking at. It could be one of the most significant books we're talking about. I'm supposed to talk about new revelation, new documents. I think this might be one thing you need to look at, okay? And by the way, shameless plug here, but I think we're going to have him speak in my conference in April, okay? On my campus. I'm going to talk about that for a minute, okay? All right, so let's move on here. I got 10 minutes I can roll. And another blank thing. Okay, we learned not to use the dark background. Let's see. Okay, let's see what I've got here. Well, it's basically a quote from, I thought, from, I'll have to pull it up here. Again, my apologies, because I expected to have something in front of me. Okay, I'll go verbatim. Quote by Julius Caesar. To not care or know what happened before you're born is to forever remain a child. I love that. To not know anything about what's happened before you're born is to remain a child forever. I think it's a quote from Julius Caesar. So for those of us that are, I try to impress that on my students that, yeah, it may have happened. This may have happened before you're born, but it's still important. History is connected to all the events that we arrive at today, and I think if you look at other things in our history, where we have ugly things in our past history, that we've always been better as a people when we bring those to light, no matter how embarrassing or how ugly they look. Executive Order 9066, World War II, FDR's worst moment, right? You know what that is? Internment of Japanese Americans. Okay? In 1988, we tried to right that wrong with legislation to give compensation to Japanese Americans. We admitted we had done something wrong. Okay? African American troops, which were subjected to various experiments in mustard gas, not mainly African American troops, that recently came to light, and the government apologized for that. So there's no statute of limitations on the truth. And getting to it, and we are always better as a democracy when we get to that point, no matter how embarrassing it is to our institutions. Okay, let's see if we, and again, there we go. I'll just skip. There was a quote from H.L. Mencken. I wanted you to see that. So, again, I think, trying to sum this thing up, I think the assassination is still important. We still need to get to the truth. We still need to get that institutional validation that I talked about earlier. I think, as I said earlier, the JFK assassination remains unresolved, not unsolved. I think we know, we have a good idea what happened. We might argue over the details and nuances of it. So let's go on. Yeah, okay, we'll finish this in April, and that did work good. All right. In April 4th through 7th, Ollie Central College in the Midwest, we are having a conference. Some of you have been with me before in Washington. Ollie, Illinois is not a huge metropolis, I'll admit that. Some of you guys have been there, some of my friends have, but we've got a great campus, a lot of support from our administration. They're helping us fund this whole project. And we're going to have a conference called Political Assassinations in the 1960s, which is basically what I teach as a class. I have for 20 years. We cover the 3 major assassinations, as we're doing here. I think we've got a great lineup already. We're still working on it. It's still a tentative thing. Specifically the RFK thing, I think we've got one of the best lineups. I don't know any already lined up that in terms of been at any conference. Lisa Peace, who's getting ready to come out with a major book, probably is a good researcher in that area. Shane O'Sullivan, who's been here a couple of years ago. William Wall is going to be doing some things. He's doing some new things for the RFK thing as well. Some of the other speakers, and if I forget somebody and you're here, please do not get mad at me. Just got a list here. Obviously Ed Tatro, Judith Baker's planning on coming. Stan Weaver from East State University, Phil Nelson. We're hopeful that Mr. Fulton, who I just had contact Chris Milligan, Rick Russo. Richard mentioned Katana Zachary and Sarah Peterson earlier, and they're going to be at a conference as well. They've done some great research down here in Texas. So I appreciate your time. I apologize for the unevenness with the slides and whatnot when we got through it. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, David Denton. David has been a great friend and supporter of this conference, and appreciate hearing him have and share what he had to share with us. All right, I've got some announcements, ladies and gentlemen. Next up is going to be lunch. Yes, $25 for the buffet. We had a head count, so if you put up your hand, you're definitely secured a spot. We did secure a few extras, so if you didn't have your hand raised, chances are that you may still be able to get in. But $25 will be starting here shortly. All right, for those of you who purchased the DVD set, the limited edition autographed DVD set already, we had 4 sales so far, so we have a few more. Again, for those of you who are interested, we're starting with the lowest number, so we're going to be, we still got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 to go before the end of the day. And 100% of those proceeds, every single penny, goes to support this conference. So it's a great collector's item, it's a great gift, it's something you want to have in your library. I want to encourage you to go ahead and see the authors, see Chris Milligan, get your books, and we'll see you back here at 1:30 sharp. So if you would, 1:30 in your seats, we'll start again. At that time, we're going to be bringing up Robert Groden, Gary Severson, and Dr. Jonathan Williams to speak about LBJ's mistress, Madeline Brown. We'll see you at 1:30.
grab Travis. Let's be hard.
Rodeo Go. Thanksgiving, right? All the stands. Oh, really? We're thinking about going to like Cage or something, get reservations, which we need to call. Maybe you were down there last year. I didn't go. Yeah. So we're thinking about that.
Joe's dad is 19, suddenly turned gay. Okay? Having kids, right? Well, Rose kind of like this. I do like that's all like that. So, that's so we're getting behind the scenes stuff involved with work and dad is not because she's still alive, the woman is still alive, and that power definitely is next to Dallas right here with all those Christians and right-wingers and religious people. Literally, he is a homosexual, pedophile, pornographer, child molester. I think that was like in the city of Nashville. He literally like, so, this is all that, and this is the this guy, but it's like a trifecta. So, I'll be doing one of those here next day. So, I'll see you there on yeah, so I'll call you right now.
because other issues that I'm filming this. Filming the mainstream. It's tough. So I need clean audio.
Right. You don't have an audio in just, you have to have 2 mics.
I have to have 2 dedicated lines.
Yeah. That's right, absolutely. We have 2 mics and everything. 2 audio lines, 2 mics, everything goes recorded, you got 2. Sometimes I have one on the stand right next to me. Sometimes I have a little help. And the mic stand is for my voice.
I can run my own line.
Yeah, do you have a separate cable?
I have one more cable left.
Okay, I didn't bring any cabling. I'm sorry. I brought a little bit of computer cabling, but I didn't bring
I flew out here just with all this gear.
Yeah.
I would say 95 pounds split between the two. Like 40.
Well, you know what? I was going to talk to you about doing my event in Vegas this summer. And I'll bring stuff too. So you don't have, you can bring all this, but I will bring things as well.
Yeah.
Because I've got microphones, I've got a PA system, I got all kinds of stuff.
So you got all that?
Yeah, it's not very good. I got a mixing board, I got a few little things that are shitty, but I may rent some really nice stuff. No, I'm in San Francisco, but I'll drive to Vegas if I do it there. I may be doing it in San Francisco, actually. 10 hours. I just stop in Bakersfield for the night and then I go on the next day. Yeah, my mixing board's about that size, and I've got a wireless microphone, and I've got a bunch of stuff. I've got 2 3 projectors. I've got plenty of equipment. So we'll do an equipment check before we even start talking what we're going to do. So yeah, you're going to run another cable, and you should be fine.
Well, this won't reach.
Oh no, 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 reach. It'll do it.
I can't do that.
Well, you can, because you know what you're going to do? You're going to take this right here, like this.
So the next thing I have is, hang on.
Oh, then you need another cable to there.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Maybe they've got one.
Yeah.
So you're going to be good? I got to go. You're good now. Okay, I'll see you soon.
Check, check, check.
One at the mics.
Check, 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 check. Hello, hello. So, Chris Milligan, do you hear me on this? Check, check. Chris Milligan, do you hear me? All right. How about now? Do you hear me right now? Okay, so he has to eat it. That's not the way it's been. Okay, check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1.
Testing. Testing. More? Two.
your names.
You want the Saturday speakers dinner, right?
Yeah, she said it was so rough.
Well, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's going to be held here. That's what
I would think, let's see what I'm supposed to do.
know what had happened. All of it was moving the light, you know, all of it. Of course, it took 20 years for that. We didn't have any history. It's just, we were just on the research. No, not, it's not that kind of, it's not that kind of. Yeah, for years. When did you start? Prior to 19, yeah, I started in 1961. So 1961. I was there for 4 years. Yeah. I was in middle for in medical operations. We were things on a lot of laboratories. But you know, that everything else, that all that was obviously. I know.
Well, just interesting. He was there.
Yeah. My daughter, we lived about 4 blocks. My daughter was in preschool, walking on the sidewalk. I decided to go home. I saw her. She was on the sidewalk.
Yes, it is. No, you go left turn and it's right there. Yeah, I was just, well, because he was right there.
Let's say, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I see.
Right, yeah, to make sure, yeah, but it wasn't, we know that.
We didn't know, you know, I didn't know anymore. There was nothing, there was no information out. You might as well have been in Detroit. I mean, it was, you know, where it was, you know, one of the things that intrigues me sometimes when I think about it, when we found that he'd been shot, and he said the shot had come from behind him, sort of through the trees, and it was kind of a hard shot. Some of the early conversations, just as private citizens who have seen whatever, that there was a hard shot. It was not an easy shot, and so. Well, yeah. Let me tell you what my interpretation was. My first interpretation was, well, it may have been a difficult shot, but if he missed, it would have been a story. So that it's not a random. You know, it's not. It's a selection that's occurred before that. But clearly, over by Bundy, the word had spread that was the way it happened. It was accepted that no, it was not, you know, single shot from the rear. That's the way people, at that time, it really took years. Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
I do. I mean, I don't know the person, but I've heard him lecture. The identity of
I've been going to these conferences once or I can't remember right now. What were you going to say? Yeah, right. Where the decision was made. Right, yeah. 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 Yeah, that's right. I mean, yeah, that was, I agree. And then it could have been open.
They opened it for the tracheostomy. They cut through it.
Yeah. And they burned the original notes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, points like that, yeah. Yeah.
They have to go.
So the veteran shot at from both sides. And it's almost clear that the car pulled either to a stop or nearly to a stop. And waited for several seconds. And a lot of that said out. I think we're going to have to talk about that. Some of that was in and out of the Pardon? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. And this stuff that's come out recently triggered in a way Judy. The bear. Yeah, Judith Bear. First
about this guy.
I can't believe I have a car. Really saying they were really setting up. Clearly setting up Oswald to his past. And
I'll say it wasn't actually lowered at the time, so
Well, everything is so interesting. It's my first time to town. He just dragged me along. He has been to several. I'm from Tennessee.
In the middle.
Yes. My brother. I'm a naturalized. No, but I remember when he died in the Philippines. Just like you. We just didn't know how to sign up.
amazing how much it knows about what really happens. And yet now, the press, the media, the establishment media, still is not even raising the question that there's anything other option, which says something about the nature of learning. It's really, it's things that point out that history is what's happened, not what the historians write about. The guy from the professor, he's in a small school, but he's doing a great job in spreading the story.
Clear that we have. No, because there's no one there. I'm going to find out. Electric. His name is Rick. Dick. No wait. Rick Russo.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And that was Ed.
Here for years, people thought I was French Canadian.
Yeah, and that was Ed Taylor, the guy.
Prep school, Milton Academy, Attention Bobby, Kennedy went to Bobby Kennedy's son Joe went a year ahead of me. But then all of a sudden, yeah, he was school in 1968.
So you were a prep boy.
Yeah. Well, his father was killed, so he never came back. Joe Kennedy became a congressman.
Just say all the and I'll remember to do it. Because when I sit down.
No, you're thinking of the father. I'm talking about Bobby Kennedy's first son, Joe.
Oh, okay.
Norfolk, Virginia. Deerfield was our big rival. Oh, Deerfield, we played hockey against them. I think we also played hockey. So you're from up that way? Framingham. They had hard with snow. This is why I was able to fly in this morning. Photographic evidence. I don't have a card. This is a one-time, it's playing in Vegas, one night only. This will be my first Appropriate Glass presentation. The real evidence is the fact that every film and photograph is only touched the hide. A lot of the real evidence are in this film. Most people are looking at it at face value and thinking that's what's really going on. In essence, they're hiding a lot of stuff. So once you come to that reality, and you backtrack it from there, you might get an understanding of, where governments were and who's doing what when.
You don't want to
that's the sense of
I think there's a lot of truth to the fact that we're talking some kind of cancer where they wanted to show that was in the works. And, testing it on prisoners, you know,
Each one of these has
people want to put George W. Bush in my or H.W. Bush, I should say, in the middle of this. He lied about being with the CIA in the 70s.
yeah, way back.
Well, he submitted it. He contacted the FBI to report something pertaining to the assassination. But then, you know, when the document surfaced, he said, no, it wasn't me, it had to be a different Bush. And then, what, a few years later, they made him head of the CIA in the early 70s, and yet in the 60s, he wasn't with the CIA. Everybody lies when it comes to this.
Oh, my house, Two Information Access. They are criminal investigations, caught assassinations, cocaine organizations, America, caught assassinations. I think that's
They have a coffee thing, and it's
Flights are so expensive in Seattle. It's so many years we figured out it would be cheaper to buy a condo right at the low point of the recession. The prices, house prices. So we bought a condo in 2012, which is it's big enough for us to go out there and visit. My brother and sister-in-law, they're all fans. I have only actually coming to Dallas to see them. I've read a lot of myself. And so I'm not going to call myself a receptionist. How are you? I grew up in New York City.
During the 60s, I was in the Navy. And in those days, if you got involved with anything, the hippies or anything, you probably ended up on the brig on the ship. They were very strict. I had guys that in 65, I was in Charleston, South Carolina, Martin Luther King. They come back and they end up getting put on restrictions. Very, very strict. I was on nuclear something in the airships, and so we got these guys, and they had a new captain was there, or officer, Rick Overhand was sitting in a chair that had one leg short, and all this stuff, and they did all kinds of little tricks on him, and he's talking to him. Yeah, I had the CEO of Proteus, which was his first commanding officer of nuclear submarines. SEAL. Anyway, and after his freshman, anyway, he was telling telling us about the things they need to actually get to seal, and there's some amazing. But you know, it was. I kind of missed a lot of what was going on in the 60s because as a Navy, they just restricted. Or during the Kennedy thing, assassination, I was out in Central California. And I just moved there. I didn't have a TV. I didn't have anything. And I'm hearing all this stuff secondhand and everything going on. So I was so damn isolated.
Army guys. They had more brothers.
You just get so isolated.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going on. And then when you do,
Talk about something.
we get discouraged by everything. Well, you know, we don't talk about that stuff. If you do, you know, we'll put you in a break room. Do this. Or it's going to show in your evaluation. So, and the promotion will and you think it goes on and the next year. So all this information goes to the next year. So, you know, it's not getting away from it takes a long time before you get your that's the way it was.
Oh, hey, there we go. So I told Bill, I started the first guy he got to bed and
Check, check, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. 1, 2. Nothing? Check, check. 1, 2, 3. You got it? 1, 2, 3, 10-4, Eleanor. What? I'm speaking into the microphone now. That's what you want, right? Okay. I'm talking to the microphone. I really wish I was famous, but I'm not. Randy Benson is really famous. All I've ever wanted to do is be like him. And you want me to continue talking? Are you filming this crap? Because if you are, I'm in trouble. So 10-4, Eleanor, Roger Dodger. Is everything going okay over there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 25, 16. I'm talking. I don't know. Soundboard over there, maybe. Okay. Ask Don, yeah.
Check, 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 check. Check, check. So you have to eat it? That's not.
Testing, testing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really cracking up badly. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. They're going to do it anyway, but we... Testing, testing.
go slow. Watch the cords. You want to move it a little bit? You want to move it a little away from the edge, Tad? All these three are hot.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to start in 30 seconds. 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen.
There's Robert.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. So we would please take your seats. We're going to be starting here right now. How was lunch? I enjoyed that fajita. That was as good a fajita as I've ever had, so my compliments to the chef. If we could, we're going to go ahead and start right now. So we're going to ask for you, please, those of you who are talking at the tables, we've had a lot of complaints because people can't hear. So if you're back there talking at the tables, we're going to ask you to please use your inside voice so that our people who paid to be here to listen to the other speakers can hear what they have to say. So we're going to ask for you to please hold it down at the back tables. Thank you. It is now my great honor to bring up our panel. Are we missing one of them? He'll be. Okay, one of our speakers will join us online. We need to stay on track. Our panel is going to consist of Robert Groden, Gary Severson, and Dr. John Williams. We're going to be talking about LBJ's controversial mistress, Madeline Brown. How many of you have heard of Madeline Brown? How many of you have seen her videos that are on YouTube? Pretty amazing story, isn't it? So anyway, let me go ahead and give you our panel. Robert Groden, Gary Severson, and Dr. John Williams. Please give them a round, if you would, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I'm going to start, and our third panelist will join us in a few minutes. John Williams, Dr. John Williams, and I met at the University of North Dakota back in well, we could have met in '66, but for 20, 30 years we didn't know each other was there. And so we met in a conference in Minneapolis in 1999, and we started to do research together. In about 2001, we connected with Madeline Brown at a conference here in Dallas and interviewed her for 6 hours. Now, we were going to have a transcript of that 6 hours that we were going to read from end to end because we're speed readers. Not really. But we don't have the handout, and so we're going to pick excerpts out of that 6 hours that we can fit into my 20 minutes and John's 20 minutes and Robert's 20 minutes. Now it's 20 years ago. It was 10 months before she passed away that we interviewed her. And we were hopeful that we could continue to communicate with her each year that we came down here, and that obviously didn't work out. So at any rate, just to since we only have 20 minutes, I just want to personalize a little bit and mention that my connection to this goes back 55 years, 1 month, and 22 days. Now, I can't say that I really started researching it as a 16-year-old at that point, but I was there at a Kennedy speech in North Dakota. And my buddy and I had front row seats, a little further away than this front row. But the unusual thing is we had breached security that day accidentally. We went through 4 sets of doors and there was no security. And 16-year-olds, they didn't pay any attention to us anyway, but the Secret Service that did happen to be in the front rows ignored us. Well, that was September 25th, 1963, and Gerald Patrick Hemming in Dick Russell's book says that he and Oswald infiltrated an anti-Castro cell in New Orleans in August of '63. It was September 25th that the date for the assassination was discussed. And when I saw that in the late 90s in Dick Russell's book, I thought, when did I see Kennedy? Bingo, it was September 25th, 1963, so I started digging. And one thing led to another, and ended up interviewing the 90-year-old security person in charge of security at Kennedy's speech that day, September 25th, 1963. And the long and short of it is, before I get into describing our time with Madeline, was that he told me that the doors that we went through that morning at 10:30 should have been locked because he had given the keys to the Secret Service that morning at 7:30. Now, we saw a sharpshooter on the roof. Have to assume he was a sharpshooter protecting Kennedy, but sometimes I wonder. At any rate, that date was the beginning of my 55 years, 1 month and 22 days, where in the back of my mind, it never went away. You know the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind with Richard Dreyfuss, and he gets obsessed with the UFO phenomena, and he builds a pyramid, what is it, the Devil's Tower in Wyoming, builds it in his living room. With me, it's kind of the same way. I've got this object of persistence in my unconscious, let's say, about what happened to me that day. And even though I didn't start researching at 16 years old, it took another 5–10 years to start engaging as a college student in what might have happened. And then, like I said, I ran across Gerald Patrick Hemming's reference to September 25th, '63 is the day that the assassination was going to happen, except that Richard K. Snagel derailed it on September 20th when he put bullets in the ceiling in a bank in El Paso, and that was the end of that attempt. Now, if it's what I think it was, then there's not only Los Angeles, Miami, Chicago, Dallas, there's this totally invisible place called Grand Forks, North Dakota, where I had this experience. At any rate, over the years, that led me to try and find connections. And so it largely explains why I ended up sitting with Madeline Brown at 3 hours one night at the conference hotel here in Dallas, and then John and I, and then again the next morning for 3 hours. And bottom line is, when you sit with somebody that long and you have any ability to judge human character, it can come through in 6 hours. And I can honestly say that she seemed to be totally authentic. And you know, lots of critics out there, and there could be some embellishment. Everybody does that. But the bottom line is, I think that she tells a true story. Now, like I said, part of the reason I wanted to pursue her was there were people that I had run across that I thought she might know something about. So one of the first questions I asked her back in 2001 was about Jack Puterbaugh, who apparently changed the motorcade route. Now, Jack Puterbaugh lived about 10 miles from me in Minneapolis, where I've been the last 30 years. And I called him up about 2000, and I caught him on his way out for the winter to head for Texas or wherever. And I said, just let me ask you one question. Everybody knows you were in Dallas on November 22nd, 63. Yes. I said, were you in Grand Forks, North Dakota on September 25th, 2 months before the assassination? There was dead air, as they say in broadcasting. 5-10 seconds went by. Now, he finally said, yes, I was. And I thought to I let him go. He said, maybe we can talk when I come back. We never did. I didn't. I had other people talk to him. But the fact that he hesitated that long, in my mind, meant that he knew if somebody had that kind of a detail about one of hundreds of obscure trips that a president engages in, that I already knew the answer. And so he wouldn't say no because he knew that I knew he was there. So it was quite a moment for me to hear that. And I knew that Greer was driving the car the same day, September 25th, to get to the arena where I saw Kennedy give his speech. So when I asked her the question about Jack Puterbaugh's activity, she said that Jesse Kellum, who ran the radio station in Austin for LBJ, told her more than once that Jack Puterbaugh changed the route. Now, in my mind, it doesn't mean she is saying he changed the route 4 days before. It was a process that went on for a few weeks about how to engineer this. And I already knew that when JFK left North Dakota that day, September 25th, that he went on to Billings, Montana. He was on something called the Conservation Tour. And in Billings, he gave a speech. And then that night, he stayed in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. And that was the night they added Dallas to the schedule. So if the assassination had been called off because of what Richard K. Snagel did on the 20th in El Paso, then the 25th became a dry run. Now, if you look at Farewell American, and I know there's a lot of problems with that book as being legitimate, I found details there that made me think, well, there's something here that may be worth looking at. And in fact, in Farewell America, they actually quote a paragraph from the speech that I saw Kennedy give and said that the plotters were present that day. So even though the plot may have been called off, there's still casing joints to see what security does when certain things happen, like leaving open doors all over the place. Does security try to stop that, or does it just go under the radar? So anyway, I think that's my 20 minutes. Let me hand it off to John, and then we can. I'm not at 20 minutes? Okay.
You're the timekeeper.
Yeah, 20. You got 5 more minutes. Okay. So let's see here. So Jack Puterbaugh was a big part of the narrative that I've been paying attention to. And the funny thing is, he just died about a year and a half ago. And when we would interview him, we would start to ask questions, but by the time we got to his apartment in South Minneapolis, there was a guy there, whose name I can't mention, who would run interference for him. And it's a guy, a researcher, who believes LBJ did it. But he also wants to say that Oswald could have done it. But he knows the Zapruder film frame by frame like nobody I've ever seen. So he sits as a gatekeeper with Jack Puterbaugh, and if you ask him a question about what was going on in Dealey Plaza, he'll say, let him answer. It's kind of strange, you know, if he's innocent. And we've never, of course, he passed away a year and a half ago, so we will never know unless the person who was his gatekeeper, who I see quite often, eventually comes clean with what he's up to. I asked her about Mr. Currington and Paul Rothermel, who were H.L. Hunt's right-hand men. They were ex-FBI agents in charge of H.L. Hunt's security in his oil company. And I got Rothermel on the phone. He was a municipal judge here in Dallas, and I think he was in the book. I just called him up and carried on a conversation, talked to him 2-3 different times, and finally he said, you know, I don't like where this conversation is going. I was not accusing him of anything, but I was just getting into some material that seemed to be too close to his involvement. And he finally says, I don't like where this conversation is going. He says, Kennedy made too many mistakes. People in Texas made too many mistakes, and I'm taking it to my grave. I called back 6 months later. His wife said he just fell off the roof, getting leaves off the satellite dish, and broke his neck in the flower bed. Which I think, you know, makes sense that if you're 80 years old, you shouldn't be up on the roof cleaning leaves, you know? You don't have to make it into an assassination, I guess. But just, I told this story to Madeline, and she said, did he say that? That he was going to take it to the grave. And apparently she didn't know him, or she knew him because she worked close to H.L. Hunt's office, and so she saw them all the time, but apparently it was never mentioned that they felt the way they did. And I think that was about 2002 or so. In the case, I asked her if I could talk to Billy Solestis, and lots of people have talked to Billy Solestis. Robert Groden knew him quite well, apparently. I had a couple of phone conversations with him. I said, first, one of the things that I said was, is this what it looked like in Dealey Plaza? You know, the classic triangulation shooting gallery. And he seemed kind of flippant, kind of, I don't know, almost like he was ready to give that answer to anybody that asked. And it was just kind of an automatic. If I had said something else, he might have said, yeah, that's what it was. But I gave him the classic description of the crossfire, and he said, yeah, that's what happened. Well, I did a little digging into Billy Solestis, who has a pretty bad reputation for all of his financial schemes that he got put in jail for. Which, when you read the background that his wife, that his daughter provided, then the truth is someplace in the middle. And it tells me the fact that Billy Solestis was basically framed by the John Birch Society in Pecos, Texas. I believe it was Pecos, could have been Abilene. Because they were afraid he was going to get elected to the school board and integrate the local schools. And so they went after him and maneuvered him into financial transactions that got him in trouble. And, you know, he was doing creative financing, no doubt about it, but there was more to it, I discovered. And for me, it meant that if Madeline spoke highly of Billy Solestis because they knew each other quite well, then it reflects well on Madeline's veracity if Billy Solestis talked the way he did about her and vice versa. So Estes said that his book was going to be produced in France, but Jack Puterbaugh said, if you connect me to the assassination, I'll sue you for everything you've got. And so Billy Solestis said, I'm not going to put anything in the book about Jack Puterbaugh. And so these linkages between all these people are fascinating, and it becomes a 55-year, 1 month, 22-day project. And I hope I've got at least 10 more years.
These work somewhere or another. Okay, I guess it's fair to say I'm the late John Williams. No good reason for that. But one correction has to be made. In the program, it said there will be handouts here. And the handout is somewhere, but no, apparently they were ordered and they were supposed to be delivered, and there's in computerese that are in a do loop, which is to say we'll never find them. Anyway, to handle that, if I have, it's kind of interesting, I was told, I taught at a university, and they put in a little rule right when I was doing this that I would have to do my own secretarial work. So I was transcribing the transcript, and that plays in very well to the next thing. But the thing I have to tell you is, so how do you get it? It's 59 pages long, by the way. If you will give me your email address, you can either put it on a piece of paper or you can send me an email. And the email address, if you want to send it to me, is john.williams@email.und.edu. Or you can give it to me, your email. If you send me an email, that means it'll get to me and I'll have your email address. So that would be one way. And when I get it, I will forward to you. If you do it right away, I'll get it to you yet today. Except it's not going to be printed out. It's going to be as a attachment. So if you're interested, I would provide that. And then going on, as I said, I was transcribing this myself. And I can type sometimes up to 20 words a minute. And you can imagine how long it took me to type 59 pages. But I read everything. I mean, I came across one thing, and I'll read it to you, because it just blew my, I'll read it to you, here it is. Madeline she decided to say something that we didn't ask her. And, okay. Here it is. See, this is what she said. See, through the years, I've met Marina, and I've talked to Marina over and over again. And I say, Marina, tell me what you want to know. You couldn't speak English in those years. And she told me that the police came out and picked up the rifle the next day after the shooting. And I said, are you sure? She said, yeah. Now, if they picked up the rifle the next day, well, that right away blows, the idea that he had anything to do with it. There are other things that blow that as well. Anyway, as I typed that out, I thought, my God. So, this interview occurred in November. I called her in March. This is showing how fast I'm going. I asked her about it, and I went over it, and she said, yes, that's exactly what Marina said. And then actually, it was just 3 months later when Madeline died. That's one of the takeaways. By the way, at the same time, Dr. Miller was with us through the interviews. He was a roommate of hers, and at the time of the assassination, he was president of the Dallas Medical Society, and he was at the Trade Mart waiting for President Kennedy to show up. He was also H.L. Hunt's personal physician. Kind of interesting. Okay. One of the things she mentioned, as you perhaps know, probably know, she had a son with Lyndon Johnson, Stephen Mark Brown. And she was his mistress for many years, over 2 to 3 decades. While he was in Washington, his secretary became pregnant, and he was able, her name was Mary Margaret Wiley. She married Jack Valenti, and Jack became the then father of the girl. And Madeline went through and explained how you could tell it wasn't his daughter. That is to say, wasn't Valenti's daughter. Valenti's 5'4", and this girl was about 6 feet tall, and she had huge ears. And so anyway, DNA would probably be able to prove a lot if they ever got around to it. One of the things Madeline is often known for is the Murchison party. Madeline would go to a lot of parties. She was invited to that party by Mrs. Murchison, and she got there around 7:30. One of the things, there were several people there. One of the persons that she had said was there was Nixon. And Nixon, like a lot of other people, would seem to give a lot of, I was in this place and that place and that place. Well, where he was at this particular party. Now, it was a party for J. Edgar Hoover, although by the time Johnson got there, he had already left. The Murchison was there. There was several other people who were well known, and the possibility is, and we don't know for sure, that Bush might have been there as well. Bush did some strange things the next day. He went on a little tear, and I forget where he went to, but he accused somebody else of being involved in the assassination, and he was trying to essentially, this is where I'm at on November 22nd. Anyway, now Madeline did not go into the room with the men there, so she's not privy to what was said on the inside. If LBJ went in and said something in the effect that Kennedy's going to be hit tomorrow, which one might infer was what was said, and then he came out and he told Madeline those sons of bitches Kennedys will never bother me again after tomorrow. And she could infer that he must have said something about that on the inside, which is why no one on the inside after the next day would ever want to be known to have been there, because if in fact they did hear this, they were required by law to report it to the authorities. And it was too late because J. Edgar had already left. So there would be a lot of good reasons why they would deny there was such a thing, and if there was one, they weren't there. One of the things I asked her about was Morris Jaffe. Morris Jaffe, turns out there were two Morris Jaffes, at least two, one that lived in Dallas and one that lived in San Antonio. And of course the Morris Jaffe that she knew and that I knew, well, I didn't know him, but the one I was looking toward was the one who lived in San Antonio. He, among other things, he's the person that delivered, I think it was $400,000 to LBJ at the 1960 Democratic Convention to be the bribe to get LBJ to be the vice president candidate. And he did a number of other things. He seemed to do real well in money. He was in business. He started a company, I forget the name of it, but that company, his partner in that started what became known as Costco. You might have heard of that. And that when Sam Walton wanted to know how to go about running one of these kinds of things, he looked up Morris Jaffe. So there's a couple of names you might have heard about. Actually, Madeline wrote two books. One was Texas in the Morning, which was about her relationship with LBJ. And I asked her some questions about what was in that. One of the things, actually, I kept asking her about Jaffe, and she said, you know, you're the first person ever to ask me about Jaffe. And I thought, well, okay, here I am. But in her book, she mentions that one of the girls that her son had dated was working in San Antonio, and she and her sister, I think, or the two girls anyway, had taken $500,000 out of a bank because they assumed it was going to go bankrupt. And they got on an airplane to go, they were going to Hunt's place in Mexico. And the plane crashed, burned, and the plane, there was, if the money was on the plane, it burned. If the money wasn't on the plane, it's even more interesting. And nothing was ever decided about that. She also wrote with Constance Krederberg or something like that. Kritzberg, yeah. Dallas did it. And very interesting, and it's not duplicative too much of what is in Texas in the Morning, but it tells us even a lot more about Madeline. I did not know that both of her parents had diabetes, and she and her three siblings all had diabetes. And in fact, in 1989, I think, she was still caring for her sister, who was unable to even really get out of bed anymore. And then, of course, her sister died. So, I guess we'll have time for questions later, but maybe we've brought something that you want to ask us questions about. And then we're going to go to someone that actually knows other things about her. Anything at this point? Yes. It's actually in her book.
The question was, what did Lyndon Johnson tell Madeline Brown on the morning of the JFK assassination?
I don't have the book here with me, but I could paraphrase. She's said something to the effect, I've got to go listen to those bastard Kennedys again for the last time. Not so good.
Not so good. I had read somewhere that he was happy because he knew he was going to be president.
I think, though, fear came over him because at the time of the assassination, he was on the floor of the car he was in. And his Secret Service agent was laying on top of him. And he had a walkie-talkie to his ears. Now this is, anything else? Yes.
John, in Madeline's book, she talks about meeting LBJ on New Year's Eve, 12/31/63 at the Austin's Driscoll Hotel. And she asked him who was involved in the JFK assassination. What did he tell her?
At that particular time, I know she said, or he said to her, the 8-something and the oil company, oil people in Texas. But I don't know that he said that at that time.
Well, I was setting up the question for you. In the book, he tells Madeline the fat cats was a rich people in Dallas and intelligence bastards were behind the JFK assassination. And I bring that up, sorry to be talking so loud, because it is a fact that Lyndon Johnson kept a room on permanent retainer at the Driscoll Hotel. It's room 434. It's on the top floor on the south side. It's called the governor's room today. I've been there many times. And it's also a fact that Lyndon Johnson was, in fact, at the Driscoll Hotel on New Year's Eve of 12/31/63, according to his presidential diary and according to contemporary press reports. So he was at the Driscoll that night.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether he said that or not, talk to Madeline.
Yeah, well, as I know that it might have been later too when he said there's some group of people in oil, 8-something.
Suite 8F.
Okay, that's it.
It's a hotel suite down in the Rice Hotel in Houston where all the super rich of Texas would play poker and do politics.
Yeah.
And business.
Yep. So he just referred to it as 8F. Yeah. But it's kind of funny. I don't know, I don't know that you even want to get into LBJ's mind, but he was able to rationalize whatever happened. And he still had, well, he decided to, at least originally, to be as good a president as he could be. And he went about making sure that JFK's policies that he would propose got enacted. And then he continued, and what it eventually became called the Great Society, which is still not, he did a lot of good things, he did a lot of bad things. And but that's another story. Okay, go ahead, Ed.
Well, not getting into any of the political issues that have just been brought up, which are fascinating. I knew Madeline for over 20 years. She and I were friends, and met for lunch and dinner several times at the Top of the Cliff restaurant in Oak Cliff, and spent a lot of time at her house at various get-togethers that she had. She really enjoyed doing that. I guess my purpose for being up here is the fact that I knew her, and that through her at actually more than one of these parties, I met Billy Saul Estes. And Billy, of course, was a close friend of Johnson, took the fall for Johnson, went to jail for him. And so it was my opinion he made a lot of money for doing that. But we would talk very openly, and he said that I was very, very close to the actual story when I wrote High Treason. And he said, someday I'll tell you the whole story so I can answer all the questions. I said, well, anytime you're ready to talk, I'm ready to listen. And fortunately, we never did get a chance to resolve that issue. But Madeline was a sweet lady. I always trusted her, what she said. A lot of people questioned about the party at the Murchison House. I believe every word of it. If you want to see what she had to say about that, if you haven't seen it already, the last three parts of The Men Who Killed Kennedy, parts 7, 8, and 9, in the one, the guilty men, she talks about the party and Johnson and like that. I recommend that you see that if you get the chance to do it, if you can find it. I think it's on the internet from time to time.
See me. If they're interested in the guilty men, see me.
Okay, see him. Anyway, what these two gentlemen are saying is probably a great deal more interesting than what I have to say. What I have to say is just a personal relationship with her. She, toward the end of her life, she was the roommate of Dr. Jerry Miller, the man who diagnosed Jack Ruby with cancer. And Dr. Miller was severely losing his eyesight in the last several years of his life. And, but he was a very, very nice guy, and the two of them got along very, very well, and they were companions to each other for several years. And eventually she moved into his apartment when she gave up her house in Oak Cliff. I would like to have gotten more information from her with what she knew. I believe completely that Lyndon Johnson was in fact the father of her son, Stephen. I spoke to Stephen just before he died. He was in the hospital, and he sounded very, very definite about the fact that Johnson was his father, and they looked a lot alike. Anyway, I think that that's pretty much what I'd have to add. I don't know how much time is left, but if you have any more questions, by all means, please do ask.
We've got about half an hour for questions.
Half an hour?
You better have lots of questions then.
Okay.
Want me to add to this?
Sure.
Yes.
Before Ed does that, just a few other things that you might be interested in. Again, what motivated me, as I said, was having that experience as a 16-year-old accidentally going through security. About 2010, I interviewed the man that was in charge of security that day. He was the mediator between the White House and the University of North Dakota. He was a journalist University his pass to escort JFK into the arena from outside Kennedy's helicopter landed only about a block away, and they actually got in a car and drove that block. And the president of the university, George Starcher, had to escort him in. So the guy who was in charge of security, John Penn, Dr. John Penn, a journalism professor, scurried about, got his credentials, got him in. Well, like I said, in the early 2000s, when they did this story on the 45th anniversary, I called him up. He lived about 2 blocks from my mother, right on the edge of campus, and I said, could we meet? I want to tell you a story. So we go to Ramada Inn, and I tell him that my buddy and I went through those 4 doors. And he said, well, maybe the custodians forgot to lock the doors. And third, fourth time we met, he says, those doors should have been locked at 10:30 when you went through, and I may have already mentioned that, but at any rate, the last time we met, he says, let's meet at my apartment. And I knocked on the door, and he opens it, and there's 2 dining room chairs sitting next to the door. And he says, sit down. Now, he's 90 years old at this point. He's left North Dakota for Oregon. He's come back. He could have been dead. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. As I sit down, he sits down next to me, looks me in the eye, and says, you don't think I was involved, do you? And, you know, I'm not an investigative reporter. I didn't know the best response. I just said, well, no, of course not, Dr. Penn. But he wouldn't talk after that. If I started to talk about Kennedy, it was as though he didn't hear me. Now, to flesh out the milieu that was going on there, my next door neighbor, my best friend's father, was the state petroleum engineer, and he was like this with H.L. Hunt. H.L. Hunt would come to North Dakota to drill, to lease land, but he had to do paperwork to start drilling. And my next door neighbor said that he'd be in Bismarck in a hotel with H.L. Hunt trying to get paperwork done, and he couldn't get him to focus because this is 1960, 61. All he wanted to do was talk about killing Kennedy. And he'd leave the room to go back to his room, and he'd finally give up as far as trying to get Hunt to do paperwork. And Hunt would still be ranting about killing Kennedy as he went down the hallway to his own room. Hunt's brothers, or sons, Bunker and the other, would show up at the University of North Dakota Geology Department, which was profiled as all professors to the right of Attila the Hun. They were in bed with the oil companies in North Dakota and Texas, wherever. And this meeting place was across the street from the arena that I accidentally breached security in September 25th, 63. So there's a lot of background here. My friend would go to Dallas and have, my next door neighbor would go to Dallas, have dinner with Hunt. My next door neighbor was a member of the John Birch Society, as was Hunt, as was a huge number of very wealthy farmers in the River Valley, North Dakota. And so it's not beyond the possibility that Gerald Patrick Hemming, in fact, was correct about something happening on September 25, 6, 7, 1963. He, like I said earlier, felt that he was being framed when he was about to chase Oswald to Mexico City to assassinate him for the Russians. He was a double agent. And he blew the cover of that plot, and so they had now go to Plan B, which would be Chicago and eventually Dallas. So again, there's things that go on and right under one's nose that surface if you're paying attention, I guess, or if you're in the right place what's it all about? And he's asking me, 2021. And then he said, LBJ did it. Now this is 67. Now he was ostensibly close enough to H.L. Hunt to know where the funding for the assassination was coming from.
Who said that? Who said LBJ did it?
This was my next door neighbor, the state petroleum engineer in North Dakota. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to ask something. You said H.L. Hunt was a member of the John Birch Society. Does anyone know, was that started by Welch? And wasn't Welch originally from Boston and from Brooklyn?
Right.
Am I wrong?
Right. John Birch was the Korean.
I know who he was, but I was wondering, the guy who originally started it was from Brooklyn, Massachusetts.
Right, right. And I knew a lot of these Birchers in North Dakota, very wealthy farmers that farmed sections of land and were just rabidly anti-Kennedy.
Do you think there's any kind of funding, besides the oil man, do you think there was any kind of funding from the Birch Society?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Ed. I don't know that.
Well, when Jim Garrison began, he was looking at the radical right. He was looking at oilmen and Nazis. And then he reversed course and went after the CIA. And that original source and material is something that should have been pursued. I wasn't prepared to talk about this, and I'm going to talk about a lot of things just off memory here. But I can assure you of one thing, like, for example, the people that say that Garrison was looking into Guy Bannister in New Orleans, and it was this whole CIA Bannister business. Well, he was friends with Hoover. He was FBI, but he was a Minuteman. He was involved with the White Citizens Council and the Ku Klux Klan and the Congress of Freedom Incorporated, who were threatening to kill people in April. I have the documents. And Bannister and Ferry was a Minuteman. And they're friends with Miltier, and if you know the Miltier story, and I was friends with the FBI agent Don Adams, and his book is in the back there that Trine Day is selling. And what I'm getting at is here, it might be guilt by association, but there's a whole bevy of white nationalist Nazis. Garrison even had a file that stated that Tippit was an American Nazi thing. George Lincoln Rockwell and Dan Burroughs of the American Nazi Party are in Oswald's address book. And there's all kinds of links to General Walker. So the way I try to put this is, where there is smoke, there is not necessarily fire, but most firemen will tell you, in a fire, most people die of smoke inhalation. You better pay attention to the smoke. Now, some of these things might not pan out, but who knows? Yeah. Oh, let me throw one more thing before I forget it. Okay.
About 3 months before the assassination, I was taken to a meeting, a secret meeting, in Brookline, in Boston, and the guys there were extremely far right, and they hated us, so I attended it. And I stood up and defended them. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Close.
Like this? Okay. Well, 3 months before the assassination, I was taken to a meeting in Brookline, Massachusetts. And the people there, not very many, I think it was just the beginning, I don't think it arrived yet. Well, 3 other guys. And they were very, very far right, and they hated Castro. And they were cursing Kennedy, and it was just, the language was terrible. And I'm a young 19-year-old idealist. Stood up and started defending them for at least caring about the poor. And I got dragged out of there at 1,000 miles an hour. And anyway.
And the one thing I wanted to mention, and again, it's, I'm doing it from memory, but I knew Earl Ruby. And Earl says, his brother was alone, and Oswald was alone, and I would debate him about it. He even wanted to write a book with me. And I said, well, now why would I want to write a book saying your brother was alone?
And I caught him in lies, and when I confronted him about them, he dropped me like a hot potato. But Earl Ruby had links to Welch and the John Birch Society, okay? So it's pervasive, and it hasn't been pursued enough. Anyway, that was it. Now to get back to the Madeline Brown story. Years ago, Madeline Brown, when she came out, she was on one of those magazine shows, and she was walking down Dealey Plaza with Jim Mars, and they were arm in arm. And then she told her little story about the party and that. And I've known Jim Mars. I was a friend of Jim Mars for 40 years, and I immediately called Jim, and I says, "Who's this woman?" You know, I said, "I got to talk to her," because it was right in line with my thinking. And I finally got a hold of her. And at some point she says, "I've got a manuscript, and I'd like to get it published, and I'd like to clean it up." And I said, what you need an English teacher who's a Kennedy assassination researcher. And she was a procrastinator, and she finally sent it to me. And she was a pretty good writer, but there were, you know, a number of things that had to be cleaned up. And then I'd read a chapter, and I go, "Well, something's missing here." And she'd go, "Oh," and then she'd send me something, and you know, I edited the whole thing. And one of the teachers at the school was a master typist. I'm like you with the 20 words. In fact, I'm a one-fingered man. And I got a 1,369-page manuscript, one finger. That outdoes you. At any rate, one of the teachers in the school taught business and computers and that, and she typed the whole thing up when it was, you know, because I was using, it was paper, you know, with some type, some paper, and she typed up the whole thing and put it on a disc. I didn't even know what the hell a disc was. And, you know, and it was finally finally published. Madeline considered me her adopted Yankee son. The official quote was something, there was swears in it, but the key line was, "The Kennedys will never embarrass me again." That's the quote. There's a bunch of F-bombs in there and other things he said. But that was it. But the one thing I can't really go into is this rifle comment, because there'll be controversy about that. But Madeline, by the time these gentlemen are interviewing her, was getting ill, and her mind was slipping, and she was as sharp as a knife the years that I knew her. And there's an interview on YouTube with a guy named Galen Ross, and he's throwing names at, well, this guy was at the party, right? And she's not saying, yes, he was at the party. She's reminiscing about the particular people. Oh, that guy. And she'd tell, well, she wasn't saying, yes, I saw him there. And so he was making it look like she was saying that those people were there. And she actually, I'll give you an example. She said, I haven't looked at it in ages, but she was talking about the fact that she was brought up to Maine to meet with the manager, the former manager of the Del Charo Hotel, and the Del Charo Hotel is a central figure in the guilty men that Robert made reference to. See me later if you're interested in that. And the point was, she said, now I know she couldn't remember something. I don't know if she couldn't remember the manager's name, Alan Whitwer, whom I knew for 6 years, or she couldn't name the Del Charo. One of the two she couldn't remember. And she said, an FBI agent took me up there. And I'm going, what? I took you up there? You know, I'm looking at the video going, why the hell would an FBI agent take her to the manager of the Del Charo Hotel? Two conspiratorial witnesses. No way. And like, where was her mind? And obviously she was ill. She wasn't the same person that I knew. And then in another story, she said, she gave a name, or gave a source, and said, someone told me that my nanny was murdered, or that Lyndon Johnson got rid of her. Now, in her book, she talks about the fact she was, boinking Johnson in his mad passion embrace, and then Nanny came in and saw them together. And he said, she's got to go. And she said, no, she should trust her. She's been with me for years. And within days, she was gone. That's the basic story. And I got a phone call in the middle of the night. And it was a guy who said, I'm friends with Billy Celestes. He called me like 1 in the morning. And he says to me, he said, you know why I'm calling you? And I said, no, I don't even know who the hell you are. He said, there's a master researcher directory, and in it people give their names and addresses, and they write down what they think they know about and what they'd be more interested in knowing about. And he said, you're the only one in that researcher directory who wants to know more about Billy Celestes. And I said, well, I know Billy Celestes. And he said, well, did you know, and he got around to it, he said, did you know that Lyndon Johnson had the nanny murdered? I said, well, it wouldn't surprise me, given what I know. Well, you know, something like that. You know, I'm doing this from memory here, so don't literally. Jesus, Robert, the nanny. That was what the guy was saying. You know. Any rate, and I told Madeline that, and she said, I hadn't thought of that. Well, I think she should have thought of it. You know, like woman disappears, but she named some source, and I'm the one who told her that. So you get the idea. There's two things here where she was off. And to show you an example of how sharp we was, when she was, two things, quick. I wrote to the LBJ library and asked for anything about Madeline Brown and that, and I got 2 letters in the mail. And there was a letter from Madeline Brown to the President of the United States, I think it was like February of '64, and it was, I have 2 sons, they would love to have a picture of you, an autographed picture of you. And Lyndon Johnson said, well, since you have 2 sons, in the letter back, it was from Lyndon to Madeline, and it was like, Dear Madeline, as I recall. It wasn't Dear Mrs. Brown or anything. It was very informal. And it said, I'm sending you 2 pictures autographed so that you won't have a fight with the 2 boys. And what struck me, and again, I'm doing this off the top of my head, but one of the letter from her to him was like February 2nd, 1964. And the return letter back was like February 4th. Now, I know the post office ponies are a lot slower today, but that's damn fast, especially coming from the President of the United States. And I thought that was significant. And when I told her about that, she said, well, I have those letters there. I said, yes, but mine have the LBJ library stamp on it. They're official. And she said, oh, I hadn't thought of that. And it was like, they could say, oh, you made those up, Madeline, you're a lying scumbag, you know, that kind of thing. And on another occasion, I wrote for other things from the LBJ library, and it was this, some politician who was trying to get his son out of being drafted, going to the Vietnam War. And he wrote to Lyndon Johnson, can you help me out here? Can you get my kid out of hot water? And whoever was the spokesman for Johnson's library wrote back, you know, what will be, or something. You know, in other words, they weren't going to do anything special, especially not publicly, at any rate. And I told Madeline about these letters. I said, they're pretty interesting. She said, oh, that's Sammy Nelson. And I went back to the correspondence. It was Sammy Nelson. And she knew the names, you know, sharp as can be. So I'm concerned about the rifle thing. I don't know what the truth is. I'm friends with Marina. I'm one of the few people she will talk to. But, you know, there might be something that will be attributed to Marina or to Madeline, and it might be one of the examples of something that old in age and ill might be a slip. I'm just throwing that out. I'm speculating. That's all there is to it. I'll talk about the thing here. George H.W. Bush contacted the FBI and said, on the day President Kennedy was killed, and said a man named James Milton Parrott threatened to kill the President of the United States. The FBI went to Houston, checked this James Milton Parrott out, and cleared him. When George is Vice President of the United States, there were a few articles in the newspaper, and somebody got a hold of the documents on it. And they confronted a spokesman for Vice President Bush, and they said, George doesn't recall making the call. The Vice President of the United States does not remember calling the FBI about a threat to kill the president on the day the president was killed. Please, please. And then I found out later that this James Milton Parrott was some kind of low-level Republican guy, okay? And that after all this happened, Parrott and Bush used to send each other Christmas cards. The whole thing's a scam. The whole thing's a scam. Okay? And it makes little George very, very suspicious. He's guilty for more than just honking women. Okay? Yep. Okay, and let's see, there's one other thing I wanted to throw out just quickly. There are a number of people who have supported the concept that Valenti's daughter is Lyndon Johnson's daughter, including a gynecologist whom I dealt with personally and his wife. They worked for the Johnson White House, and Johnson used to say to them, Johnson used to say about his secretary, she used to say it, Mary Margaret Wiley used to say to them, that bugger's going to get me pregnant, about Lyndon. And I mean, that's firsthand, you know, talking to people who knew the situation. So I don't think there's much doubt about that. Robert?
Did you hear the question, Robert? Robert, did you hear the question?
Yeah. I believe he wanted to know about Geraldine Reed. Yeah. There were 3 people with the name Reed working at the Texas, the School Book Depository. One was R-E-E-D, the other 2 were R-E-I-D. Geraldine Reed was one of the 2 R-E-I-Ds. There was also another one. Geraldine Reed, I interviewed her back in 1970, and she told me a story which I believe completely, that she was sitting in the office on the 2nd floor, and about a minute before the actual shooting, Oswald walked in and asked for change of a dollar bill for the Coca-Cola machine. Back then, the machines didn't make change for bills, they do now. But he said to her something that was kind of interesting, and that was, he didn't want any pennies. He wanted nickels, dimes, and quarters only. A lot of people don't like pennies because they take up a lot of room and they make a lot of noise and they're heavy. I didn't realize what was going on with the penny situation. Oswald was a Southerner. He didn't like things with the image of Abraham Lincoln on it. He later found out that he didn't want $5 bills in his pay either. Anyway, as she's counting out the change into his hands, the shots went off. She would have been his eyewitness that he could not have done it. She testified to the Warren Commission. They told her to keep her mouth shut. You can go through all 26 volumes and the report without finding a mention of her at all, except in the testimony of somebody else who mentions her. When the Warren Commission published Mrs. Reed's testimony, Mrs. Robert Reed, Mrs. R.A. Reed, it was the other Reed, not her. The one that they published was standing on the doorway of the depository, whereas Geraldine was on the 2nd floor. When she told me the story, she pleaded with me Robert E. Lee Oswald. So, no, I don't think that there's anything negative about Lee, but once again, that's what I was told. So, anyway, you can check. I'm trying to remember the name of the other lady who was questioned in the Warren volumes, where she said that Lee did not like $5 bills. Anyway.
So, if I counted correctly, both Robert Oswald and Lee Oswald were named after Robert E. Lee. You said?
As I understand it, yeah.
We've got 1 minute.
We got 1 minute left. Somebody had their hand up a second ago? Oh, my.
You mentioned the Dr. Miller and that he had diagnosed cancer in Jack Ruby. Did he say more about that? Was it a fast-acting cancer that seemed abnormal?
He did not mention that. He mentioned the fact that he was the one who was called in to test Ruby when Ruby was sick, and that he's the one who diagnosed that it was cancer. He didn't describe what kind it was or the test going about. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. Robert Golden, Jerry Pemberton, Dr. John. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a break now. If you would, go ahead and use the restroom, get some water, buy some books, and we'll be here at about 3 o'clock and bring up Larry Rivera.
Mr. Williams, I don't think it was you, but there's a researcher whose name I can't recollect, who heavily researched the Robert D. Morrow story, first-hand knowledge. Does that ring a bell with you, who that might have been, or?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll come across it somehow.
I read Morrow's work,
right.
but I never did any critiques of it.
Okay. Are you receptive to it? I am.
I think what he had to say was interesting, particularly about the people going from, say, Florida to Texas and shoot Kennedy.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get your email address. Could you give me again? John.Williams.
Okay. John.Williams.
Yes.
At email. Dot UND. Dot edu.
Dot edu. So John Williams at email.und.edu.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good, wasn't it? Her son, Lyndon Bridget, was born in July of '63. Linda, the Lindsay, was born in the JFK assassination. She had already been married to Jack LaVoy in June of '62.
I have read that. Thank you.
You know about the daughters, I know about the sons. I just want to get your email straight. Is it UND or UND?
UN. University of North Dakota.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in a copy of that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Send me an email, and it'll be very easy for me to reply back with that on. Actually, I'll have to take your email address and forward it to you.
Okay. I appreciate it, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Testing. Okay, let me put it on the stand. I think that'll be better. That might fall, and it's not going to be close enough. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please take your seat. We're going to start in 1 minute. Please take your seats. We'll start with Larry Rivera in 1 minute. Thank you. You have to do what? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds, please take your seats. Please take your seats. We're going to start in 30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and begin now. Please take your seats. Please end your conversations. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Larry Rivera. Larry Rivera is a researcher and an author who is doing amazing work, and in my opinion, some of the most important work that's been released recently in the nation community about work on the Altgen 6 photo that showed that Lee Harvey Oswald was on the first floor, not the 6th floor. If you haven't seen it, you really need to see it because it's amazing work. And in my opinion, if he's not on the 6th floor and he is on the 1st floor, he couldn't have done what he was accused to be. So I think this is really important work that Larry's been doing. Today, Larry's going to be doing work where he's going to show details in the display of the Jim Garrison Altgen 6 duplicate. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Larry Rivera.
Thank you. This is a very brief presentation. Judith asked me to talk about the Altgen 6 photograph. In 2016, I did the presentation on the man in the doorway. And many years ago, Richard Sprague, one of the original researchers who specialized in photography, predicted, he had a journal called Computers in Automation. And he predicted many years ago that computers and digital imaging would eventually solve the JFK assassination. Now, what we have here is What we have here is a version of the Altgen 6 photograph that Karen Walk has provided Judith, and it was used by Jim Garrison in the Clay Shaw trial in the late 60s. And this is probably the first time that has ever been shown outside of the trial. And if you look closely, there are many different versions of the Altgen 6 photograph that are being circulated on the internet. I'm just going to briefly, I only have 9 slides here. This is going to be very brief. It's only 15 minutes. And for example, if you look on the left, in comparison of what I have here up on the screen, you have more detail. There's more information. There are more people present in the photograph. My right, your left. And also, on December the 14th, 1963, the Saturday Evening Post published a version of the Altgen 6 photograph, which I'm going to show here in a minute, which is not the same as this. It was cropped. It was cropped on the upper portion. And I'm going to show you why it was cropped. And on this version of the Alchins, I'm going to point here. See if this works. Yeah, in this area that I'm pointing, you can, in this version of the Alchin 6 photograph, you can see what's going on, okay? And but in the Saturday Evening Post version, you do not see this portion up here. It's been cropped on the horizontal right here. And here, in this version, it's been cropped in the vertical, okay? But both of those components are present in this one right here. Okay, later on, if you want to come up and examine it on your own. Now, the next slide, this is the actual Saturday Evening Post version from my own copy of the magazine that I ordered. And if I go back and forth, you'll see that they're not the same. Okay, you see what I mean? The top has been cropped, but the left portion here shows what the other one does not show. And when we zoom into this area, here's an actual overlay of one onto the other, okay? And when we zoom into that area, this is what we find. We see that these two women have been airbrushed here. The outline here, the blue outline, shows indications of airbrushing, okay? And what's actually happening here is that this woman has a camera up to her face. She's actually recording the motorcade. And she's pointing it in a very specific direction. This other woman also appears to have a camera. And I'm going to show you the same area, but from the perspective of the Zapruder film, right here. As you can see, this is the exact same area, but from the Zapruder perspective. And you can see that there's nothing blocking the faces of these women. But here, there is. Okay, this is the reason why this portion of the Alchin 6 photograph has been cropped out. Now, what is she actually pointing her camera at? It would appear that she is pointing her camera at the LBJ limo right here. Okay, that's what the red arrow is indicating. Later on, we did 3D imaging models of the motorcade with Blender, and we positioned the woman and the LBJ limo, and it confirmed that that's exactly where that camera is being pointed at. Now, other indications on the of the Alchin 6 photograph of obvious obfuscation happen to be the windshield. Okay. I've color-coded different areas here of the windshield. Okay, the blue or the turquoise, it shows the normal tint of the windshield. And then you have the purple, where you can see that it's been retouched. And the green in the area of the driver, Will Greer, which has also been retouched. If you compare with the backup limo, the Queen Mary, where the Secret Service agents were riding, you can see that there is quite a distinct difference between one and the other. Okay? As you can see, the tint is uniform and not in the JFK limo, the Continental. Now, this is the Alchins 4. Okay, no, I'm sorry, the Alchins 5. Okay, and in this area, the fire escape, you see this gentleman up here, African American, he's sitting there, and he's calmly sitting here watching the motorcade. And there's nothing obstructing the view of his body here. But when we look at the Alchin 6 photograph, this is the area that's been cropped out. Okay, this is in the Alchins 5. As you can see, there's nothing blocking the view here, okay, of his lower body. But in the Alchin 6, you have this artifact here that's blocking. Now, apparently, since there have been a lot of different theories of where the shooting occurred from, and some believe that it came from the second floor of the Daltex building, and that's exactly where he was positioned. And he might have been reacting to gunfire there. That's why he seems to be in distress. Now, this witness never came forward. If you read Harold Weisberg's book, Photographic Whitewash, he dedicates a portion of the book to this witness who never came forward. They never found him. He never said, he was never able to say what he saw, what he heard, which also is the case with just about all of the African American witnesses that were lining Elm Street on the north curb of Elm Street. You see a lot of them there, and we've never heard from any witness coming forward to tell us what they saw or heard. And that's it. It's just a few short. Now, this is the Altgen 6 photograph that Judith has provided. And if anybody wants to come and look at it, you're more than welcome. And that's it for now.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Larry Rivera. Looks like we have a couple questions. We do have a couple minutes. Larry, would you be willing to entertain some questions?
Sure. Sit. Yeah. I'll just hold this up. I know you. Nice to see you.
Because of my work on this photograph and your work on this photograph, I wanted to raise something about the child that is supposedly standing on a belt. There is a woman supposedly holding a child in the crowd.
Yeah.
And I wanted to remark it's another area of doctrine, because though children stand, this child is perfectly balanced as though it's
right here.
standing in, yeah, it's right about there, is standing just kind of, you know, with a regular balance. It's obvious to me as someone who's worked in photography and so on, that was put in there. There are several figures there that seem to be covering whatever other figures were there, other witnesses, because a child doesn't just sort of, you know, stand in the middle of the air in front of a parent. So what they've done is they basically put a figure in, looking, and they're looking actually profile. They're not looking at the motorcade. So it must be covering something else up. There's a number of figures in there, so I just wanted to raise that.
Well, yes. Some researchers have talked about that. However, if you look at the Hughes film, they are in one of the frames there where you can see both the woman and child and the fedora man. And we've also done models using Blender, and they seem to be in the correct position to be there.
But I believe it was a cover. They used either another child as a model. They were covering the actual identities. Do you understand what I mean?
Well, it's and I believe Mr. Grodin has written about the foreshortening of involved in the photograph, where you have different perspectives, and it seems like they're closer to one another, when in reality, due to the equipment, the film, you know, the telephoto setting and everything, you know, focus, they seem to be, you know, closer to one another. But when you use, which the way that we have done it, we've used the Altgen 6 photograph and Zapruder frame 255 as reference images to create a 3D model of Dealey Plaza, and they seem to be in the correct position. Now, anything is possible, Claire.
It was the balance of the child. I think it was a
Mm-hmm.
who the real child was?
Well, I have my own. I have my own idea about who that could have been. Yeah, and there was a witness by the name of Peggy Hawkins, who was there with her child John, and they seemed to be in the correct position according to her FBI interview. Okay, she was never brought before the Warren Commission, by the way.
We got time for one more question.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Just as a matter of clarity, you said that Richard Sprague had people in pursuit of truth. Actually, it was Edmund C. Berkeley. And I worked a lot with him, and he and Sprague produced some really massively good stuff. So if anybody can get their hands on people in pursuit of truth, it would be a good treat.
Well, originally he was one of the researchers that accumulated a lot of the photographs of the assassination. A lot of researchers went to him, you know, for photographs for their own books and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Thank you, Larry Rivera.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give him another round of applause. Larry Rivera. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take just a quick 5-minute break. We're going to reset the stage, bring up our next speaker, Jim Botello.
Okay.
I'm
going to
next.
just start.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please take your seat, we're going to go ahead and begin in 30 seconds. If you would please take your seats, we're going to begin in 30 seconds with Jim Botello. Testing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Jim Botello. Now, many of you have heard of him, many of you have not heard of him. Jim Botello was Lee Harvey Oswald's roommate in the Marines. I had the honor and the pleasure of picking him up at the airport 2 years ago. And he's a very humble gentleman. When we were driving back to the conference, he said, I don't know what I have to add to the conference. I'm not a speaker. But I said, just share what you know. And that's one of the things that I love about this man. He's very humble, but he knew the man. He knew the character of this man. We'll go ahead and have him share his story, his remembrances about Lee Harvey Oswald. Jim Botello. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Lee Harvey Oswald and I roomed together for a few months in Southern California at Tustin Marine Corps base. We were radar operators. We both learned this trade at a school in Biloxi, Mississippi, Air Force Base. He, however, we didn't attend the class at the same time. He attended before me and then was transferred to Japan, where he worked at a base there that housed the U-2 plane. And that's pretty much how he became a spy. Well, Lee Harvey Oswald and I roomed together. We became close friends, and I went to pretty much specify his attributes. He was a great person, tremendous integrity. And here are some of the qualities that I wrote down about him. He was introverted, lonely, independent, secretive, very secretive. He is private and at times he was contradictory and arrogant, especially if someone insulted him, he would come back with an arrogant response. But he was humble and kind. And again, he had great integrity. He was not callous or violent. He was considerate I would take him home with me on occasion. I lived in Central California. We were stationed in Tustin, California. If you know where that is, down by Santa Ana. Give you a little bit more in realization of the location in the state of California in Orange County. He didn't drive back then. He was a very clean person. And we walked around, and there were Marine officers approaching from the opposite direction. We would salute, and if they were second lieutenants or under, he would follow the salute with one finger. The rest of the finger fell down apparently. I don't know. And during the time we were living together, he was learning the Russian language. So we started calling him Volskovich and talked da for yes and yet for no and various other slang words that the Russians used. Interestingly though, because of this particular fact, not very many of the fellows in the squadron really cared for him and liked the way he was acting, so they would treat him very callously. And one of the fellows that was in our squadron that did the same thing was Kerry Thornley. I understand some of you know of him. He lived somewhere in this area, and he's frankly a jerk. I didn't like the guy either. Nor did Oswald. Oswald and I and a couple of the other fellows in the outfit played chess after he was sent to Russia. This was during the Cold War period. I don't know, a lot of you are a lot younger than I am and don't remember too much of the Cold War period, but it was hard to leave the country and go over to that side of the world. You had to have special qualities and permission from the government to be able to do it. He at that time, I'm sure, was working for the CIA. Some of the information that I read in the Warren Report showed a couple of places where pay stubs were issued to him by the CIA and the FBI, which they've tried to conceal as much as possible, as many of you are well aware. We enjoyed, in the morning, playing classical music, which is a little bit unusual for the Marine Corps, and especially when we lived in Quonset hut. The Quonset hut was divided into, each side had 3 rooms. He and I shared one room, and there were Quonset huts near and so forth. Right next to us was another Quonset hut, of course, and the Marines in that hut would play country music, and there would be a battle between them and us as to who could play their home recorder louder. And so we would play classical music, and they'd play country music. Together they didn't sound well at all, I can assure you. Oswald had a subscription to the Russian language. It came from someplace in that area, I'm not certain where it came from, and he was trying to learn the Russian language through what was on the Russian newspaper. And eventually, from what I understand, he did pretty well. Someone in New Orleans, Mr. Bates, told the FBI that Oswald was a dangerous man. But he didn't know Oswald, and Oswald was not a dangerous man. He was very loving and as I say, a very considerate person. He didn't like to hurt anyone. He didn't like anyone to hurt him. In fact, a friend of mine at one time in our outfit, Oswald was confronted by this guy that didn't like him, and he was beating Oswald up, and this friend of mine, also in the outfit that shared the same side of the our Quonset Beezer Roussel, he's from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and he saw the fight taking place, and this fellow was beating Lee up. He went over and beat that guy up. He never bothered Oswald again. Oswald was very bright, very studious, and very committed to his studying of the Russian language and to whatever he wanted to learn. Well, we were radar operators and controllers of intercepts and so forth. And Oswald, because of his Marxist qualities, supposedly, was criticized, and his right to work in the operations hut was taken away. We all had special clearances. Secret was not uncommon, but supposedly Oswald's secret clearance was removed, and he was sent to do secretarial work in our company headquarters, or squadron headquarters. Our squadrons consist of a motor pool, consisted of a radar outfit, a radar company, a radio company, and the technicians that operated, that repaired our equipment. And Oswald was sent to work in the company office. And I found that very interesting because the company office contained top secret material on different aircraft and different other facilities, radar frequencies and so forth. And his clearance was supposedly taken away, his secret clearance. But come to find out later, he ended up with the clearance of crypto. I don't know if many of you know what that is, but apparently it's close to top secret. And so this is one of the things I believe that allowed him to be transferred to Russia and returned back here as a spy in the United States and utilized by the FBI and CIA in this supposed assassination attempt that he is being accused of. From what I understand, back in 1960, when he was in Russia, he was seen by Francis Gary Powers. Some suspect that he was instrumental in having Francis Gary Powers shot down. That's a possibility. Because the Russians really, at that time, didn't have the technology to shoot the U-2 plane down as they flew way up about 80,000 feet. And Powers said, for some reason or another, he was ordered down to 40,000 feet, which was near the limit of the Russians' ability at the time to knock down an aircraft, but 45,000 feet. So they suspect that Powers was ordered down, and Lee probably showed the Russians how to shoot him down for some reason or another. Why, I can't even comprehend. But our government does strange things, as we are all aware. The reason why we're here today. Now, unfortunately, our government situation, I don't believe, is improving a whole lot. A lot of people believe the Warren report. Supposedly, Warren was a man with a great integrity, but I feel that the situation proved otherwise. The General Counsel for the Warren Commission received a telephone call from Texas. The caller was Mr. Wagner Carr, the Attorney General of Texas. He related that the FBI had an undercover agent, and that agent was none other than Lee Harvey Oswald. Mr. Rankin reported this information to the Commission, which decided that should be absolutely, there should be no publicity. Rankin mentioned that Oswald was heard starting in September 1962 and assigned as an undercover agent number 179 and to be paid $200 a month. The Commission felt its responsibility to maintain public confidence in the American institution. So the confidence is overshadowed the mandate to secure the report of the information. Rather than investigate further, the Commission decided to conceal the information. James Elgins, an Associated Press photographer, snapped a picture as he heard a shot. And the people all over the country thought that they saw Lee Oswald in the picture, standing in the steps of the book depository building downstairs. Well, I saw that picture some time ago, and certainly that isn't it. There was another picture somewhere that disappeared. In the picture, I saw Oswald in the bottom floor of the book depository, with 5 other people around him. He was dressed in the same clothes that he had when he was arrested. It was a pretty plain picture taken from across the street at the time some of the shots were fired. It's interesting that that picture has disappeared. A great deal of evidence proving his innocence has disappeared. And a lot of evidence to prove his guilt has been manufactured. The CIA and FBI both have files of Oswald. Both are dedicated to destroy him and his name and family name too. The fellow was a spy for us. I feel he was a hero. They destroyed his integrity as a Marine, and he didn't even receive an honorable discharge. And I hope that your friends here and all have enough strength to be able to bring the truth to bear and to clear his good name. And I thank you for your interest, and may God bless you all.
What an amazing story, what an amazing testament to who he really knew Lee Harvey Oswald to be. And I really appreciated sharing some of the details about what kind of character this man was. And one of the things that struck me about over the years about hearing stories about Lee Harvey Oswald was that he was painted as an imbecile, somebody not very intelligent at all. And to have the crypto clearance and be working in radar or top secret, that was an amazing level of intelligence. I'm imagining to be able to achieve that. For him to be painted as an imbecile was such a slam to him and to his family. We have a couple questions. Jim, if you want to, we've got just a couple minutes.
Just curious, when video of Oswald in custody at Dallas Police.
Yes.
What was your take when you seen that video? You know, seeing him on camera.
It made me sick because I knew his integrity. He was dedicated to his job, and he would not have killed Kennedy. He was not a killer. You see, there was another picture of him with a rifle. I'm sure most of you have seen it too. But that was a picture taken of another person with Oswald's head placed on it.
And may I ask where you saw this other Ike photograph, the one you mentioned?
Where did I see it?
No.
That's a good question. It was one of the photographs taken shortly after the assassination that I think was confiscated by the FBI or CIA and destroyed.
Where
It
did
could
you
be
see
the
it?
Lord.
Who showed you the photograph?
I'm sorry?
Who showed you the photograph? How did you see it?
It was It was in a group of photographs that I saw. This has been shortly after the assassination. And this was, of course, back in 1963, and I'm getting old now, and my memory...
Did you see it at the base?
At Marine base? No, I was out of the Marine Corps at the time. I was a police officer.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Jim, you knew Lee Harvey Oswald well. This is not going to pertain to this group, but for the general public. What kind of shot was he? Was he a good shot, or was he not a...
You know, I was never on the range with him, but I understand when he was on the range at our outfit in Max 9 in Southern California, we would go to the range once a year. And what he would do, he was trying to show that he was a little bit of a renegade. So what he'd do on the range is shoot at other people's targets. And I'm sure all Marines were supposed to be qualify as at least a marksman. But he should have been. I'm sure he was a good marksman.
That's the lowest qualification is marksman, correct?
What's that?
Being a marksman is the lowest qualification in shooting, correct?
Right.
Thank you.
Jim, what was your initial reaction when
We're out of time, guys.
went to Russia?
I hate to do it, but we're out of time.
Last question.
One of the things that I would say is that all of these speakers here are more than happy to answer your questions. Come see them at their tables. Unfortunately, we have to move on to our next speaker and get set up for that. If you would, ladies and gentlemen, give me a round of applause for Jim Botello. Before we get ready for our next group, I want to share one story real quick. When Jim came in 2016, he brought a very special present for Judith. Now, having known Judith personally and seeing her behind the scenes and see all that she goes through to put on these conferences, all the abuse that she puts up with on a daily basis, she's not a person that experiences a lot of joy in her life. And when Jim brought that special gift to her at the 2016 conference, I had never seen her so overjoyed. What he did is he brought one of those records that he and me had shared at the conference, five albums, 5 photographic albums, and gave it to her. And the look on her face, the feeling in her heart was just absolutely amazing. It was such a wonderful, beautiful gift. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get set up for our next speaker. Randy, do we know if it's going to be, do we know if it's going to be Tom and we're going to be playing at the DVD? We're going to play at the DVD, or are we going to have them live?
Hopefully live.
Okay, Skype? Okay, we're working on some technology issues. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We'll be back shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was given a message that somebody had found a thumb drive and turned it into the front desk. So if you have lost the thumb drive, go ahead and check at the front desk. They have it.
get our seats here. We've got a real bumpy ride coming on here. I tell you, we are so pleased to have Cindy and Tom Wilkinson here to tell us their years of research. And Tom is a big Hollywood movie guy that has made special effects and other things, and knows how they've done the stuff to fool us. And I'm more excited to see this than you are. Maybe. Oh, Judith wants to say something.
Listen up,
I
please.
apologize for wanting to say something. But Cindy Wilkinson and Tom Whitehead, you talk about people with integrity. I want to tell you that I think if Sid had an extra nickel, it'd be just like Abraham Lincoln. She'd have to walk a mile to give it back. It wasn't hers. You can trust these people as having the highest standards. It's very important because we need the truth. They're after it. They are very careful. There's no photography, please. Put your cameras away, because what they're doing here is copyrighted. So on the movie, it can all be run. You just can't film it, okay? Watch with your eyes. It is history, okay? Thank you.
And I don't want to be a meanie, but if I see a camera, I will come and talk to you personally. Are we ready?
Hi there. Welcome from crispy California. I don't mean to make light of it, but we are not far from the fires that blazed through Thousand Oaks and Malibu. And part of the reason our presentation will be short today, the video portion, is because we had lost a hard drive due to a brownout because of the way the power has been unreliable since the fire started a week ago. We originally had a piece that was going to be a lot more inclusive of all the other aspects of how the Zapruder film evidence, the back of the head wound related to photographs from the autopsy, from reports of the radiology, from the x-rays, from eyewitnesses. These will all be in the final film. The piece you're going to see today is something we did quite a while ago for someone that was going to pitch it for us to somebody who just wanted to see about the Zapruder film. So that's the short story here. There are a number of people that we did not include in the short piece because they didn't really have, excuse me, they really didn't, the focus of their delivery to us was not the Zapruder film. So that's why you won't see them. And Cindy has a list of the people that we excluded.
Most importantly, I want to say this is dedicated to Jim Mars, our dear friend, and of course your dear friend too. But our final piece will include a lot more of Mr. Wagonford, of Jim Mars, of Dennis David, Gail Nix Jackson, and who am I missing?
David Lifton.
David Lifton, of course.
Dennis David.
And yeah, I think
and Dr. Mantic.
Well, Dr. Mantic has a huge piece this. So we're sorry, this is very incomplete. It's the best we could do at the time.
So let her roll and enjoy it.
Okay, as we always say,
It's intriguing that some of the darkest days in American history have begun with an amazingly beautiful letter. December 7, 1941, dawned as another beautiful Hawaiian morning. On September 11, 2001, New Yorkers were treated to a bright, sunny Indian summer day. And although November 22, 1963 started with some rain, it shortly cleared to the beautiful clear skies of Texas all day. These three watershed days, which began with such comfort and beauty, ended with a descent into deep, dark despair. And is it coincidental that each cataclysmic event resulted in an abrupt realignment of the power structure of the U.S. government? A realignment which remains intact to this day. When the assassination took place in Dealey Plaza, hundreds of still cameras and several home movie cameras captured varying slices of the event. Only the iconic Zapruder film captured the entire assassination sequence from start to finish. His unique vantage point atop a structural pedestal provided an outstanding panorama of the tragedy which was about to occur. Even after over 50 years, this brief film still conveys all the violence of that awful day. Although it's disturbing, it's crucial to our story. Most people who view the film for the first time are shocked by two things. The first is how violently the president is thrown backward and to his left. The second thing is the massive size of the wound in the top right front of the head, which appears to have been completely blown open. Seeing the film as it is today, everything appears to be an accurate representation of what must have happened. But is it? Because the gaping wound you see represented here was not where most of the eyewitnesses in Dallas saw it. It's not even close. When asked where they saw the massive head wound that killed the president, nearly everyone who saw it said it was on the right rear portion of the head. You see, the location of the large exit wound is critical in determining from which direction the bullet came. Bullets nearly always create a small wound on entry and a large one on exit. Therefore, the wound we see here in the film would indicate a shot from the rear. And that's important because the accused assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, was supposedly behind the president and 6 stories up. Within minutes of the shooting, President Kennedy was admitted to the ER at Parkland Hospital. His wounds were immediately identified as fatal.
An embolsed, exploded, gaping wound in the right rear of the skull. The back of your head. That's what's wrong.
But what was seen at Parkland was an orange-sized hole at the lower right rear of the skull.
Found myself about 18 inches probably above the back of the president's head and immediately above a terrible wound in the back of his head about where I'm pointing here.
Secret Service agent Clint Hill, seen here climbing onto the back of the limousine, used his body to cover the First Lady and the slain president.
So Clint Hill had about 8 minutes to observe this large wound in the right rear quadrant of the head. In his written report and in his sworn testimony, he consistently described a large gaping wound in the right rear of the head, where he said the entire right rear of the head was missing and a large portion of skull with hair on it was lying in the back seat.
And it looked like somebody had taken an ice cream scoop and gone into the brain and removed more portions of the brain scattered about. The entire back of the car was covered with blood and brains.
So what are we to believe? Are we to believe that over a dozen trained medical personnel were mistaken when treating arguably the most important patient of their careers? Or are we to believe that the film might have been altered to make it look like the shot that killed the president came from behind? To help us understand this disconnect, we decided to purchase a 35mm duplicate negative copy of the Zapruder film from the National Archives. Upon receiving the film, we scanned it to 6K digital files, which are over 12 times larger than HD, and with more color information as well. Here's a representation of the relative size differences between HD and 6K. So now we can see detail in the film, like no one had before, without having the original film. This additional detail revealed why we have this disconnect. For what we saw, directly in the area where the large wound was described by those in Dallas, is a large black patch. A patch attempting to replicate where a shadow might fall. Watch closely as the patch appears frame by frame immediately after the fatal shot. This patch on frame 317, also visible on frames 321 and 323, warranted closer study by imaging experts.
I work in film preservation and restoration. I've been doing film work for about 27 years. So it's great to see this, the film as an object rather than the image as it would have been projected. So take a look at this.
The first anomaly Ned noticed was during this jump in film. This change should have a white flash between the two shots. This normally occurs when a camera is started after being stopped. Because there is no flash, Ned offers a reason as to why.
Right, that looks like much more contrast here than this was. Even if you take exposure to the fact, you can still see detail within the blacks, right? So you have one head, the detail's not there in the blacks. Could mean subsequent generation. Could mean optical work. Usually we'll clock out the blacks. That would not happen in a camera. In that frame, doesn't make sense. It's hard to manipulate without making really obvious marks. This image raises a lot of questions for me and makes me want to look further into it and really makes me want to see the original.
We knew we had something that needed further study, something which had been noted before but never fully investigated. Month after month, we showed over 75 Hollywood post-production professionals our 6K scans. Nearly everyone stated that there was something suspect about frame 317. Many stated that there was no question that this frame had been altered. However, finding any of them willing to go on camera became difficult. Finally, two seasoned professionals came forward with the courage to admit what they saw. Do you see any signs of alteration?
Yes. I think you're looking at a patch, at a photographic patch that they put on the back of his head. It's crude. If you run the film, you'll see that it moves differently than his head does as well. So it's some sort of an optical that they put on there to not show the back of his head.
What do you think would have been the most likely way this would have been accomplished?
With an optical printer, where they could create that patch as an overlay and lay it on there. It's just like old-time special effects stuff.
And how long do you think that a process like this might have taken?
Overnight. The back of his head is what I'm always drawn to, because there's the top of his head, and that's basically the color that it should be, and it's black. It's just solid black.
You know, the density doesn't match. The shoulders don't match that, and it doesn't match the top of the head. So it looks to me like somebody made a film copy, so you've got some grain structure over the superimposed element, where the density values that from the hair are completely different, very noticeable. And the real interesting part is, how does a bullet coming from behind make your head go back? backwards, right? Yes, for me, I feel like a superimposed blob over the frame. It also appears to get noticeably softer. That clearly shows it to me that something has been added to that frame. That's what it looks like to me. It just seems really obvious. The frames where they've matted out the back of the head, it's just not even believable as possible. I mean, maybe nearly 50 years ago, that might have passed muster, but my impression is if I showed it to a 12-year-old kid, they would say it was a cartoon.
50 years ago, it was perfectly believable. As today, you know, with this major blow-up that we've made and the 6K scan, the faults are very apparent. It's hard for me to look at because it's not real.
They obviously doctored this film. I don't know why. I don't know who. But it seems really obvious.
So now we have an assessment of what the film looks like today. But did it look any different on the weekend of the assassination?
This is just fantastic. This is just fantastic quality.
We showed our scans to Dino Brugioni.
Dino Brugioni was a very high-level, widely respected photo analyst who worked at the National Photographic Interpretation Center, saw the Zapruder film that week. I'm sure we had the original. I'm positive, based on the clarity of the image. I think we were the first to run it through a projector. A weekend where the film is supposed to be in Chicago on Saturday night. According to Dino Brugioni, he had the original Zapruder film Saturday night, and that he worked with it all night long until Sunday morning, for the sole purpose of making blow-ups from the film and putting those prints on briefing boards. The Zapruder film that he worked with had a head explosion that was markedly different from the one we see in the Zapruder film today.
It was high, with above. It was this way. It lasted longer than what you have.
What I think we have here is a compartmentalized operation to alter the film. Dino saw the original film. The original film was then altered, and then a new film on Sunday, masquerading as an original, had been created.
That doesn't look right. My God, there's a different change of color there, that's for damn sure. A straight line is always an indication that something unnatural is causing it.
This whole cover-up of the Kennedy assassination was rushed. It was performed very poorly. It was performed under great pressure. There were clues left everywhere that things were amiss in the medical evidence, the ballistics evidence, and now in the Zapruder film evidence.
No, not with hair. See, here's an example right there. You know, that's an anomaly.
Dino Brugioni wasn't the only person working with the film over that weekend.
It changed my life in a lot of dramatic ways. The arms came up, the head goes, the world changes.
James Wagenward of Life magazine was deeply involved with the purchase and distribution of the Zapruder film over that weekend. He was also among the first to see the film outside of government control.
The film shows up, I see the film, I believe Monday morning, I'm sure it was, I know it was a Sunday. In a conference room, like 8 of us are in there, we watch it, and it knocks us out. The most horrible thing I've ever seen, most dramatic thing. I've thought about it a lot, so I've been asked, was there additional footage? Did you see the car before it made the turn? But I have this dim memory occasionally of, yes, I did see these cars come in and make the turn, and then come across. By the time we had the film, which was the next day, I was told that we were paying $87.5 initially for the print rights, and 50% of the revenue to go to Zapruder. This was Saturday, we're committing all of these things. All right, they got the film, they went to Chicago with it. The big guys, the players were up in Chicago, cut into the middle of the magazine. Most of the magazine stayed constant. And did the piece, and did 31 frames. One of the things he had, when we ran the picture of Oswald holding the rifle outside, piece runs, and it's an important piece, and it looked a little strange, and the head's kind of weird, and there's a lot of shadow levels in the photograph, and everybody knew. It just was puzzling. And the sight, the long sight, completely retouched, with all this shading on it, tremendous amount of paint on the picture. That was a photograph photographed. It was used. That was the material that was then copied into the magazine.
But perhaps the most compelling proof of alteration comes from Dr. Robert McClellan. He was one of the first physicians to treat the president and spent over 20 minutes standing directly over the right side of his head.
In examining this picture that we see here, the area, the back of the president's head here, where this dark spot is where I saw the wound, that there was a large wound here, and I could look down into the skull cavity from that wound in that area right here that appears to be intact on this picture, but it was not intact. It was anything but intact. In looking at the front of the president's head, of course it was covered in blood and he had a rather heavy head of hair. I couldn't see any kind of wound on the front or the side of the president's head. All I saw was that massive wound in the back of his head. This wound is different from what I recall seeing, which I recall very vividly because I stood over and looked at it for a number of minutes while I was doing nothing else but looking. And the wound that I have in my mind is that it was in this part of the skull and involved maybe this lower part of the wound here, but not like here. People think I didn't remember it, and I remember it very vividly, and that's my opinion, and they have their opinion. You know, I know what I saw.
The first generation and even the second generation of JFK researchers, quite naturally, I think at the time, they assumed that the Zapruder film was authentic, that it was an authentic document, and that it was probably the closest thing to ground truth, and that it was the best way to learn what really happened in Dealey Plaza was to study this film over and over, endlessly, in great detail, ad nauseum. And now we know from these new findings that the film's been altered and seriously altered. And if the film's been altered in one place, the whole film is suspect. The implications of this film's alteration is that the national security state in 1963 was all powerful. Someone not only committed murder and an assassination, but they got away with it by covering up the evidence. And I'm sick of it. And I'm glad that I'm participating in this documentary, and I'm glad that we're blowing the whistle on these criminals that altered this film in 1963.
What about that, huh? Tom, Sidney, did you hear what happened? Hi.
Thanks to the audience. It's great. Thank you.
Yes, they loved it. They loved it. And I tell you, we do have a little time for questions. Can you take some questions? Can you hear me?
Hey, why don't you stand here?
Okay.
That's over there. Question?
Hi. You couldn't hear me before. Sorry. Everybody here loved it. I'm amazed. Do you have time for some questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. And questions? Do we have a microphone?
Will they be able to hear?
Okay, I'll repeat the question.
Okay.
How did they alter the spray part?
How did they alter the spray part?
Spray part?
Yeah.
We're talking about the front of the head, right?
Right.
Things that matter.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Good answer. Sir.
Maybe I'll just ask straight here. Dino Brugioni had mentioned before working with something totally different to begin with. I don't know, did he mention that this kind of confirms his suspicion that he was one of the only people seeing the original, true original, back in the day?
And we didn't actually do the interview. Doug Horn, along with
Peter Jennings.
Peter Jennings, did the interview with Dino shortly before he 8mm film. And then the second one was 2 other employees at the same area who got a double 8mm copy of the film. So there were 2 different formats that came in, one on Saturday night, one on Sunday night, and both of them made briefing boards for government officials. The first set that was done was never seen outside the CIA. The second set was what went to the president and the other major government officials, from what we understand, what Doug Warren's research has shown.
You all probably know more about it than we do, that part.
Yeah. Hi, Sydney, Tom, Ed Tatro.
Hi, Ed. How are you?
Dennis David Denton is holding a conference in Illinois. Perhaps we can accomplish something, bring this back there too?
Would love to.
Okay. Well,
get in touch.
Absolutely. We'll love it.
I'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you, sweetie.
Question back here. Larry Rivera here. Since you have these tremendous scans of the Zapruder film, I would like to direct your attention to frame 343, where you can see the magnitude of the blow on the back of the head of JFK against the backdrop of Jackie's gold white glove.
343.
343.
So, can you write that down?
Question?
Let's write it down. We're going to take a look. 343. We'll take a look, absolutely.
Hi, Sunita. Not so much a question, it's just hi. Just to say how proud.
Hi, sweetie.
Just to say how proud I am of the 2 of you, and I'm just thrilled to see the reception that you got here, and pass that along to Doug. So it's great to see you.
You're a hero.
Doug actually got to see it this morning for the first time. So.
Yeah, he left me a voicemail.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Very good, thanks.
Cindy, this is Tim Nicholson. I was at your house a few months ago.
Absolutely, Tim. We remember?
Of course.
Yes. And I was just wondering if you could tell the audience when you, when that head wound, rear head wound, first appeared, what frame was it? Because I have these slides on my computer, and I have an idea when it first appeared.
Which frame?
Yeah, which frame did it first appear on?
Are you talking about the patch?
Yeah, I mean, is there any evidence that it was on that the wound occurred before frame 317? It might have been earlier.
Never really looked at it in that sense. We showed the slow motion of the 5 frames from 313 to 317 to sort of show how it gets built in. As far as
what do you think?
Well, you know, I bought these frames from Gary Mack several years ago, and I have, you know, 4K scans or little lower resolution, but I noticed that there seemed to be missing hair in frame 314, and it's hard to see it because his head was, the background behind it was dark, and so it's hard to see that. And I think the people at the up in Rochester didn't miss that particular frame as part of evidence that the wound occurred at that point in time. So I'm saying it's important to know that, because when was that wound created? You know.
right.
That's a good question.
Very good question. Yeah, there's so much that's here, and like I said, we investigated what we thought jumped out at us the most, and it was our idea was basically instead of going through and finding 100 things that were odd, we find one thing that's unequivocal, nobody can deny it, and then there's the proof, and now the film is a fraud. One thing's proven 100% to be a
about 5 minutes left. I just got a question in my ear. When is the film coming out and what can we do to support it?
Oh, boy. We'd love to know the answer to that one.
How long
we
have you been working on it?
We have no idea.
It probably won't be a Hollywood release or anything done yet. Kind of the feeling in Hollywood is that JFK was done by Oliver Stone, and there's nothing that needs to follow up. If you remember the film Parkland, that was done a couple of Christmases ago. The film cost $10 million to make, and worldwide to this date it returned $1.5 million. So anything with JFK attached to it, the first thing they'll do is they will look at that and go, there's no return on it for it. So we're not hopeful at all that a studio would be interested in anything like this. As far as any other distribution, we're looking at other avenues. Part of the problem is the cost of licensing some of this footage is very high, but not impossible.
That's our, so we're working as fast as we can, although it's been taking years.
We've got just 2 more questions, it looks like.
Sure.
Douglas Hume is my Facebook friend, and I sent him.
Stand by. They can't hear you.
Okay. All the way. Okay. Douglas Hume is my Facebook friend, and I sent him a couple months ago frames, blow-ups of frames 371 to 384 when JFK is leaning almost down, looking down, and Jackie is picking up stuff off the hood, up the trunk. And you can see the part, you can see the wound exactly the doctor described, right in the back of his head. Same size, same wound, right there. You can check it out. And all the wounds that you see, real bloody wounds, are all, the flap is in front of his ear. So when he's leaning forward, check it out. You see the wound here, but you don't see the wound. You see, all you can see about that flap is you see right on the side. You see on the side of his ear because he's looking it this way. The limo is pulling away, so you see the back of his head, and you can see a little bit inside the flap. You can see a little bit of his ear, and so something everybody missed from the Zapruder film is the back wound of his head is in the film, but they overlooked it.
What frames were those again?
371 to 384 is the clear ones.
Again, we've also, just so you understand, frame 317 isn't the only thing that we found in the film. We found a fair number of other things that we're going to just wait until the film's released to show what other things we found and have the experts comment on as well.
Yeah, Douglas Hume thanked me for it, and he had no objection to my analysis.
We will definitely look at those.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're probably, like I said, we know of 2 other solid pieces of evidence, clues that are in the photographs, that are in the film, that indicate alterations. There are probably a dozen more, because like Doug Horn said, they were rushed, they were under a lot of pressure, and we can't look at it in terms of the technology we have today. We have to look at it in terms of 1963. They were probably having phone calls, and phone calls back and forth saying, well, put a flap on the head wound. And in the film, you see the flap as being horizontal, but in the autopsy photos, you see the flap as being vertical. So they probably never made that distinction. So that's just one area where we have to keep thinking it was 1963, and it was over a weekend, and they were incredibly pressured to do what they were doing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's give a warm applause for Judy and Tom. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, want to take a 5-minute break? We'll bring up Bill Nelson. 5 minutes. This will be a quick one, just 5 on this side.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, good to meet you.
Big fan, big fan.
He worked on John Barber's film. Oh yeah?
Yeah,
Awesome.
some input. Yeah, we wanted a little more editorial changes, but we're happy with it came out.
Yeah.
But nothing like your work.
Well, John's a big personality, of course. So I would, I can't imagine he wanted any
input. You get it already, yeah. Right. It's his baby, and that's what it was. He's a legend.
Yeah, totally. Wow. Well, I appreciate those kind words.
It was, she's like, you want to go talk to Randy? I'm like, I don't know if she even know Randy. I've only come to a couple of these conferences, so my stories I'm an old JFK head, but I kind of dropped out for many years, just did my law practice in D.C. And really that film a couple of years ago just got me back into it, and so all the new books I'm familiar with, so just now reading, Joseph McBride's book and The Barriers, Girl in the Stairs, these are all great books. I didn't read Jim Douglas's book yet, but...
So are you in D.C.?
Yeah.
Okay. I live in Durham.
Okay.
And I go up to D.C. all the time on work.
Yeah, I'll maybe before, you're going to be here all weekend? Yeah, I'll give you my email or whatever. I actually don't have one of my cards.
Well, just shoot me an email.
I will. It's Brian Lloyd. Yep. Cool.
And
I live right in a part of D.C., like 14th Street corridor.
Ooh.
So walking distance to the White House, to literally
fancy.
That's why I stay with him when I go there. I just go talk to the
now,
team.
let me give you the caveat. It's so cool that I may Airbnb that joint for like double the money and go live in the Motel 6. So if you're going to come. But no, it's, yeah, I've been there for 30 years, so I know DC pretty well.
Awesome. I'm going to try and host Joe McBride I teach at Duke. So I'm trying to host him for the Orson Welles film.
Oh, yeah, he wrote a book on Orson Welles, didn't he?
Yeah, he's the definitive biographer.
That's right.
And, but, you know, he was a writer for Orson Welles' last few films. And, but I'm going to host him
I'd love to get on your email list, yeah.
But, yeah, and then I'm going to, of course, finagle a little JFK something in there.
I think his book's really top shelf.
I mean, he is an unrecognized hardcore researcher.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I mean, people don't, you know who else is, and I call him the researcher's researcher, Rich Bartholomew.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I'm on the board of CDPR. He was a founder and invited me to be on the board.
I get to chat with him this
He's a machine,
I didn't
man.
know how he went far back in the men's. You know, I knew he was an accomplished new author, but he's been in the mix for a long time.
Oh yeah, and after the movie JFK came out, at all of the critical points in the research movement, he was there. Like, he was in those meetings. It's like Hamilton, get in the room where it happens.
I'm definitely going to send you my email. Brian Moore.
Excellent. Thanks.
See you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to bring up our next speaker. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Phil Nelson. Phil, as you probably know, is an author, a researcher, and he's a real nice guy, too. I think of Phil Nelson as the researcher's researcher. He has written multiple books, Mastermind of the JFK Assassination, From Mastermind to the Colossus, and Who Really Killed Martin Luther King. Tonight he's going to talk about the stalking and the death of Martin Luther King Jr. I give you, ladies and gentlemen, Phil Nelson.
Thank you, John, and thank everyone who had anything to do with the Okay, we'll start over. I wanted to thank Don, I want to thank Pete and Judith, everyone else who had anything to do with setting up this conference. I think it's really beautifully done, well orchestrated, everything is going up on schedule. You guys have done a terrific job. And I also want to thank... Sorry about that. Yeah. Yep. Now just go ahead and it seems like there's nothing standard about these things. Every year we have microphone problems. I have to make adjustments, so deal with it. I want to say that I probably could have, put a title on this presentation as being that of my experience since I decided to write these books. I'll just mention all of them, other than Remember the Liberty, which was the third book. And that book is available through Chris. I had copies of the other three, but I'm sold out of the Colossus book now. I have a few copies left of the Mastermind book, and that's in hardcover edition. which is very difficult to find these days because that was a 2011 edition. And so when they came out with the paperback in 2013, they stopped printing that. At least I thought they did. But they occasionally, somehow, for some reason that I still can't figure out, reprint those hard copies. And if I hit it just right, I can still get copies. So a few months ago, maybe 2 months ago, I was able to put an order in and I got a couple of cartons of those. So if you're interested in getting a hard copy, I've only got a couple of those left. I do have about half a dozen left of the Martin Luther King book. Okay, the title that I was referring to would have been Serendipities and Epiphanies, because that's kind of what I've experienced. And just to illustrate that, if I hadn't, in November of 2003, just 15 years ago, somehow stumbled into watching the History Channel and the episode 9, The Guilty Man, I probably would never have gone down this road. Because at that point I had just retired and I was looking at different alternatives to write either a novel or short stories or something. And it just happened that I watched that show. And I was drawn to it because of the voice of Ed Tatro, well, as well as everyone else on there. I shouldn't single him out totally like that. But if he hadn't appeared there, and if he hadn't, and his friend Rick Russo, if Rick had not acquired the distribution rights to all of those videos and series of the men who killed Kennedy, then I wouldn't have been watching it either. So all these things sort of fell into place before me, and the result is I wound up being able to write these books, and they have generally been well received. I'm sort of happy with the results so far, to tell you the truth. Not all people agree. Even Ed doesn't like the term mastermind, but you know, you have to have some kind of a title like that for a guy who had such a key role in the assassination of JFK, and many other treasons, by the way, that I've covered in the other books. So whether you like that the best, or the linchpin, the kingpin, the driving force, you pick a name. I think the mastermind, I think they're more or less synonymous, although that could be argued, I suppose. Anyway, I wanted to thank them and actually the other authors who I've borrowed from. I've borrowed heavily from a lot of other authors in all 4 books. And it's the 4th book, Who Killed Martin Luther King Jr., that I'm going to talk about this evening. And it is unique from the others. And the others, I read the most thorough truth-telling kinds of books that I could find. And I tried to synthesize them and put them all together in a coherent way that covered all the bases that I felt needed to be covered. In the case of the Martin Luther King book, it was a bit different because and I discovered that quickly because I've read practically every book that had ever been written about this subject. And I quickly discovered that they fall into 2 categories, much more distinctly and discreetly than any of the other books that I had written previously. For instance, Mastermind and the Colossus books, you know, on the JFK assassination. There are many books out there that I think the authors attempted to make them truth-telling, but in many cases they went off on different paths that weren't, well, not necessarily coherent, consistent with that. That some of those books, I suppose you could say Lamar Waldron, for one, would qualify for that. But let's not go too far into the other piece. Okay. So within this book, I've also tried to do the same thing. That is to bring coherence to a story that a lot of people don't understand, because for decades, even Dr. Pepper for the first decade accepted the official story as being the basic truth. Even Dr. Pepper did that. So don't feel bad if you did the same. But by the 1976 period, he was able to get beyond that, and I think he began, as a matter of fact, it coincided with what was going on in 1975, 76, and 77 with not just the church committee, but the ones before that, the Rockefeller Commission, the church committee, and the HSCA, the appointment of the House Select Committee on Assassinations. All of that came before it. And at that very time is when he decided to look into the details, the specifics of this case in much more detail. And he came away deciding that especially after he interviewed James Earl Ray, that he determined, along with the King family and many others, Andy Young and multiple others that were close to Martin Luther King, that there was something desperately wrong here. And that's what we're going to be talking about in further detail. I believe this book does bring the coherence that I wanted to achieve as to what happened and the sequence, and that's what I want to get to next. I'm happy to report that Dr. Pepper did kindly endorse the book, as he put a blurb for the back cover, and that is sufficient for me to believe that there's a lot of truth in the way I've done this. That is, I've separated all of those books that are truth-telling in one category versus the others that I call quasi-fiction or popular books. Those books, I believe, I've shown within the book, were basically commissioned by the FBI. And I believe the first book, the one by William Bradford Huey, that started out as They Slew the Dreamer, turned into He Slew the Dreamer because he betrayed Ray, and as he had always intended to do. He was never trying to write a book that really conveyed facts, and that's going to be proven shortly. He was followed in 1972 by Gerald Frank, and then in 1976 by George McMillan. All three of them were set up by the FBI to write stories that would portray Ray in the exact opposite of his persona, in the exact opposite as what it really was. And then in subsequent years and decades, Gerald Posner, Hampton Sides, Lamar Waldron, Peyton McMichael, Stuart Wexler, and Larry Hancock even accepted all of the lies that had been planted by those original three CIA-inspired authors and repeated them. Versus the nonfiction. We're talking about William Pepper, of course, Harold Weisberg, Mark Lane, with Dick Gregory, Dr. Philip Melanson, Taylor Branch, John Avery Emerson, Ethan Theoharis, and a fellow named Lyndon Barston, who wrote a book with John Larry Ray. Back to the epiphany point. I had several epiphanies when I was in this research. And one of them was related to the fact that all three of the 1960 assassinations used the magician's trick called setting first impressions to frame the selected patsies. For JFK's murder, it was how Lee Harvey Oswald was very mysteriously named in the immediate aftermath and quickly became the subject of an all-points bulletin, the one and only suspect ever on that list. For Robert Kennedy's murder, it was how Sirhan Sirhan was put into place just in time so that the dozens of witnesses would see him firing away, and that kind of automatically was intended, and in fact it did prove his guilt, despite the existence of testimony from the pathologist, the coroner, which indicated that all of that was a lot of bloating. And for Martin Luther King's murder, the biggest tool they used was in getting a key photo. I'm sorry, one more. There we go, this key photo. Circulated quickly within hours, or at least a day, and how popular authors immediately began writing fake news stories, then books, about James Earl Ray to prove his guilt in King's murder. That was not merely coincidental or serendipitous. This photo was created to falsely establish where the rifle shot came from, the back window of a rooming house across the street, and away from where it was really shot. A junky and brushy area in the back of that rooming house, lower in elevation and 10 to 15 degrees to the left of that window. It was an important subplot about how the plotters created a scene to misdirect the entire nation into thinking that the assassin shot King from the rear bathroom of the boarding house across the street. And the way they did this was to have placed one of many informants. They had at least a half a dozen informants in from the military, the Memphis Police Department, and placed within either the military intelligence, this fellow, Merrill McCullough, who you can see, this fellow right here. He's tending to Martin Luther King just minutes after the shot, after the shot was fired. And as if on command, I think it's safe to say that they had to be set up to point all in that same direction, because no one really knew. All of these people, except for Merrill, well, even Merrill was not there on the balcony when this happened. They were all down below. And there were actually 3 or even 4. One is not quite as credible as the other 3, that's why I said there were 4, who stated that the shot never came from that direction. They were eyewitnesses. And one was Earl Goltz, I think that's correct. He's a reporter from the New York Times who was in a room nearby and had come out and saw activity on that brushy, grassy, junky area across the street. Another one was Dr. King's chauffeur said the same thing. So when the photographer, who was staying in a room 3 doors away, 309, and this is 306 where Dr. King was, came out within seconds or half a minute or something with his camera and asked where that shot was from. By then, the plan was just being evoked, and they managed to get all these guys pointing in a direction that they could not have really seen, because that's not where the bullet was from. The gunshot was fired from. Okay, you may want to go ahead and read that. I'm going to try to skip through it and let you just read it. But this is a photo, another iconic photo. This one was taken by the famed photographer Ernest Withers. And you can see from the description that came out of New Yorker magazine in 2010, indicating that Ernest Withers, from 1950s and 60s, snapped many of the key moments in the South in civil rights. He was a veteran freelancer for America's Black Press, and he was known as the original civil rights photographer and insider who had covered it all. he was being protected, I think, by the FBI because he was such a valued source. They called him the super informant because he could get himself inserted in any meeting of the SCLC. Wherever they were, he was automatically invited to take photos. And so he was on the payroll of the FBI as a super informant all during the 50s and 60s. That article was referencing down below here that an article that had appeared in the Memphis Commercial Appeal just a few days or weeks before it broke in this paper. But this essentially proves that he was, in fact, an informant for all that time. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, there are a lot of records that have been released in 2017 within the latest JFK files, and that's another enigma. You know, why would all these files be released in 2017 during the JFK process that had nothing to do with JFK, that had everything to do with Martin Luther King? Well, the answer, I think, is that they're all interrelated. They might have been misfiled or whatever, who knows? But it was never explained. And this is the title of a headline in the Washington Post on November the 3rd, because the previous day they released another set of files. And in the latest JFK files, the FBI's ugly analysis on Martin Luther King Jr. filled with falsehoods. And one of them was a 20-page dossier dated March 12th, 1968. That was just 3 weeks before his death. And that begs the question, what was all that about? And notice it was, even the Washington Post figured out the ugly analysis. In other words, that report, it was a 20-page dossier, and it was filled with not just lies and falsehoods, but simple facts that did not exist, and from unnamed sources. It was, well, it kind of proves, you know, just how false everything in that dossier was. Okay, you want to see a picture of someone who has just a look of a sycophant. This is a good example. And he was a sycophant to not only J. Edgar Hoover, he was an assistant director of the FBI, but he was a sycophant to Lyndon Johnson. In fact, he was the liaison between the FBI and President Johnson. They both loved him because he would do anything they asked. And that's how he wound up as really running the show. I believe I proved within the book that he was in charge of all the training, of all the handlers who were involved in the assassination of Martin Luther King as early as 1965. Okay, and starting in 1966, that's when all the training began. People like Raoul, the primary handler of James Earl Ray, after he escaped prison, went to Canada, and hooked up with Raoul in a Montreal bar. And others working directly with him, men named Randy Rosenson and Jules Rico Kimball, also FBI informers. And then, of course, there was this William Bradford Huey, first of several. I mentioned him before. And now we can go on to the next slide, and we can have a look at Slick William Bradford Huey. He's a famed but flawed author, also known as a checkbook journalist. He even admitted that. He saw nothing wrong with it. They were all assigned to the mission to frame Ray. Huey had known Hoover for over 20 years. His articles and book were filled with carefully crafted lies, sprinkled with enough truths to make the tales believable, at least in the early years before they could be completely debunked, which I think I've done in this book. Okay. want to focus a little bit on Huey's all-important key role in creating this meme, because I believe he was given the mission well before King was murdered. But before we get to that, let's take a closer look at Huey's background. Huey had known Hoover for over 20 years and had, for a time, been his and the FBI's mouthpiece after he took over the American Mercury magazine. It was formerly a literary jewel in the 1930s and 40s when it was run by H.L. Mencken. During that period, it had published essays by such figures as F. Scott Fitzgerald, Carl Sandburg, Sinclair Lewis, William Faulkner, and Eugene O'Neill, among others. But then it was taken over by Huey in 1950, and he ran it into the ground over a period of 5 years, made it almost bankrupt. Because he wasn't doing essays by these kinds of authors. In fact, many of the authors he was using to do essays, writing essays, were FBI scribes, writing J. Edgar Hoover's, whatever he wanted them to write, that's what he wrote. So in 1956, well, in 1955, it was nearly bankrupt. He wound up selling it to the highest bidder at auction, and that bidder turned it into a racist rag before mercifully shutting it down. In 1956, Huey became a correspondent for Look magazine, and his first major story, as I've explained in detail within the book, was about the 1955 murder of Emmett Till. As a renowned checkbook journalist, he had paid the accused men who had been left off the hook by an all-white, all-male jury. They were both paid $4,000 each to assert that they actually had murdered Till, even though that story has now been retracted by the victim. There is much more to that story, and the book goes into much detail on that, on Huey's nefarious methods and his loathsome ethics. But the point is, it was this skill set that made him the perfect candidate to write the first in-depth magazine articles and books for the FBI to frame James Earl Ray. Okay, I'm just going to try to do this a little faster here. And if you would, you can read this in just a few words. In 1967, Ray escapes to Chicago with the help of the prison warden, who was paid $25,000 by Tolson, funds that were given to him by J. Edgar Hoover, to allow him and facilitate his escape. And that happened in either November or December of the previous year, 1966. And so by April, the plans were made, he escaped, and in the meantime, this is off the subject a little bit, but the prisoner, the warden, didn't even order an alert to the surrounding community, because he claimed, he thought, well, Ray is going to be found within the walls of the prison, so we don't want to alert the community of this. And doing all that, and by the way, he also, when they finally did send the alert out, it was with the wrong fingerprints, someone else's fingerprints. So even if they had found him, fingerprints wouldn't have matched. Okay, next slide. Here in the fourth quarter of 1967, in the first quarter of 68, Ray got into petty smuggling runs across the Canadian border, basically stolen cigarettes, booze, drugs, and jewelry. He's promised a new car, money, and a passport to continue working for Raoul. So he changed his mind about returning to the U.S. When he went up there, he had sworn that he would never return to the U.S. because he was an escaped felon. Why would he want to do that? In fact, he had always wanted to try to get a passport somehow and make his way to Europe or Africa. I think South Africa. So Raoul sends Ray to Birmingham to establish himself as a Southerner He buys him a 1-year-old Mustang and gives him spending money. Next, Raul sends him to Mexico for more smuggling jobs. And then eventually he moves back to Los Angeles in November. He was in Los Angeles from November of '67 until, as it worked out, the middle of March of 1968. He had been told that when he went there that he would be there till at least March or April. But as the plans came together, as all the other details were being developed, they moved it to that date. Okay, so the last 3 weeks of Martin Luther King's life. As ordered by Raul, Ray leaves Los Angeles for New Orleans on March 17th, the day after Martin Luther King arrives there. So much for his stalking skills. Martin Luther King flew to Los Angeles on March 16th. He was there on the 17th, giving 2 different addresses across town in 2 different places related to what he did. And then he didn't leave until March 18th. So in the middle of it, actually when Dr. King arrived in LA, he was busy packing his car, selling some of his unnecessary clothes and appliances, TVs and whatnot, and getting ready to start driving to New Orleans the next day. He had no idea where Dr. King was and was always completely, unaware of it, not interested in it. Yet he was being accused of laying his plans to begin stalking and murdering Martin Luther King by William Bradford Huey. This is what, okay. And this is the key that started all of his events. Huey, at this point, decided that he's going to have to do his articles to begin portraying Ray as the racist. And therefore, if he's a racist, he could be called a hater. If he's a hater, he can be called a stalker. And so all of that string, and also he was Southern. He lived in Birmingham for a couple of weeks. So then he could be called a vicious Southern racist, stalker, murderer of Martin Luther King. But he was nobody about it. He grew up in Northern Illinois, or at least Central/Northern Illinois. And the only thing Southern about where he grew up with was the fact that he lived next to the Mississippi River. It was right across the same river where Mark Twain's characters were created. So Huey wrote to Ray, and this is all made up. Everything I say here is going to be a vicious lie made up by Huey. But he was writing this letter to Ray to put it into the record so that he could show it to the FBI and whomever later. During the day of March 22nd, Dr. King was within a few miles of Selma recruiting for the Poor People's March, and that he was to be there was reported in the New Orleans media of March the 21st. So any claim by you that you were in Selma because you just got lost seems to me to be false, and I cannot report it as a possible truth. I suggest that you were in Selma on the night of March 22nd because you were stalking Dr. King. By then, you were involved in a plan to murder Dr. King. Now this motel here is called the Flamingo, and it's not quite like the ones you see in Miami or Las Vegas. Anyway, that is where Ray had told Huey that he got lost and decided to stay there overnight. He arrived there after having driven 2,000 miles in 4.5 days from Los Angeles to New Orleans. Then when he got to New Orleans, he was told, well, Raul wasn't there anymore. You're going to have to drive to Birmingham now. So he slept for the night, got up the next day, March 22nd, and drove And it was a stormy night throughout the South. Very much like we experienced down this way just a few days ago. Even getting snow in many places, which we're going to look at in a minute. Okay, next. What Huey said, as I read before, was that this article in the New Orleans Times-Picayune on March 21st, 1968, stated that Martin Luther King would be near Selma on the 22nd. There's nothing like that at all in there. I don't know where that came from. Anyway, but he was able to do this because back in that day, these articles that he wrote for Look magazine didn't come out for 7 months. So who is going to go back 7 months and dig through their old newspapers and see if this is a lie or not? No, they accepted it because after all, this guy was a gifted, writer, and therefore he's got to be believed. But it wasn't in there. But that was just one of a series of lies. This is arguably one of his most serious. But it belies all of his other lies, which were picked up and retold by the FBI, House Select Committee, and subsequent authors for the next 5 decades. This is the snow I was talking about. Memphis had a freak storm, a blizzard, on March 22nd, 1968. And even though Martin Luther King had planned to be in Memphis that day, he had a call early in the morning. He had been in Atlanta. He had gone back to his home in Atlanta the day before. And he woke up the next day ready to go to Memphis. Reverend James Lawson called him at home saying, "You can't come to Memphis because all the flights are canceled, the roads are closed. You got to rebook for next week." He did that 6 days later, March 28th. Now remember what I just read. William Bradford Huey said that he was not only planning to be there, but he was going to be there, and that he was there. He had been there on March 22nd, which can be lying. He couldn't have been. And this proves it. But because people didn't go back and read those newspaper articles 7 months later, they lost the point that this cannot be true. And then his book didn't come out until 2 years after that, in 1970. And it said the same thing. He kept telling this lie, knowing that everybody, who's going to do this? But he must have crossed his fingers and hoped to die, and that no one would do this. Because in 1976, and we're going to start looking at that in a second, then, well, what happened in 1975 is very pertinent here. The church committee announced to the world, well, it was investigating the CIA in 1975 as to their unethical actions in a lot of ways. And one of them was they showed Senator Frank Church showing a gun to the committee that he chaired called a heart attack gun. And it was basically to shoot a projectile on someone. And it was a frozen projectile that it would enter very quickly and then render the person, give him a heart attack. But there would be no way to trace it because whatever solution, whatever poison was in there would disappear and it would only leave a tiny red dot on the person's skin. And that caused all kinds of commotion. And then the next year, all of these commissions, and this in particular, caused the Congress to try to create the House Select Committee on Assassinations to look into all this. Because with all these revelations that were just breaking out, people got nervous about what the hell was really going on. And Well, let's go to the next slide. Okay, 10 years later, 1978, House Select Committee leaders, members, staff, all asleep at the switch. They write a report that said James Earl Ray went to Selma on March 22nd to stalk Martin Luther King. Here it is 10 years later, and that lie is still out there. And so these pages here, with the ones within the boxes, illustrate how in the case of the first box, they're stating that citing Huey, highlighted down there, it states that James Earl Ray went from Los Angeles via New Orleans to Selma to stalk Martin Luther King on March 22nd. That lie keeps popping up. On another page, they acknowledge that King was scheduled to be in Memphis that day, though he had to change plans because of looting. So the city of Memphis was virtually paralyzed by a 16-inch, they got that one, 17, on March 22nd, resulting in the postponement. So here they're acknowledging that he wasn't there. Over there, they're saying that he was there. Okay. So now we come to March 28th. The snow melts. He goes back to Memphis on March 28th. He arrives about 11 in the morning, or something like that, 10:30, 11. And a little after 11, it takes him a long time just to get down into downtown because there are all these people down there ready for the protest march, the sanitation workers. But that march, that protest march, was sabotaged by the FBI and all those informants they had. And so, because they brought in outside agitators all the way from Chicago, St. Louis. In other words, most of the protesters were high school boys, and some right out of high school, but some of them were brought in by buses from these other cities for the very purpose of creating havoc and embarrassing Dr. King, such that he would have to come back the following week again, so it would be another trip back. But the other larger purpose was to make sure that he got shamed into not staying at the Holiday Inn Rivermont, posh hotel that it was, and that he would have to go to the Lorraine, where he had never stayed. So that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. Next slide. The next day, the setup was complete. FBI had already prepared, press releases and so forth, and so they sent it out by teletype to all newspapers over the entire country, and this was the result. Practically every newspaper you could find on that morning referred to the violence for the irony of a nonviolent protester leading a movement like Martin Luther King, pointing out how violent things are. Next slide. And then we have Senator Robert Byrd. That same day, next day, 9 in the morning, he goes, the very first order of business in the U.S. Senate was him giving a speech that involved a 2,600 word speech condemning King on the floor. We're just going to read this one little excerpt out of a 2,600 word document. Yesterday, the nation was given a preview of what may be in store for this city by the outrageous and despicable riot that Martin Luther King helped to bring about in Memphis. If this self-seeking rebel-rouser is allowed to go through with his plans here, Washington may well be treated to the same kind of violence, destruction, looting, and bloodshed. To say that at this point there was a siege mentality in Washington is a very big understatement. Okay, next slide. We're going to really skip through this now. I'm running out of time. Spent too much time earlier on other stuff. So, as directed by Raoul, James goes to Birmingham and buys a new rifle on March 29th. He takes it back to the motel. Raoul says, no, that's not going to do it. You need one with a bigger bore. And it was completely unnecessary. He got a game master, Remington, which was designed for bears and whatnot, elk, whatever, not humans. Okay, and so the next day, he took it back to the gun store in Birmingham and told the guy that his brother had ordered him to bring it back because they're going to go to Wisconsin where the big deer are. Like there's that big a difference. So he did impress the salesman with one thing though. He would say repeatedly afterwards that Ray knew nothing about guns. I mean nothing. So we see all this other stuff going on. Now it's interesting, 4 days before Martin Luther King is murdered, LBJ announces he won't run again. 4 days before Martin Luther King is murdered, 2 months before Robert Kennedy is assassinated. Martin Luther King goes to Washington, D.C. that same day. Next slide. Throughout these travels, the stalker Ray is never in the same town as Martin Luther King until April the 4th. For 3 hours in Memphis, they're in the same town. But Ray had no idea he was even there. He was completely oblivious to where Dr. King was. But just let me read this. This is another copy of a book that you're going to see in the next slide or two. Did the FBI kill Martin Luther King? This is a repackaged version of William Bradford Huey's original book, but now with a foreword and an epilogue, updated with that title. Did the FBI kill Martin Luther King? There's a reason he picked that title. And that is because a lot of people, including most of the black population, had come to the conclusion that that is exactly what happened. Okay, we're just going to have to speed up here. So he was never in there. April 4th, Huey lied again about the made-up newspaper article, now saying that the Memphis morning paper stated where King was staying. The only thing that the newspaper said was that he had lunch there. It's down here, and you can't read it, but take my word for it. There was nothing like that in there that said Martin Luther King was going to be staying at the Lorraine. So they can't point to that and say that's how Ray knew where to go. Later, Gerald Posner and Hampton Sides both would claim that this edition of this newspaper had a photo of King on his balcony on the front page. That lie was planted by Gerald Posner, and then Hampton Sides comes along and repeats it, and even says, it even showed his room number because he was standing right in front of room 306. There's no picture like that in this. Oh boy. Ray missed the shooting entirely. 15 minutes before the shot was fired, he just got in his car and drove off to get a tire repaired and his gas tank filled, against Raoul's instructions. So it was Raoul who took that rifle down the stairway, filled with Ray's fingerprints from having handled it so much, and other articles which would implicate Ray. Yet he didn't even realize what was going on still. When he came back and he saw all the police cars around, he hightailed it out of town, wound up driving to Atlanta at that point. Okay, next slide. In May, this was before they even caught James Earl Ray. Life magazine was enlisted to help prove that he was a mean kid all the way from the get-go when he was 10 years old. And that was the front page of the front cover of the article, and you could barely even see little James down here on the right under that red arrow. But they knew that people would be attracted, their eyes would go to that mean kid in the middle. And this is the photo selected, but this was another photo they could have chosen from. They both existed. And it shows Ray with a smiling face. Looks a lot like, well, Huckleberry Finn, maybe. Next slide. Here's the inside page, two photos. So you can hardly even tell where he is. No, this thing is working, but there he is. Let's see his eyes right there. Okay, next slide. There's a heart attack gun. And this is a copy of that. that book I just read from. The church committee's 1975 revelations after that was done. Many came to believe correctly that the FBI was behind it. Rumors abound. The entire King family had decided at that point in time, led by Coretta Scott King, that that is exactly what happened. They're still convinced to this day that that's what happened. Dexter King announced that, and it was in a New York Times article in 1997 that it was all an FBI scheme. Next slide. Okay, and also in 1976, Time Magazine doubles down on all these lies. They repeat it again, repeatedly, all of that. And then this article, actually two articles, taking up 4 pages. Next slide. In order to prove this. But look at what they do. Here's the guy allegedly taking a shot and shooting in the wrong direction. Well, they had to do that because it was impossible to get back in this corner and shoot again in the right direction, where he would have had to have done that. Next slide. This shows, the middle photo shows an actor posing there, trying to get off a shot in the correct direction in 1968. Well, Time couldn't deal with that, so they just reversed directions. I don't know, who cares? We'll just get the other. But you can see the direction of that red line, that's the way you would have to shoot out of the window in order to hit the target on the other side. Next slide. So I visited there in 2017. This is what I found. Look at the first slide over there. That's the original construction of the bathroom in 1968. 2017, that's what it looks like. You see the green arrow? Somehow, the windows didn't change, but the National Civil Rights Museum gutted that entire building, took out all the wood joists, the wood floors, and replaced it with concrete floors on steel superstructure. And in the meantime, they raised the floor by at least a foot. As you can see, that's the only explanation for all of those arrows on the left, as well as these over here. You see in 1968, right under that, where the green arrow, the line goes across, that compares to where the top of the window is in 1968. But over here, it's the same. Door frame height is now the same as the window. How else would you explain it? Next slide. Okay, we somehow managed to get through. Questions?
There was a woman, there was supposed to be a drunk man who said he did it, but his wife said he was dead drunk and couldn't see anything.
Yes, that's it.
But I saw that it wasn't who he said it was, at which point I think this is one of those egregious examples of putting witnesses into loony bins.
You're right. That's exactly what happened. That's a well-stated question, but I'll turn it around and make it a question and say, yes, that was Charlie Stevens. He was drunk on his ass. He couldn't walk. A cabbie had just come up there. He had requested a ride somewhere about 10 minutes before that and refused to take it. He was so drunk. Now, Grace it was a common law situation. They weren't actually married. But she was going by Grace Stevens, I believe. She also was known by another name, I can't remember what that is. But yes, they knew that she was dangerous. So they came out just weeks later, arrested her, and had her committed. They had a psychiatrist come in and determine that she was out of it, and she needed to be put away in an asylum. That's for 10 years. For 10 years she was in an asylum. And if it wasn't for Mark Lane coming to her rescue, she probably died there.
You spoke about a weapon, a heart attack weapon with a tiny red dot left on the skin, and I wanted to know a little bit more about what the name of the weapon is? Do you know anything?
That's the only thing it was called. It was the heart attack gun. And, you know, when you think about it, for them to develop such a tool, you know, would have necessarily meant that they intended to use it. And so that begets all kinds of other questions about who it might be used on. And there are a number of people who were named in files in the Weisberg Library that I came across as being possible candidates. And one of whom was Adlai Stevenson. So I wrote a recent article about that subject. And that article can be found on my website. And if you're interested, I'll give you a card and you can find that website. Because that is a very interesting continuing mystery.
Thank you so much.
Andrew?
As you know, there was a breakthrough article in the Washington Post on Jackman this spring, quoting the King family as saying they did not believe the official version. But that's quite rare. And I wonder if you could briefly discuss your experience trying to get this story into the mainstream.
Could you repeat the question?
He's asking me to comment on an article in the Washington Post by Tom Jackman in the spring of this year, pointing out the King family, and it's true, none of them believed that the official story. They figured that out, as I said before, a long time ago, not just in 1997 when Dexter made that comment in the New York Times, basically naming Lyndon Johnson. I didn't dream this up. This is Dexter King we're talking about. And he named Lyndon Johnson and J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI, and other federal government agencies. He's talking about the CIA, of course, as well as military intelligence, run by the General William Yarborough, who also was credited for such things as the Special Services, Green Berets. But at the time in 1967, you know, the stuff going in Washington is nothing compared to what was going on then. In October of 1967, the anti-Vietnam War protesters drew 200,000 plus people to Washington to protest that. And all of these generals, and including Yarborough, including Defense Secretary McNamara, got up on the roof of the Pentagon watching them march across the bridge and you know, knowing that they're going to come here, and it was like they were just dumbfounded. They didn't know how to deal with this, but they knew that they had committed so many troops to Vietnam that if there was real anarchy breaking out in Washington, well, there was no way that they could deal with it. I mean, there was general panic. When I said there was siege mentality, that's what I was referring to. There was a very strong panic that they were not going to have the muscle to, you know, stop anything like that. And it got to be such a concern that I think that stepped up, you know, the plan to make this happen, make Martin Luther King's murder happen, as well as Bobby Kennedy's. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you go first.
One of the things that always struck me as odd with this whole case was that, if I recall correctly, James Earl Ray was arrested at Heathrow Airport on June 8th, which was quite a length of time later. At the time, Heathrow was the busiest airport in the world, yet they managed to fish him out. And I was just wondering, from your perspective, wouldn't the public have a hard time digesting this story that so much time had passed since MLK was shot, and then they randomly found this guy in London, bouncing around?
There is a lot of mystery about what took them so long to even track him down. However, I think they had to give themselves some time. After all, what happened there, when Ray left the scene 15 minutes beforehand, that screwed up their whole plan. He was supposed to stay there so they could be murdered right there, okay, by a policeman who was charged with doing that at a certain time, which would have been about 6:05. But, well, it worked out that he left. He had his tire fixed. he didn't read the memo thoroughly enough, I guess. But anyway, he took off. They had to change all their plans. Now, instead of trying to frame a dead man, now they had a fugitive on the loose. They had to frame him. I'm not sure I'll answer that, but
I don't know how they expected the public to believe it.
the public was believing everything. I mean, and that's exactly how it was framed. So all this stuff in Look and Life magazines and Time magazine, all this stuff, back then, you have to understand, people believed the government, the benevolent government was doing the right thing for them. And that's since changed a lot, but not
enough.
Completely, evidently.
Bill,
Yes, sir, Randy.
Can you comment briefly on the 1999 civil lawsuits by the King family?
Yes, it led to a civil trial in 1999 that basically vindicated James Earl Ray, and a trial run by a jury in Memphis, and as a civil trial. And it basically found that James Earl Ray was innocent. He didn't do it. And they even indicated in their findings that it was an action run by federal agencies, along with the Memphis Police Department. You know, there are so many details to this. The head commissioner, police commissioner and fire commissioner, was a guy who had just moved, or he had previously been installed as J. Edgar Hoover's personal assistant, and the guy who read all of his memos, and he was the guy who had to determine what to do. Whenever Hoover scribbled something on his memos, then he would have to read that, interpret it, and take whatever action Hoover was calling for. And then he would have to suspend action for whatever time, go back and follow up on it, and all that. That's what his job was. He was transferred back to Memphis, and then put in charge of the police and fire commissioner, and basically he was taking his orders still from Hoover, from Tolson. So there were so many details, so many loose ends to this. It's very difficult, as I've just demonstrated, to cover all of it, even in 45 minutes. Sorry.
No problem. Ladies and gentlemen, Phil Nelson, isn't it amazing? Phil is a very prolific writer. His books are thick and well researched. He can write them faster than I can read them. I'm still waiting to read about the Liberty. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for dinner. So what I'm going to ask you to do is if you would come back exactly on time, be in your chairs. By 7:15, we're going to show a trailer by Gary Fannin, The Innocence of Oswald, and then we're going to bring up the panel William Matson Law, Hubert Clark, James Jenkins, where they'll talk about on the cold shoulder of history what happened at JFK's autopsy. It's going to be very interesting. So come back, be here at 7:15, please.
Where you fellas looking?
I would say hi to you.
We were just going to see you.
Oh man. See, I get to talk to Cindy and Tom. Oh, really? I feel like I don't.
There you are. All right.
use that one right there?
Or where do you guys have a marble set up?
I have no idea.
don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I want to make sure we get back here for that.
I didn't know how.
Hi, Ed. Hi, Ed. Ed. I'm calling you exactly at 6 o'clock. Hello?
You're right. In fact, if it's changed, it's got worse.
I'm going to exit. That's great. Yellow. That's probably they're done.
Everything on the screen.
Yeah.
You
guys want to meet somewhere? Or you just want to come here?
Well, the money.
This guy over there.
Well, we're in on that. We got,
Can we make sure that it should be on now.
Alright, let me get back to you. You got extra Yes, I have.
Please send me the rest of I'll get the paper real quick.
Hello. 6 o'clock.
This guy right here. Actually, now that you're not back here.
Who wants this dog? So that dude that was talking to me.
Let's do it.
Well, it's just amazing how this crew out of Dallas became all the national newspapers. You know, I called him a bunch of times. I'm going to call him one last time and tell him I'm sorry. Sorry, guys.
It got away from it.
Remember the dog now? Early on.
Last year, I was at a program.
Not yet.
Oh, I thought somebody said they come.
Well, they did, and so.
You put your hands back on?
No, not as much as I'm hoping, and that's one of the conversations too, that if they're not going to solve it, they got to cut it. However, that doesn't mean they should be on YouTube. That's right. I got her to agree to put up the 2016 just stickers over Apple. You can order that, and it's also on YouTube. That's not up yet on YouTube or.
Okay, and just so you know, I'll get you.
Until Joe get anymore, you understand. Gave it to people.
Now we're giving it back to the man.
Years ago.
I thought of you.
I called him up.
Oh, is it okay? I didn't know that. Thank you for, because your son knows so big. Thank you. Yes.
So, anyway, the purpose of the meeting was for all the cabinet secretaries, after having been in their jobs, to tell President Reagan, these people, thank you.
That's positive.
I was very sad to see what happened.
That's what makes me feel like this is a sea change. And you're going after social media, you're taking down platforms, WordPress is on the other side, so I don't know where this is going to end. I mean, but it's big.
I'm trying to have my own email platform. I don't know. Just very smart.
Well, Mr. President,
They don't
there are two
allow us
things
to
you
do
need
that. I have to go to
the first one.
email and stuff like that. Yeah, I tried to set my and
Well, the amazing thing about
they,
this is,
you know,
Mr.
they
President,
I used to run programs on
well, yeah, well, that's not uncommon. That's
No, it's not.
Yeah, yeah. But it's like, and
he said, I can do that.
they would put in a lot of noise and a lot of, just make it so hard that we should.
So Randy, we're just gonna go across the street to Denny's.
Just
You bring back anything?
I'm just gonna go over to the bar and get a quesadilla. I appreciate it, Brian.
And she was there.
God damn it, I wish there was a speaker. I've no out that works.
So I called Sarah the moment I heard that, as soon as I was off work. And we went out and I told her, she immediately reported me in the phone and then it was picked up from there. I was, at that time, I said, Sarah, don't make me resourceful because.
Thanks though, Rich.
But I was resourceful. And I've now got.
Giving him one last chance, and then I'm out of here.
Oh, it was amazing. It was amazing. He hardly ever responded.
There's another audio out and there's not another out.
And he got a photograph.
I've got a splitter.
Do you have an XLR splitter?
No, well, yeah, I do, but not with me. Hello. I had a phone splitter.
Barbara.
Order.
Thank you, Barbara.
Okay, sure, that's.
Thank you very much.
I'll talk to you later. I'm getting out of here. Bye.
Wow. Well, I'm not surprised though. It's,
I have heard that story before, and what I've learned is with her that actually heard that. Heard that story before. She told it last year. Okay.
They did.
And like, obviously they're doing their job now, right? Everything we believe is probably fine.
they say only what they want to say. It doesn't even have to be true.
All right, well. No, I'm gonna lock it up and we'll go. Very nice to figure it out.
Okay, no. Sorry, Vincent, stuff there.
Yeah, I'm gonna lock it up.
That's it for today.
No, we're gonna come back at, what did I say, 7:15, 7:30, 7:30, I believe. Sir, I hate to do it, but we gotta boot you. Lock it up. Yeah, they'll be back. Be 7:30.
Hey, is the,
yeah, there's the lobby up there, there's this area here. They're gonna be serving dinner if you want.
do you know if the, if we can get an audio guy in here? I mean, do you know where they?
I can ask front desk.
Okay.
What did you need?
They probably won't be here till the morning.
Probably not, no, but I can ask.
Okay, well, for the, yeah, we'll see, I'm headed up there around.
Okay. We got Gary's video plan?
Yeah, great.
Okay, I'm gonna lock all the doors. I'll lock all the doors, I'll be back by 7:10 or so.
Excellent.
Okay?
Excellent, thank you. First one.
ideally, and a splitter 1, 2.
I don't have a station. You need that.
I need this.
Yeah, you need this because you need 2 cables.
Correct.
No, that don't have it.
Oh, you don't have that?
Sorry.
It's okay. I think this audio crew may. Okay, well, cool. Thanks anyway.
Let me have that with you. Sorry, it's not have that.
No. Okay, cool.
Sorry,
Thanks a lot.
Sorry, sir.
No problem at all. Thanks for looking.
No, thank you. It's there. It's in everything okay.
Yeah.
In everything okay.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
valle.
La viejita, donde te abran la boca por decirte algo, no se lo detienen.
¿Oh, sí?
Sí, ella no se detiene.
¿El tipo de también ya? ¿El tipo de también ya?
No, ¿el
qué?
Eso se lo vamos a quitar, pero hasta que se vaya.
Estoy hablando de lo del té, no tiene nada.
Bueno, nada de agua ni nada.
Nada, no tiene nada.
Bueno, eso parece ser. Ahí le damos el doctor. Aquí estamos bien, mamá.
Frío, que está caliente, que está frío.
No, pero esta vez no pidieron. Esta vez no se quejaron del frío. Vamos a quitar la mesa del café. Te vamos a llevar una. Los niños están por ahí. No se está haciendo.
Oh, shit. Por acá de Tito, mira. Oh, pero no. ¿Viste?
Se lo agarró todo. No, vete.
Ya. ¿Esos qué? ¿De los panes? No, no, tiene dinero, tiene dinero.
Stay back a little further.
Very good. Wait, what? What a great surprise! Hey! I miss you guys so much. You want to see where my life is living these days? This is where I'm working. See our cameras?
I heard your birthday.
Yeah, and this is Mr. Don. This is Elliot. This is birthday month. This is
My grandson's birthday too. Isn't that exciting? You'll be 1 year old, like you're going to be 10. You guys are all so cute. Get it from your mom or your dad.
I knew it was coming.
Bye. Nice to meet you.
So what's,
So then I was
I'm gonna, Elliot, you're almost 10 years old.
we go back.
Do you feel a whole year older?
And I still constantly. Like I'm sitting here, I eat in the wrong way.
Love you guys. It's okay.
So that voice is kind of.
I love you guys. It's a little better. It's a little better. It's been a hard, really hard year. I'm just glad to see you guys. Look at my family. Cut it out, dude. Pictures, guys. I can't see you, Elliot.
3 years ago from 3 years ago
Don? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. No, we're gonna make you stand. You call them video. We need to move that. Good job, man. Way to help. Are you guys showing video? William showing video? Okay. You gotta put the video. We're gonna put the photo. Supposed to be in front. Well, that's what they use to script. There must be somewhere between
4 to 6. I'm talking about 10. I tried.
Yes. Does it shoot over this?
I do not know all about it. I just do it on.
About that much? We're put it down until they get it.
Okay. Show on the trailer first.
Yeah.
When you put down and then bring it back. What about the other microphone or microphone?
You'll need 3 microphones.
Right.
3 guys.
This. That's fine.
He's always down in dealing coffee on the weekend for you guys. Yeah, he sells his books and videos down there. I've known Robert for over years. Yeah, Robert is very unique, let's put it that way. He's in my documentary film in several places. You get a chance to go down to Dealey Plaza this weekend. He's there Friday, Saturday, Sunday, generally from like 11 in the morning to like 4 in the evening. Yeah, he sets up a table and everything, and his assistant marshal talks to the crowd and then introduces him. Yeah, unfortunately, we all get older.
Movie trailer.
Also, do we have Howard?
JFK's honor guard.
See, Randy, you know anything about the...
We're blank again, Randy.
And we've got no sound.
Working.
Can you help him, Chris? Got no sound.
No microphone.
It's all bad. I have no clue why we have no sound. And you have no clue why you have no sound.
I don't know where it was working. When we went to dinner, that was working.
That one worked. None of them worked.
Well, can we just use this? Yeah.
For now.
You introduce this now.
Gary? Let me get Gary. There you go.
After you do that, and I speak,
I'll put it right down here.
I can do it. No, you just introduce me.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and start. Had a few technical difficulties. How was dinner? Was it good?
Yeah, we didn't eat.
Okay, that's why it's not that good. How are you enjoying the conference so far? All right. We've got a little special presentation for you here. Gary Fannin, who's on the board of directors, is going to show the trailer to his movie, The Innocents of Oswald, that he's been working on for how many years, Gary? 2 years. I understand it is absolutely phenomenal. I'm looking forward to seeing the trailer, and I just purchased the movie myself, so I'm really looking forward to see it in its entirety. We're going to show that tomorrow during the speakers dinner, correct? For people who are not able to attend the speakers dinner, then the speakers dinner people will eat and then come over and see the last 45 minutes. So here's an introduction trailer to The Innocents of Oswald, Gary Fannin.
Thank everybody for coming. Again, is this first conference for how many people? Okay, I started in 1989. Randy Benson, when he did The Searchers, got me inspired to do my documentary film. I'm going to warn you right up front, okay? It's long as hell. It's 2 hours and 44 minutes. And Tim Brennan, who's in the back of the room with me, he's the narrator, co-writer. When we started doing this, I'm like, we got to keep it an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes. We were through 6 chapters, we were an hour and 10. I'm like, well, that ain't going to happen. So enjoy the trailer. If you have tickets to the speakers dinner, go. It's the highlight of the entire conference. Okay. After the short little 3 or 4 minute film here, you got William Law, Hugh B. Clark, and Jim Jenkins, all men I know personally. This is going to be phenomenal for you guys. I'm lucky enough to live 15 minutes away from Hubie, so we get together a lot. But it's what they are going to tell you will blow your mind. Okay, Hubie was on the honor guard that carried the casket the entire weekend. Jim Jenkins is the last living man at the autopsy. So you want to talk about history? Right there. So let me get my microphone down here so we can hear the sound, and we'll just watch a quick trailer, and then I'll get you all back to these guys. Dangerous for me to jump at 54 years old. I know.
It's been approved. Yes.
In the next incident, but this time this is going to be apparently looking on. A second shot, the third total shot, hit the president's head. His head can be seen in the fire big bullet.
I saw a man murdered, killed right in front of my eyes. I'm nothing more than that. You go to prison. You know, I know the choice, and in fact, nobody has said that's the
You're sworn to the President of the United States, unless the next president, the head of the FBI, and the head of the Secret Service are in on the effort.
And he said at that time, it was the all people I knew and the CIA.
Wait, are you saying that Lyndon Johnson, was he now president of the United States? I know what was attorney for Lyndon Johnson. He murdered John Kennedy. Murdered John Kennedy was not president until avoid prison. And there is no doubt in my mind. Jackie was helpful, elevator was helpful, Bob was not. They got into the ambulance. We jumped in the helicopter, and we shadowed the Lord Hills Air Force Base to the Bethesda Naval Hospital. So when the gate pulled up, Jackie got out, Bobby got out, and McNamara got out. And Lieutenant told us, he said, listen, we are not going to remove the ambulance until they get to the road. And then all of a sudden, the ambulance just took off. And then the ambulance cut the lights out. And we lost it. We lost it for maybe 10 minutes. And then on the third pass, the ambulance was moved here. There were two callings walking for Thursday that night. One of them arrived at 6:35 in the shipping case. The second was in Ron's casket. They arrived at about 7 o'clock, some 25 minutes later.
Using archival footage blended with new interviews, this film features previously unreleased documents, as well as new information from the recently released files mandated by the Assassinations Records Review Board in October 2017. Doctors Robert McClellan and Paul Peters also provide information proving at least 2 frontal shots fired at President Kennedy in Dealey Plaza, and not the fairy tale the 3 autopsy doctors at Bethesda would claim, as the Warren Commission report would completely rubber stamp approved 10 months later. Watch the documentary film researchers are calling the best film about the Kennedy assassination since The Men Who Killed Kennedy, The Innocence of Oswald.
Hey, Mr. Bannon, that's quite something there, don't you think? You know, isn't it wonderful that we have citizens of our country that take their time and energy to educate us, okay? Because that's what we need. We need education. We need to find out what happened, because unless you know what happened, you don't know what to do. But we're pretty well down to it. I mean, it was a coup d'etat, okay? And as Jesse Ventura told me the other day, we're still living under it, okay? And, you know, one thing, Trine Day really values personal testimony. That is one reason why we published Ed Haslam. We published Judith Berry Baker, because they personally knew some of these people. They can tell you their personal experiences, okay? And, I mean, the assassination was really a botched job. I mean, they try and tell us that Oswald did it. Well, I mean, how many loose threads are there out there that say Oswald could not have done it all by himself, just one guy shot the president? Okay, and they try and tell us that, oh, we need these conspiracy theories because we can't balance how this insignificant Oswald killed our president. Well, that's one of their ploys to get us to not follow the truth. And what we need to do is follow the truth, okay? And I can't tell you how proud and happy and humbled I am to present James Jenkins and Hubie Clark, because they were there. I mean, James Jenkins, he gets a call. He goes into the autopsy room at 3:30 in the afternoon to get it ready to receive the president's body. Okay? He's there. The president is there. He's standing, he's on the autopsy table. They say, James, move the body so we can get x-rays. James moves the body. They say, James, help us take the brain. James does that, okay? And then James is there until 9 o'clock the next morning, okay? The people from the funeral come in,
and say, we got to dress our dead president in his clothes. Normally, when they dress a dead person, they slit the back of the clothes to put him in that. They didn't do that with John F. Kennedy. So James had to help them manipulate the body to get those clothes on. And you know what? James didn't testify before the Warren Commission. Okay? And we have testimony from people that were at the House Select, and they said, don't talk to these people. Okay? So we are so lucky to have this personal testimony from James Jenkins and Huey Clark. And another thing we have here is William Matson Law. Okay? There have been researchers, and let me tell you something. I mean, personal testimony is personal testimony. Research is research. All researchers make mistakes. I'm a researcher myself. I make mistakes. Okay? And these people would talk to James, and they'd interview him, and then they'd go write their book. James would read their book, and he'd say, well, that's not really what I said, and you're kind of spinning that to meet your point you're trying to make. So we're really lucky to have William Matson Law, who is basically an oral historian, that these very important people have said, okay, I want you to tell my story, because you tell what I said and you don't spin it. Okay? Because we all have our own filters. Okay? And at the end of the day, we all have to make up our own mind. And so, like, please, a large hand of applause for James Jenkins, Huey Clark, and William Matson Law. And we got to get ready. That one's working. Guys, you got 2 mics to work with. You're going to have to fight. Sorry.
The name of this presentation is What Really Happened at the Autopsy. So tell us, Jim, what really happened? Let me tell you a little bit about how this started. About 20 years ago, I decided I was going to write a book.
Here.
You got to get it up here.
About 20 years ago, I decided I was going to do a book, and the people I really wanted to talk to were people at the autopsy, because I felt if you could talk to people that had their hands on the body, you could have real answers to was there a conspiracy? So I started doing that, and of all the people that I have interviewed over the years, James Jenkins has been the most reluctant soul I have ever met. But through persistence, and I think when I first interviewed him in New Orleans, and I didn't change his words, I reported them exactly as he told them to me. I was faithful to what he said. I think over the years I gained his trust enough that 2 decades later, he would call me and say, you know, William, my wife has been saying that I need to do something for history about this event. And would you please help me with this? I'd like to do a book. So I was elated. I've been trying for a good many years to get Jim to come to some of these conferences, and with no success at all. It's really been a trial for him. He's nagging. If you want to say nagging, nagging is good. He's had a lot of questions from a lot of people over the years. I think he felt he had been taken advantage of by the few researchers that he worked with. And so I was very honored when one day I got that call. And so that was 3 years ago. And so that took us off on a journey. You know, sometimes in life, I didn't know when I started out in this thing that it was going to take me down the road that I went down. And it's been a real gift to me to be able to tell their stories the way they had intended them to be told. But the real gift I got out of this, number one, I did discover for myself, was there murder in the assassination of President Kennedy other than Harvey Oswald? I got that answer. But the greatest thing I've been given by these men is that they've let me into their lives to let me tell the story. And they've become part of my life, and they allowed me to become part of theirs, maybe much to their regret at some points. But it was a wonderful experience. We have spent the last 3 years researching. I even got to go back with Jim to Washington, D.C. He took me to Gaithersburg, California, took me to Gaithersburg, Maryland, and we traveled the road that he used to take to work every day. He showed me where he and his wife got their first apartment. Just little things like that. We talked to an old friend of Jim's that gave us more clues to things. And I could remember just sitting there while we're going down the road together, going to Bethesda, and timing some different things along the route. And all I could think of while I'm sitting next to Jim is, how in the hell did I get here? You know, from deciding to do this one thing 2 decades ago to being able to ride with him down the street while he's pointing all these things out to me. And we did together for the first time visit John F. Kennedy's grave in Arlington. So it's been a wonderful journey. So, and with that, of course, there is Hugh Clark, and we'll delve into Hubie's story. That's another part of this thing that in 2015, we held a historic conference where Hubie and a couple of the other honor guard and some people from the autopsy got together for the very first time. Members of the honor guard who had not seen each other in 51 years came together for that. And to know that I even had a little tiny part of that is really amazing to me. So being part of his life, being part of that whole thing, being able to tell it, you know, and the same with Jim, it's been a blessing to me. I don't know how to place it into words, except when I do these projects, I've always wanted to reach out and touch history. And in doing this, in being with these men, while they allowed me to tell the story, I really feel that I got to touch history. And when I write about it, and you read the books, I'm hoping that in a way you get to touch history as well. That's why I do it.
Before I start, I would just like to acknowledge all the veterans in the room. I still have it. And for those of you that have bone spurs, we'll save that for another day. But on this auspicious occasion, as William has stated to you, the first time I met William and Phil Singer, who collaborated together to bring us together after 51 years of not having spoken to any of the other members of the casket team. My whole outlook on this Kennedy assassination was birthed to me by the government. I believed everything that the government had told us. And just so you know, that in my time in Washington, I probably have buried at least 350 individuals at Arlington National Cemetery. And for the most part, or being more specific, President Kennedy was my last funeral. And the very next day after we buried President Kennedy, I was awakened at 5:30 in the morning and was told to pack up, you're leaving. And I stated, well, it's not my time yet. They said, no, you're out of here. Unbeknownst to me at the time was that the other members of the casket team were also awakened at that same hour and was told to pack up. I got shipped off to Europe, others got shipped off to Asia, others went to Africa, others went to 4 winds around the world. And it wasn't until these gentlemen brought us together after 51 years, and that's where the story begins. Because what we believed at the time that had taken place at Andrews Air Force Base, at Bethesda Naval Hospital, at the White House, at St. Matthew's Cathedral, and then to Arlington National Cemetery, really didn't happen the way the government had told the American people and told us at the same time. And that's why when William asked me to do this book, the name of the book is Betrayal, and if you purchase it along with Jim's book, you will receive an autographed photo of the casket team of the last journey up to the gravesite of President John F. Kennedy. That's part of the carrot, so to speak. But as William stated, the way this odyssey happened, it started at Andrews Air Force Base, when we were told that there were 2 teams, that our responsibility was to remove the remains from the elevator truck when it came down. And as you remember in the photos that you observed, as we proceeded to take the remains off the elevator truck, we were mugged, literally, by Secret Service agents, by FBI agents, and it wasn't until 51 years later that we understood why. They didn't want us to touch that casket because at that time, and there's no doubt in my mind or other members of the casket team's mind, that the casket was empty. And if we had allowed that to take place the way it did, when we handed over the casket or when it was taken from us at Andrews Air Force Base, we let go and the casket dropped and almost hit the tarmac, as you see in the photographs. And if that had happened, we would not be sitting here today because we would have known that the casket was empty. But it wasn't again known to us until 51 years later, because we shadowed the motorcade from Andrews Air Force Base to Bethesda Naval Hospital. It never stopped. Once we got to Bethesda Naval Hospital, we chased the ambulance around the grounds 3 times until we finally caught up with it at the loading dock of the administration building adjacent to the morgue. And again, we know it was the same casket because it had a dent in the top and the handle on the right-hand side. But as Jim later pointed out, God bless his heart, that while we were in the air shadowing the motorcade from Andrews Air Force Base, the president was already on the autopsy table and we hadn't even landed yet. So I'm going to leave it right there and allow Jim, and later on you'll be able to ask me any question you want. And the things that I don't know, I will tell you. But I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm here to tell you an eyewitness account of what took place over those 4 days. What you believe is on you. I'm telling you not just my story, but of the casket team's story. It's not that we collaborated together because we hadn't seen each other in 51 years. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason to be awakened at 5:30 in the morning and told to pack up. Never having the opportunity to say goodbye, to say, what experience did you have during those 4 days? They wanted to split us up so we would not have an opportunity to discuss what had taken place. And understand this, when you're in the military, people will ask me, and I'm sure there are people in this audience that will say, well, didn't you see this? Or didn't you look over here and see that? You need to understand, and those of you that have been in the military know that when you're in formation, you're looking straight ahead. You're looking at the back of the guy's head in front of you. So just to stop you from asking me that question, you know, did I see this? I'm telling you what I observed, and I also want you to understand that as an 18-year-old individual that had to be signed into the military by his father under false pretenses, my story, the casket team's story, we never got together, we never talked for 51 years until we had the reunion. And that's when Jim shattered our dream of what we thought was our service to the country and to our commander-in-chief. And when you read in the book, you will start to see how not just ourselves, but General Godfrey McHugh, who was the Air Force Chief of Staff to President Kennedy, it's understandable why now I understood what he meant when we took the bronze casket off the elevated truck. He shoved us aside, but in shoving us aside, he made a statement. And I remember it like it was yesterday. His statement was, "This is my commander-in-chief, not that MF. This is my commander-in-chief." And I will explain to you during the Q&A what he meant by that. Jim?
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm responsible for QB's shocking moments. Basically, what I would like to do is, William and I recently completed a book. The book is my memories of what I participated in, what I actually did at the autopsy. And I was one of two assistants. Paul O'Connor was the other one. And Paul and I were called about 3:30 in the afternoon. We were told that the president had been assassinated, had actually been shot, and that he had died. And we were to report to the morgue, because Paul and I had the duty, and prepare the morgue in case the president's body was sent to us for autopsy. This was, at that time, it was just kind of a precautionary type thing. Paul and I went to the morgue. We opened the morgue, went in somewhere between 3:30 and 4 o'clock. And we began to prepare for an autopsy, a routine autopsy, which we did every duty night. And about, I guess, we were probably in there an hour or so, I'm sure, and then Dr. Boswell, I believe it was, came in and said that we were going to get the president's body for autopsy. We changed our routines to the fact is that normally we would label our specimen jars that we took tissue samples for microscopy and placed them in the jars. We would put the name, the tissue, and the autopsy number on it. And the autopsy number was something that was pre-printed in the log, but we had a stamp that sequenced the same number, I believe 3 or 5 times. And we used that to stamp toe tags, identifying paperwork that came to us. Most of our autopsies were brought from the hospital itself, so we had paperwork with it, and we stamped that with the autopsy number. But we were told to remove the labels with the names, with the president's name on it, and only use the autopsy number for identification. We were also told not to log the body into the morgue log. This was unusual. In the military, everything is specific, and it's actually done that way or you suffer consequences. And at that point in time, Paul and I prepared for the autopsy. We put out the instrumentation, prepared the solutions and so forth, what we call the bucket brain, our brain bucket. We put formalin in it and placed the gauze sling over the top of it. Approximately, now, I would like to say this. I was in that morgue from 3 o'clock to approximately 8:30, 9 o'clock the next day. I never looked at a clock. What I had to do was fairly intense. I had to listen to the pathologist. I had to do what they asked and observe what they were doing. And so I stood at the right shoulder of the president's body almost all night. And the body came in approximately at 6:30. Now that time frame, I had to have a timeline in writing the book. The time frame I took from Dennis David. I took that time frame as opposed to other time frames that exist out there that came from government sources, from other individuals and so forth. But I chose this one because it was the most realistic to me. Plus it was collaborated by Sergeant Boykin, who was in charge of the Marine security detail there. And that's the time that he filed his action report to his superiors. And then several years ago, we were contacted by an individual, Dr. J. Scott, who told us that, and he was an orthopedist, he said that he was doing a residency at Bethesda during the time that the autopsy was done, and he happened to be the officer of the day for the hospital. Now, to explain this, there were actually 2 commands at Bethesda. One was the hospital command under Captain Camden. The other one was the medical school underneath Captain Stover. My command was the medical school, and we were responsible Actually, the laboratory, the pathologist, the school, and so forth were all under the command of Captain Stover. So we had a separate officer of the day. We had a separate NCO. Dennis David was basically that non-commissioned officer that was in charge that night. And Dennis was the one that was told to put together a detail to unload the casket. Now, I think that that order was actually a misstep because of miscommunications, because I think that was ordered by Captain Canada, because he was under the assumption that the hospital command was going to be in charge of the autopsy, which was a natural assumption because Humphreys Funeral Home had a contract with the hospital. When we finished with the autopsies, we would put the bodies in the cold room. Humphreys would come, pick those up, take them, and do the cosmetics and actually prepare the body for burial. So I'm sure that Captain Canada was just naturally assumed and was trying to be proactive with all of this. But anyway, the body itself came in again around 6:30, 6:38, somewhere like that. The striking thing about it to me was the fact is that the casket that the body came in was so plain. It was what we call a shipping casket or a transport casket. And it seemed a little strange to me that the president's body would be placed in something so mundane, so simple. But anyway, it was in a shipping casket. Came in, it was not brought into the morgue proper by Dennis's team, even though, according to Dennis, they unloaded it from a hearse, a black hearse, in the back. And his team brought it to the anteroom, which is where the coal boxes were, and placed it apparently on the floor. It was picked up outside of there, brought into the anteroom, and then brought into the morgue. It was brought in by individuals in dark suits. A couple of flag officers were also accompanying. Flag officers are actually admirals or generals. It was placed on the floor in the morgue, partially between the two tables. Paul and I started over, but then there were so many people there, and it was such a small page. I stopped. I stayed at the table. Paul went over, took the body, helped remove the body from the casket. They brought it over and put it on the table in front of me. At that time, Dr. Boswell thanked everybody and asked them to leave. At that time, everyone left the morgue. And then Dr. Boswell told Paul and I, don't unwrap the body, don't let anyone in, and he left. And I just naturally assumed that he was going up to the laboratory to talk with Dr. Humes. They were going to come up with a plan, how they were going to do the autopsy. Approximately 15, maybe 20 minutes later, Dr. Boswell returned first. He came into the morgue. He motioned for me to come and help him. We removed the wrappings from the body, not the head. The head remained wrapped. We placed a sheet over the body from his waist down. And then we began to do what we considered the face sheet. Face sheet was nothing more than a military form that had drawings, the body drawings on it, had places for the weights, measurements. We placed the wounds, the surgical cut downs, old wounds, the back wounds, the appendix scars and so forth on that sheet. Normally, the people who were assisting, which would have been Paul and myself that night, we would have actually looked for scars and so forth, and the pathologist, if they were involved in it, would write in the results, okay? This wasn't done that way. Dr. Boswell actually examined the body and dictated to me what to put in there. Now, it's not nefarious that he did that. It was just because I could see what he was doing. I'm sure he just wanted the hands-on, and because the responsibility that he had was great, and he wanted to make sure that he actually accomplished it. But anyway, so we proceeded with that. When we were almost finished with it, Dr. Humes came back in, and he had 4 flag officers following him. At that time, I didn't know who these people were. As they came into the morgue proper from the anteroom, the flag officers went into the gallery. And they came down to the end of the gallery and stood at the rail adjacent to the autopsy table where I was and the body was. And then other people began to filter into the gallery, but nobody was allowed on the floor with us. And at that time, Dr. Humes, and I know there was one other person that was with him doing that, and I believe, and still do believe, that was Dr. Fink. Now, Dr. Fink, in his report to his commanding officer, had said that he didn't arrive in the morgue until after the brain, I believe he stated the brain, the lungs, and the heart were out of the body. But that doesn't seem to be, it's actually suspect for the following reasons. First of all, when the head was unwrapped, then Dr. Humes directed the photographer, who at that time was a corpsman, to take some photographs of the head. And he took heads with a small camera, what I assume was a 35 millimeter. I don't know much about photography, but anyway, it was not a camera with a flash. There were no lights or anything set up for it, but they took a series of photographs. And then we started doing the x-rays. When we started setting up for the x-rays, then the people in the laboratory were again asked to leave because of the radiation involved in it. Portable x-rays at that time were not really well shielded. So the people left, and that included, and I was told to stay, and I was given a lead apron to assist the x-ray technician, and who I was later told was Gerald Custer. We took the first set of x-rays at the direction of Dr. Humes. Now, Dr. Humes didn't point to each thing that he wanted x-rayed. He just told us he wanted laterals, AP, and obliques, and we did a fairly unusual type of x-ray, and the fact is it wasn't a full chest and it wasn't a full head. The cassette was placed where it would show the upper part of the chest and upper thorax. And because of the length of it, it actually didn't clear the head. It probably came to about here. It was an unusual type of x-ray to take. At the time, I really didn't think much about it because, you know, I was being directed what I was supposed to be doing. And Paul and I we were the lowest people on the totem pole in the whole morgue. So there was no questioning of what we were told to do. So those x-rays were taken by Gerald Custer to the x-ray department, because at that time we developed x-rays in a tank, that type of thing, and then they were brought back. They were viewed by the pathologist. There were no fragments, no large fragments, no portion bullets, nothing of that nature was found in the x-ray. This didn't seem to go well with the 4 people in the gallery. It was almost like, well, you're not finding what's there or what's supposed to be found. So we were told to repeat the x-rays. Well, when Gerald Custer came back from developing the first set of x-rays, he had an assistant that came with him. Now, I later was told his name was Reed, I believe, right? And they began to repeat the x-rays that Gerald and I had done in the beginning. Those were taken out and developed. Again, no particles, no partial bullets, nothing of that nature. That seemed to increase the tension in the room between the 4 people in the gallery and the pathologist on the floor. So at that point in time, they sent for the radiologist. And Dr. Eversole came in and he directed the taking of the x-rays by Gerald Custer and Reed. Those were taken out, brought back. At the time that they brought those back, they brought in a large bank of x-ray view boxes. We only had 2 small view boxes on the back wall that they were looking at. And they put all of the x-rays up. At that point in time, there were, I think, probably most of the people that were allowed to in the room went back to the back wall to look at the x-rays. I didn't go all the way back there, but from the distance that I could actually see the x-rays. At that time, I really didn't have the experience to read an x-ray. I could tell if it was a broken bone or a cloudy chest, but that was the extent of my abilities. But I did view the x-rays, and the result was still the same. No fragments, no partial bullets, nothing of that nature. I know that I know that there have been reports that there were bullets that fell out on the floor. There were large fragments taken from behind the ear, things of that nature. I never saw that. If it had occurred, I think the 4 flag officers would have been dancing on the seats. But anyway, that never occurred. After we did the x-rays, Dr. Fink and Dr. Humes began to examine the head. And to a certain extent, Dr. Boswell was involved, but he wasn't in the area of the head. He was across the table from me, and we were looking I was looking to my left down on what Humes and Boswell, and then Dr. Boswell was on the other side. But at that time, Dr. Fink actually found a wound in the right temple. And it was slightly forward of the ear and a little above it. Dr. Humes and Dr. Fink were discussing this wound. I could see the wound, but it was in the hairline, and the only reason I could see the wound was because Dr. Fink was, you know, they were moving the hair and looking at it, and the wound had gray borders. It was wasn't exactly brown. It was more of an oblong type thing, and it was about the size of one's tip of the little finger. And Dr. Fink speculated that the graying may be from a bullet. Well, at that point in time, Dr. Humes was called to the gallery to talk to one of the military people. I later was told that that was Dr. Berkeley, who was a physician's was a private physician for the president. He came back to the table immediately. He told Dr. Fink, we need to get back on the head wound. So they went back to examining the head wound, and the small wound in the right temple was never returned to that night. It was never re-examined. They didn't return to the examination of it. There was never any conclusion as to whether it was actually a wound, whether it was entrance, exit, anything of that nature. After they began examining the head wound, they were examining it. Basically what had happened was that, you know, we had, when the secondary wrap on the head was taken off, the wound had adhered to the wrap, so when it was being taken off, the wound actually kind of separated, and then when the wrapping was removed from, or separated from the wound itself and removed, the wound closed back up, with the exception of where bone and tissue was missing. And constantly after that, like I said, we had done preliminary photographs. With Dr. Eversole coming in, Mr. Stringer, who was a civilian photographer and actually was in charge of the photography school there, he came in, and then he took over the process of photographing what the doctor's request. And that the photographs were done all through the autopsy itself, at different stages at the request of Dr. Fink, Dr. Humes, or Dr. Boswell wanted photographs of this. There were many, many photographs taken, and which today we only see 7, and there is also a question as to whether those 7 were taken in the morgue at night or whether they were taken somewhere else. It's not something that you can really, you know, I can only allude to it. I have no specific thing other than I know that some of the photographs from the Fox photos do not appear to be taken in the morgue itself for various reasons. Telephone in the wrong place, headrest that I actually did autopsies in that morgue for a little over a year, and I never saw that headrest. None of the other people who were in my class that did autopsies ever saw that headrest. And I'm not sure that the autopsy table where we usually did the autopsies really had had the ability to have that headrest mounted on it. So that's actually one of the things that makes me believe that those photographs may or may not be taken in the morgue, the Bethesda morgue the night that we did the autopsy. There is one autopsy photograph that has the picture of the block, the headrest that we used, which was actually a horned block that you could rotate for different size necks. And we always place that under the neck because as you were doing the autopsy, and actually we had already seen minor rigor mortis in almost every autopsy that we did. So you wanted to make sure that whenever the rigor mortis set in, that it would not be difficult to be able to position the body normally in the casket when it was prepared. The other thing that we said is that in one of the photographs there is something that we really can't identify. Paul and I both believe that it was some type of, well, I think Paul described it as an animal cage, but it seemed to be some kind of box that was not present in that morgue. As a matter of fact, in the position that appeared, there was an old Army field X-ray unit that sat there with a sheet over it. We very rarely used it because when we did use it, it radiated everybody that was in the morgue, everybody was in the hallway, anyway, or in the galley that was across the hall. So as I said, it was more or less used as the last resort when we couldn't get a portable X-ray from the X-ray unit with the technician. The other thing was concerning the telephone. In one of the photographs, there appears to be a telephone on the wall directly adjacent to the table. The telephone in the morgue was actually by the deep sink that just before you go into the hallway where the brain room, the dirty linen room was, and at the end of that short hall there was a dressing room. That phone, the telephone was memorable because it had a old telephone curly cord on it, but it was so long that it could reach anywhere in the morgue. And so it was, again, unusual and memorable. From there, we progressed. Dr. Humes actually removed the brain, and as he was removing the brain, he actually extended some of the fracture lines. As I stated, whenever the wrappings were removed from the head, the wound actually spread open and returned. That's significant in two aspects. First of all, to remove the brain, that only had to be extended a short period of time. He also made a coronal suture from that suture down to the tragus, which is this part of the ear. Because of the fracture in the right side of the head, it was extremely malleable. You could move it around with your hand. All we had to do was to separate those two. You could almost fold down the side where he did the incision, and the brain was right there, and it could be removed. As Dr. Humes was removing the brain, he made a statement, kind of an utterance to himself, and about Well, you know, the damn thing almost fell out of my hand. I didn't think much of it because I assumed that a bullet fragment or something had severed the spinal cord. Consequently, we could remove the brain. Anyway, Dr. Humes removed the brain. He handed it to Dr. Boswell, who was directly across the table from me. Dr. Boswell motioned for me to follow him. We went over to the bucket. The bucket was approximately a 2-gallon stainless steel bucket that we put formalin in. And then we always strung a gauze sling over the bucket where we would take the brain, turn it upside down, lay it in the sling, and we would infuse the brain through the internal carotids, which are the vessels at the base of the brain. By placing needles into the carotids, tying them off, and we had a carboy, which was a 5-gallon, I guess it was, large glass bottle is what it really was. And it had a system on it where we could, the tubing came down, split in a Y, we put the needles on, and then we would open up the stopcock and allow the formalin to flow into the vascular system of the brain while we were doing the autopsy. At the end of the autopsy, we usually would disconnect that, drop the brain in the bucket, put a lid on it, and place it in the brain room, and to allow it to fix. Once the brain, we went over Dr. Boswell. I had, you know, we had to kneel down. I kneeled down. Now, when Dr. Boswell handed me the brain, I turned it upside down and tried to put the needles in it. It was unusual in that the internal carotids had retracted, and they were also shriveled a little bit. Now, the retraction is not so unusual. Arteries have musculature to them, and they'll snap back when you cut them. But these were actually retracted as if they had been cut for some time. They had begun to shrivel. I had difficulty getting the needles in because the needles were trying to go through the wall of the vessels. There was one of the residents that was running errands and messages and so forth that had come in to see Dr. Boswell. He saw that I was having problems, and he also tried, was unsuccessful, but eventually I did get the needles in, get the brain set up for infusion. Dr. Boswell and I went back to the table. At that point in time, they had retracted the scalp away from the wound. You could actually see the true borders, limitations of the wound. And we had begun to examine that part of it. At that time, Dr. Boswell signaled to me we were going to and did begin the autopsy of the body proper. Dr. Fink and Dr. Humes continued examining the head at that point in time. You can actually see that when the scalp was reflected back, the fractured bone and so forth that was adhered to the scalp, some of that had fallen away and fallen into the cranium, which actually made the wound appear larger than it actually was. And Dr. Boswell made the incision. We took the striker saw, we cut the breastplate out, of course, and then we removed the organs from the body, placed them on a cutting board. When we started that, at that time, I placed the cutting board, which was kind of a small table over the president's body. It had a scale on one end of it that we used to weigh the materials we needed to weigh. And we did a little unusual handling of the organs at Bethesda. We actually took the whole unit of organs out as one unit, placed it, and we dissected the organs and separated from each other. Then the organs were dissected, examined, and specimens were taken for microscopic exams. Usually the procedure that we had was we would take a specimen from appearing normal section of an organ, and then if we wanted to take a section for somewhere where maybe there was a lesion or a contusion or something of that nature, we would take a section there. That way we had a reference. We did that. We placed those samples in the jars. The normal dissection of the organs, the heart, stomach, liver, was accomplished. We did the normal autopsy in the body proper. During the time that we had the organs out of the body, Dr. Boswell wanted to do the section of the stomach. So I think this was pretty much into the organ. I mean, the autopsy itself is too lengthy and to go detail the way that we have at this point. So what I would like to do, I would like to open up the rest of this session to interact with you and answer the questions that I'm sure that you have. Hopefully we can get more information for the short period of time that we have left. And questions? Yes?
Before we open up the questions, how many of you are or were involved in law enforcement? Any? Okay. In my other life, after I got out of the military, I was a New York City detective for 22 years. And in that 22 years of being a detective, I worked in homicide, rape, robbery, burglary, larceny, major crime. And even those of you that work in the medical field and know that when you go down to the morgue and you're dealing with gunshot wounds to the body, to the head, and x-rays are taken, you know there's no such thing as nothing showing up on the x-rays, because anytime a projectile enters the body, you know that there's always trace evidence. And it shows up like diamonds. When you take an x-ray, it's like diamonds, because as it enters the body, particles from that projectile will show up on an x-ray. So one of the things that should tell you is that the body was either sanitized and things were removed before it got to Bethesda Naval Hospital. Okay?
I apologize. We only have approximately 5 minutes left, but we will take as many questions. Yes?
As a pathologist and medical examiner, I have done a lot of autopsies.
Okay.
Both as a resident, as a faculty, and as a medical examiner. And we do not put the brain in the bucket with the formalin, infused or not infused, before we determine the entrance and the exit wound?
We, our normal policy was that we did not weigh the brain. It was placed, it was infused, the brain was, once it was infused, and it was infused during the time that we were doing the autopsy, it was put into the bucket at the end of the autopsy, the lid was put on it, it was put in the brain room for the supplemental autopsy. With infusion, we could do that within a shorter period of time, 3-4 days, as opposed to the lengthy time it would take by just dropping it in. That was the procedure that we followed at Bethesda. We followed a similar procedure in Philadelphia at the Naval Hospital there. We actually never infused the brains at the medical center in Mississippi where I trained, where I did my graduate work. It was just techniques. Now, I understand what you're saying because I believe and that what you're doing is the proper way to do it. But we very rarely actually did a forensic autopsy. My feeling and opinion is that that autopsy was done at Bethesda Hospital because we were military, we could control the information, it could be controlled. Paul and I were given orders by the Department of the Navy, Department of Defense, not to discuss this under penalty of court-martial. And those orders were only rescinded in 1977-76 when we were asked to do a deposition for the House Select Committee.
But that's malpractice.
This is the military we are talking about.
But that is malpractice.
This is the military.
Because
it's the military.
Excuse me, Sheriff. Have you ever been in the military?
Pardon?
Okay, let me just explain this to you.
But you are...
I understand and Jim understands what you're saying.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you.
Right? You and Paul were dieners?
In civilian life, we probably would have been classified as dieners, yes.
All right. But this is a medical...
It is, and you know, you have to accept the fact is that the pathologists that were required and assigned to do this were not forensic pathologists. The only pathology that had any experience in body wounds was Dr. Fink.
For the commander...
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I mean, we do that for the garbage collector.
Right, but Jim was 21 years old in the military at the time, and he was...
Let's hear some other questions. Let's move on to somebody else.
Jim, I have a two-part question.
Sure.
The first is, could you describe the approximate size of the wound you observed at the back of the head?
Yeah.
Would it be, for example, as Chuck Crenshaw suggests, about the size of your fist when you double it up?
Something similar to that. I have to say that the wound that I saw, and actually was well defined after the scalp was reflected back from it, was pretty much in agreement with the Parkland doctors.
And part two is this. As David Lifton has emphasized in the official autopsy report from Bethesda, it's a much larger wound. It's virtually the entire back of the head. Can you account for the discrepancy?
I think the statement from it was the entire back of the head is not really, I think that's a perception. The wound itself was approximately 3.5 inches long, 1.5 to 2 inches wide, and it encompassed mostly occipital parietal, and again, like I said.
I agree with that, but in the very mathematical, exact depiction in the Bethesda autopsy report, it is enormous. David Lifton has a diagram of the comparison.
Okay.
It's like the difference between the heel of a foot and a whole footprint. It's that enormous.
That is incorrect.
But it's in the official autopsy report.
What it states in the book is that Dr. Humes described it as 13 centimeters. That's approximately 5 inches. Dr. Boswell described it as 19 millimeters. Now, the discrepancy there is, and this is purely my opinion, is that when the scalp was reflected, bone adhering to the scalp fell away and fell into the cranium, which gave the wound an appearance of being larger than it really was.
Now, Thomas Evan Robinson, who prepared the body for a funeral, was present when he said he saw Humes take a cranial saw to the skull of JFK and enlarge the wound. And Reed was with him there at the time. 2 witnesses. The ARRB has their depositions. Were you aware of any of that?
I'm aware that they were incorrect.
No. They witnessed it, Jim, just as you reported what you witnessed.
No. I mean, they probably did witness it. But, no, let me finish this, please. You have a question?
Yes. We got the microphones over here.
Mr. Jenkins, did any time the people that were conducting the autopsy, Jones or Fink, were they ever being recorded? Did they talk into any kind of recording thing or any stenographers there?
The only notes were the notes that they took. Oh, they were written notes.
Follow-up question to that. Was there a person filming named Bill Pitzer or not? Are you aware of that?
I don't know if Pitzer was actually doing filming or anything of that nature. The only thing that related to the photographs of the body was actually an incident that I wasn't aware of why it occurred, but there was a commotion back in the gallery. Later I was told that one of the Secret Service people had taken a camera away from someone and exposed the film. That's really all I know about that.
But you know, Dennis David did say that Pitzer did film it.
Yeah, I knew Dennis well. We had a lot of conversations and he actually told me that.
All right. Since there were 2 arrivals at the hospital, did any of you observe the First Lady in and around the hospital?
I didn't. I was totally in the morgue from 3:30 to the following morning. I know nothing of what happened outside the morgue.
Do you see any,
Did you see? Excuse me. We arrived at the hospital at after 7 p.m. All right? And based on documentation in the log that Dennis David, who was the chief of the day, had logged in, and based on what Jim has already stated, the time that he had put down, and understand that the log page was then removed the following morning, okay? But it was after. We did not arrive at Bethesda Naval Hospital until after 7 p.m. And from the time we left Andrews Air Force Base, we shadowed the motorcade in a helicopter, which never stopped. The same door that the First Lady got into, the same door Bobby got into in the ambulance, they exited on the left side, the First Lady, and on the right side, Bobby Kennedy. Okay?
did you see any?
Yeah,
Did you consider that there was any?
Let's get this gentleman, he's been trying.
Did you consider that there was any interference to the medical personnel performing the autopsy by others that were not normally part of the autopsy process?
My opinion is that the autopsy was being directed by Dr. Berkeley through Dr. Humes.
Question. Did you see when you reflected the scalp back, did you see fractures, surgery, cuts to the skull, fractures at the front of the head?
The comment concerning the surgery was actually Dr. Humes's observation of the wound itself. The wound proper, which is what I consider where the bone and scalp was been. At the top of the wound, there was a jagged incision, for lack of a better thing, that actually ran forward toward the front of the head. It wasn't exactly parallel to the sagittal suture or the midline. It kind of followed one of the fractures in the skull. And it was really ragged in various places, but it seemed to have been connected with rather neat, clean cuts. It was Dr. Humes asked the gallery, someone in the gallery, if there had been surgery done at Parkland Hospital. He was told that no, it had not been. But as we worked with the body, that appeared to have been several rents that had been surgically connected because of, as I said, of neat, clean cuts connecting the rents. And that was actually what caused the wound to fall open when it was being unwrapped and to actually go back in place.
Did you see any fracture on the right temporal?
No.
You didn't?
Now, that's not, again too, is that you have to understand, this is what I remember. I couldn't possibly have known everything that was going on that night in that morning. Yes, sir.
I heard somewhere where there was Humes asked, or someone asked, who's in charge, and that someone from the gallery, I think Galloway, said, I am, or something. Did you remember that or know anything about that?
I've heard that too, but I can't really address it, with any authority. I know that Humes, in some of his testimonies, insisted that he was in charge of the autopsy. And as far as operating the autopsy and so forth, he was the senior pathologist and was responsible for directing, but he was being directed.
Okay, before I let you go, I'm supposed to be giving you guys a break now, but I detect there's an awful lot of interest in right now. So, that's what I'm going to check. You guys want to keep going? Yeah. Are you guys okay to keep going? Keep going.
Okay.
Okay. My name is Bill Warwick. I'm going to be presenting an autopsy article of the RFK and JFK on Sunday. But I was a friend of Paul O'Connor who lived in Gainesville. I know him for a number of years. When he said, and he said this under oath twice, and other times in the Gainesville newspaper, he said it again in 1993 for the 30th when he did a lecture at Santa Fe Community College, showed some of his pictures and x-rays, and said the same thing from the time I knew him, which was in the fall of 1993, until he died in 2006. When they took the body out of the shipping casket in the body bag, it was a huge hole in the back of the head and there was no brain. And 2 years ago, in 2016, when you talked about it, you said pretty much the same thing, and Humes muttered the same thing, that there wasn't much brain except for it fit in the palm of your hand.
No, that's a mistake.
What's the question?
In
fact, there was no brain, and all the brain that was there could fit in the palm of your hand.
Okay, let me adjust. I had never, from the very beginning, Paul and Paul said that there was a large gaping hole. Now, I can see where he would have saw it, because the wound had a huge amount of tissue, matted hair, blood, and so forth. Until the reflection of the scalp, it was extremely difficult to actually identify the borders of it. It just seemed to be a big mass there. And as I explained, when the wrappings were taken off, they adhered to the head because of the serum, dried blood, and so forth, which caused the wound to gape open. Now, the brain that we had at autopsy did not have damage that you would expect by comparing to the damage that was to the skull, to the head itself. There were other anomalies considering the brain. The brain, the convolutions on the brain, gyri, sulci, they were abnormal. They didn't look like the normal brains that we had taken at autopsy. The gyri were flat, seemed to be larger. The color, instead of the gray that we normally saw, had a white sheen to it. Now, tomorrow, I have worked with Dr. Mike Chesser for several years. In 2015, Mike had approached me about the brain that he had actually seen the photographs in the archives. He believed at that point in time that the brain had been in his statement is that it had been in a jar with other brains in fixes. That would really account for the appearance of the brain, as you can probably attest to. Yes. Pardon?
What happened to the brain after you put it in the jar and put it in the brain room?
It was in the bucket. I don't know what happened to the brain. Because when Paul and I went back to the morgue after we were given the orders to make sure that we had finished everything that was necessary, the morgue log was gone. The casket that was pushed up against the cold boxes was gone. Actually, it was gone before we left the morgue. And the brain bucket was gone.
Thank you.
We're going to have everybody who wants to ask a question come over here so everybody can hear.
Okay.
So if you want to ask a question, come up here, please.
Okay. For Paul Connor told me the same thing in Florida about the brain was gone, practically.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what he told me personally, the same thing that gentleman said. Now, here's the question. You said there was quite a big missing part of the brain, head back here, right? Okay, now what about up here? What did you see there?
I did not see anything.
Nothing there? Okay.
No.
So the Zapruder film that shows this thing, you think was fake?
Not really. I think what the Zapruder, there was a flap on the side of the head that in one of the photographs is actually extended out. I think, in my opinion, that flap was actually fractured, skull and so forth, prior to Dr. Humes making the coronal suture, incision in order to remove the brain, which freed that up to allow it to be flexible to move out.
Okay.
in and
In
out.
the Zapruder film, though, it shows the flat going like this.
It's, you know.
It's like this going this way, that going that way. That's in the
It actually,
Zapruder film.
well, I'm not sure, that's my interpretation.
Did you see this Zapruder film?
Yeah, I have, and my interpretation was, or what I assumed was, that it was the flap that was separated, but it actually went back, because when the body we first saw the body, the flap was not, I didn't see the flap there. And it wasn't until, actually, to be honest with you, I never saw the flap in that position that it's shown in the photograph. And let me address the thing of brain and no brain. I believe Paul. I believe the two people. But I also believe that even though they were sincere in what they said, I think it was more or less a shock effect in their perception. Now, I guess I will go on record as saying this. I do not believe, personally, that the brain that we took at autopsy was the president's brain. And I also would like to explain why. First of all, the brain had an unusual appearance. When I first talked to David Lifton, I told David, I told Harry Livingston the same thing. The first thing that flashed through my mind, and this was in my mind, was this, you know, a female brain. Now, out of all of the studies that I have participated in the graduate programs that I was in, I searched to see if there was a difference. I never found anything. So it wasn't until I talked to Dr. Chester, who is a neurologist and very much into this, that a possible explanation for that was presented to me. And when he told me that he felt like that the brain appearance was the appearance of a brain that had been infixed along with other brains for a period of time, which caused the flat area. He also said the brain was very asymmetric. That was the first time that I had a logical explanation for what I saw. I based that, and the fact is that I now do not believe that was the president's brain. Second is, in the autopsy, the official autopsy report, the extensive damage that's reported in that report in the secondary or the supplemental autopsy, which is specifically autopsy of the brain after it's fixed, was not, the brain that we took at autopsy was not that extensively damaged. Because if it had been damaged as extensively as was reported in the autopsy with such fine detail, then there would have been no reason to infuse that brain. Because what would have occurred, the formula would just run out because it was damage to the superior sagittal canal, for better. And that's the collection point for basically the vascular system in the body. We would have been just as well off dropping in the bucket. We would have had, because there would have been a vast amount of internal tissue and so forth that would have been exposed directly to the formula. So those are the two things that I use for myself to say that at this point in time, I do not believe that the brain that we took at autopsy was that of the president. I do believe that the supplemental autopsy, and I agree with Doug Horn, there were actually 2 supplemental autopsies on separate, one on separate, each on separate brains. We know that from testimony that was the record review board, that Dr. Boswell, Dr. Humes, and Mr. Stringer attended one. Mr. Stringer says that he did coronal sutures, placed them on a viewing plate, and took photographs. There was also one, Dr. Boswell, Dr. Humes, Dr. Fink, and an unknown photographer attended. And Dr. Humes, in his supplemental autopsy, described a vast amount of damage to the brain. I mean, extreme amount of damage to the brain. But he also said that in the supplemental autopsy, they didn't do sections in order to preserve the brain in total. So those are 2 contradictory reports on 2 separate actually brain autopsies, which are supplemental autopsies.
Jim, I've been lucky enough to have lunch with you and QB, but my question would be, and I'm not disputing you at all.
Oh, I understand. There is, in the book, I did not avoid these controversies. I actually put them in because I want you, the reader, to make your own determinations about this. You know, a lot of it is perplexing to me also. There were, with Hubie, when I first met them, and they found out that when they brought the casket in, we were already proceeding with the autopsy. It was, you know, it was shocking to them. But they provided valuable information to clarify some of the gray memories that I had, or partial memories that I had of a casket being brought in other than the one that the president was in. So that was the one that was pushed up against the cold box.
My question, Jim, is, again, I'm not disputing you, but when you just testified that there were no bullet fragments or anything that you saw on X-ray, my question is, I also knew Dennis David, as you guys all do, and Dennis David supposedly had metal fragments that he admitted into evidence that was later taken out, just as the same as it was with the timing of the log taken out the following day. So where were those metal fragments from?
The metal fragments were brought into the morgue somewhere late in the autopsy. They were in it's similar to a Ziploc bag, except it has a twist tie on it. In a small bag, they were metal fragments, and they were also bone fragments. They were small. They were measured in millimeters. And those fragments, during the autopsy, Dr. Humes, Dr. Fink, tried to fit those into some of the niches that were in the wound itself. Was not very successful. There were no, well, I'll say, I saw no medium-sized or large bone fragments in the morgue, with the exception of those. Dennis, actually, those metal fragments that Dennis brought in were the ones that were brought in and placed at the right ear of the president on the table, and were later there was an attempt to see if they fit within the structure. Those are the fragments that Dennis is talking about. Well, I can only assume that, I mean, from the description that Dennis gave me and so forth, and from what I saw, I can only assume that those were the same fragments. Those fragments were given to Jim Seibert, one of the FBI agents, and they took them to the lab.
Yeah, hi. I'm wondering if any of you gentlemen have any insights or observations about Lieutenant Commander Pitzer and his subsequent murder?
Well, if you go back and you read the reports on Pitzer, they came to the conclusion that he committed suicide. So we don't.
Speaking to the mic.
The reports all suggest that he committed suicide. However, Dennis David, to the end of his days, was convinced that Bill Pitzer did not commit suicide, and it was because he had film of the autopsy that Dennis said that he looked at one day, 3 days after the autopsy, that Bill was running through a hand crank machine. And so we just don't know. That's part of the bigger mystery.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your service.
I'd like to say something about the Pitzer.
Yes, please.
Yeah. All right. You can. There are some incidents I'd like to explain. In the pathology, well, I'll put it this way. Tara's report, they did a paraffin test on the hand. Now, they couldn't, you know why they couldn't use the paraffin test? Because there was too much flesh, blood, and hair enmeshed in it. In other words, that the hand had been damaged severely, so they couldn't use it. When you pull up that paraffin and you've got macerated flesh and it pulls it off, that's not a normal hand. Now, the widow wanted to get the wedding band and sent a relative to get it, and we have a report that, according to Mr. Eaglesham, whose work I do not accept, he said the relative went over there and forgot to go and get the wedding band. He came back and made up the story that the man's hand was totally normal, was messed up so they couldn't get it off. As if a relative would tell a widow such a thing, such a horrible thing. On the other hand, Mr. Eaglesham has autopsy photos showing both hands looking just fine, but you cannot see them unless you get an appointment. All right? I've examined Mr. Eaglesham's work. He is a former biochemist who somehow thinks it's more profitable for him to these days to write freelance writing for people. And I wonder for whom. So we don't get along very well. And I do not believe that Mr. Commander Pitzer committed suicide and also chewed up his hand first.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your service. This is my first conference. I'm new to the Kennedy deal, relatively new. Question for Jim. Earlier you mentioned that you thought maybe Admiral Berkeley, who was Kennedy's private physician, was leading the autopsy in some way. Do you believe that he was pro-Kennedy, or was he complicit in this in some way?
I really don't. I don't really know. I think that he was directing the autopsy, following directions from the Kennedy family and probably from Bobby Kennedy. There was a reluctance when we first began the autopsy. We were only going to do the head and upper thorax. One day, with no fragments found in the x-rays, Dr. Fink and Dr. Humes almost insisted that we do a full body x-ray because, as the lady, Dr. Here knows, in forensics, the bullet can be anywhere. So we actually started the full body autopsy before we had permission to do it at Dr. Hume's and Dr. Fink's insistence.
Just in support of the other brain, I was reading in the last year, it was the X-ray, like the man, I don't know if it was Stringer or the other man, but the underneath photo in the National Archives, he said he never took that. It was never underneath, and I don't know what the word is for that, but it was an interesting word.
Yeah, Mr. Stringer actually said that he never took any photographs of the underside of the brain, the basal side. And yet, the photographs in the archives, now, Dr. David Mantic and Dr. Michael Chesser have both been allowed in to the archives. I have made 2 attempts to get permission. I've been denied both times. First thing, to the Kennedy lawyer that controls the deed of gift. I do not meet the criteria. The criteria is quite high. You almost, well, you do have to be a physician, and you have to be a well-written, known physician. And even at that point in time, there's always an if factor involved in it. And like with Dr. Chesser, who is a neurologist, teaching neurologist, well known in his field in the area where he practices at university, actually Baptist Hospital in Little Rock. He's involved with the university there. He had requested, and he actually had to submit his request several times before he was allowed in to view the x-rays and the photographs. Dr. Mantic, of course, has been in a few times. I think he's been in 9 times, but that was in the early years. I think, and I don't really, I think the last conversation I had with he and Dr. Chester that he had requested permission but had been denied recently. It's an extremely frustrating thing to be asked questions about the photographs and so forth, and not be able to view the original photographs that are in the archives. And this is, like I said, this is a situation. Dr. Mantic and Dr. Chesser have both tried to get me into the archives. I requested permission from my local congressman. He was unable to actually get permission for me to go into the x-rays. This is not an unusual type of situation. I wanted to return to Bethesda to verify or answer some questions about the morgue, its present location, what had occurred, and things of that nature. We were unable to do that too. Yeah, but we were unable to do that also. This is one of the situations that the researchers run up against. These things are sequestered. Paul and I were never called to actually testify before any of the government inquiries. We were only required to give a deposition for the House Select Committee, which turned out to be a fiasco. The Record Review Board, they were not allowed to contact us. So and then after the House Select Committee, supposedly all of the records, or most of the records, were to be released to the public, with the exception of mine and Paul's, which was put into another 50 years sequestration. Was only released because of, I'm not sure what the act is called, but the act established the Record Review Board. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Please show me with your hands on your own head where the entrance wound for the large exit wound and where the large exit wound were exactly.
I can show you where the wound is. The wound is approximately in this area.
Okay.
In the occipital, parietal, and as I described earlier, there was more of a fracture line, anything that formed the tail that came down and touched on the temporal area here. The wound here was a small wound that I can only tell you what I left the board thinking or feeling, that I had seen two actual wounds. During the autopsy, we were told that the throat wound was actually an emergency tracheotomy and not to bother with it. That was the wound that Dr. Perry said he did the tracheotomy on. I went home the following morning thinking that the president had been shot from the right front with an exit wound in the back of the posterior portion of the head, and that he had also been shot in the back, primarily between the shoulder blade, which is the scapula, at the top of the scapula, halfway between that and I think it's T3, T2, which is the vertebra there. That wound was probed. When it was probed, it actually went downward at approximately a 30-degree angle, and the depth of it was, Dr. Humes could probe the depth of it with his little finger. Now, Dr. Humes had large hands, but he could actually probe the depth of that wound with his little finger. They began to probe it with a metal probe, which was basically a flat probe on one end. It went to kind of a ball point on the other end. Dr. Fink expressed his concern that they may create a false entry into the pleural cavity, and they went to a sound. A sound is a type of probe. It's almost like a metal catheter. It's rounded on one end. It's hollow. It's a little larger. And they used that to probe it, and then Dr. Humes actually used his little finger to probe it. The wound stopped. It never penetrated the pleural cavity, because I could see the impression that they were making as they were probing it, because we had already removed the organs, and I could see the impression they were making on the back of the empty cavity.
Could I ask a follow-up, please?
Sure.
The throat wound, or whatever, could that have been the entrance and blown out the back side of the head?
I really can't say. We're talking about probabilities here and possibilities.
From what you saw?
What I saw?
Yes.
I saw a wound in the throat that appeared to be a grossly or hurriedly tracheotomy. Had the right side, the borders, upper borders were rather rough, jagged. The rest of the incision was smooth. The wound in the back, in order to have exited, the neck wound would have had to have gone straight in, made approximately a 20-degree angle upward, and to have exited here.
No, I meant.
Yeah, I know what you're, but I can't really say it's possible. It's possible that this wound was here and caused the back of the wound in the back of the head, but we don't know because there was never any dissection in the area. The throat wound was never examined. Now, as the doctor here would understand that if you possibly had a wound that was through and through like that, there would be a path that you would expect, and that is the description given in the passage of the single bullet theory. They supported with ecchymosis or bruising in the strap muscles in this area, which on some of the photographs you can actually see a little of it. But that, in my opinion, could also have been done when the head was snapped back about. The only way to know for sure would have been to dissect that out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm new to this too, and on YouTube, there's an interview of Lieutenant Colonel Dan Marvin.
Yes.
Claiming to be approached to assassinate Pitzer. You got any opinion on that?
Judas may be able to answer that.
And so can Jeff, as a matter of fact. And so can Chris Miller.
Yeah,
Okay,
he wasn't called to assassinate Pitzer. He was Pitzer's friend. And he stood up to Pitzer and he got attacked.
Colonel Marvin saw Colonel Marvin saw
videotape.
Okay, this is going to be difficult because I'm writing the biography first.
Top of the morning.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm writing the biography, okay, for Daniel. Colonel Daniel Marvin, who is my friend, who suddenly died of a heart attack while on the telephone. He would call me Sweet Judith, and he was very precious. We prayed together. He sent me all of his tapes, his awards, his photographs, because after he confessed to being a CIA assassin, his wife basically rejected him, and he was afraid she would destroy everything he had after he died. So I've been entrusted with that material. And Colonel Dan Marvin really believed that he had been approached to do something he was not allowed to do on American soil, and that is eliminate someone. Years later, he saw the name of that person, and he recognized it as Commander Pitzer. Now that's what he told me. Now, how much he has to say to the outside world is another story. You know, while he was alive and wanted to save his family, not wanting to be rejected by them or whatever. It's a terrible thing to tell your wife that you have been a sniper and, you know, they've killed people. Now, I want to tell you a little story, just real quick. I'll go as fast as I can. But I met a sniper, a NATO sniper, and he was so used to sniping that when he sat at a computer, he sat on a chair like a bird with his feet under him. He was so used to squatting for long periods of time, he couldn't practically sit in a chair normally. And he said the way that they got people to train to this, they showed pictures or photos or movies of some disinvolving pregnant women or something, we want you to shoot. And they get used to shooting really evil people, and then finally they'll shoot anybody that they're asked to. So that's the situation. So we'll look more into what really happened with Colonel Pitzer, Commander Pitzer and Colonel Marvin, but from what he told me, this was a situation where he believed that he was approached to murder him.
And they said that it didn't happen, and we won a lawsuit that it did happen. Okay, I mean, they took us to court in Charleston, South Carolina, and we won a unanimous verdict. He's the only lieutenant colonel that I know that didn't graduate from high school, because he was an assassin. He knew how to get things done.
Dr. Humes described in his Warren Commission testimony.
Speaking to the mic, please.
Yeah, Dr. Humes described an elliptical entrance wound in Kennedy's lower neck, 4 by 7 millimeters. It's in his testimony, and I can find it on the Mary Farrell website for anybody who wants to look for it. 4 by 7 millimeters in the corner of the neck here. Is it possible that the president might have actually had 2 wounds to the back and one was obscured by some kind of technique?
In the last 3 years, when I agreed to write this book, and I was badgered by I've read that, but I've read all of the testimony of the 3 physicians to actually to the Warren Commission, the Clark Commission, House Select Committee, the JAMA article, and the Record Review Board. In that, the wounds have changed. And I don't think this was an intentional thing. I think that over the period of time, as Dr. Humes once said, and I think he was talking to the Record Review Board, how do you expect me to remember this without my notes? Or something similar to that. Well, I did all of this review for one simple reason. In writing the book, I was trying to collaborate the memories that I had to actually clarify some of the gray memories, the partial memories and things that I had. Some of the contradictions between earlier memories and later memories. For instance, I'm still not clear about the casket entrances, other than the fact is the casket that the body came in. I don't specifically remember the time that I saw the other casket that was pushed up against the coal box. After talking to the honor guard, you and Timchi, I became convinced that the casket that was pushed up against the coal box was actually the Dallas casket that they brought in. Looking at the times, that are published as to when Honor Guard brought the Dallas casket in, and related to when the body was received. That time frame, as I explained earlier, is not the fact that I looked at a clock, or I think it was something that I had to have a time, starting time for a timeline for the book itself. I chose and believe Dennis.
Yes.
Because there's collaboration for that. For the others, it's kind of